Good morning, folks. I'd like to call the meeting to order. I would like to welcome all members and staff and guests of the Standing Committee of Legislative Offices. I'm Shane Getson, the MLA for Laxton and Parkland, better known around these parts as God's Country. And I'd like to ask the members joining us at the table, we'll go around the room, we'll introduce yourselves, and then we'll go to the folks online. So with that, we'll go to the right.
Right, good morning, everyone. Brandon Lunty, MLA for Leduc Beaumont.
Good morning, MLA for Grand Prairie, Nolan Dick.
Good morning, everyone. Jackie Lovely, MLA for the Camrose constituency.
Morning, Lauren Dack, MLA for Edmonton McClung.
Good morning, MLA for Calgary Curry, Janet Aramenko.
Good morning, I'm Trafton Koenig, Law Clerk.
Good morning, Jody Rempel, Committee Clerk.
And online, I see MLA Chapman. If you want to introduce yourself for the record, please.
I don't think she can hear the room, but everyone else can hear the room.
I'm getting a note from Amanda that she's having, or excuse me, MLA Chapman, that they're having a hard time hearing the clerk and others online.
Okay. We'll do a quick sound check here. MLA Shepherd, can you hear us?
Morning, everyone. David Shepherd, MLA, Edmonton City Centre.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. MLA Sinclair, I see you online.
Good morning, everyone. I'm MLA Sinclair from Lesser Slave Lake, and I can hear everything great. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. And I see MLA Van Dyken.
Yeah, good morning. MLA Glenn Van Dyken from constituency Athabasca, Barhead, Westlock. It's just really interesting to watch Mr. Sinclair bounce up and down with the background that is not a car.
Well, I'm sure he's just jumping with excitement, as we all are, to be back again after wrapping up session. And I'm sure he's pulled over on the side of the road, parked in a safe place for everyone to notice. For the record, we'd also like to note the following substitutions. I have Mr. Dack in for Miss Renault. I have Mr. Yao substituting for Miss Lovely, but that's inaccurate because I do see Miss Lovely at the table. Mr. McDougall was to be subbed for Mr. Lunty, but that too has changed. Mr. Lunty is at the table. And Sinclair is here, and it is not Pitt, so that's wonderful. A few housekeeping items to address before I return to the business at hand. Please note the microphones are operated by Hansard, so we don't need to turn them on and off, as we found out earlier this morning that the chair was doing that. Committee proceedings are being live streamed on the internet and broadcast on Alberta Assembly TV. Members participating remotely should ensure they're prepared to speak. When vote's called, please turn on your cameras. Video conference participants are encouraged to have their cameras on if possible when speaking. And please set your cell phones to the absolute least disturbing setting that you have on that. Draft meeting agenda was circulated several weeks ago. Would a member like to approve the agenda? MLA Lovely, all in favor? Any opposed? And we'll go to online, all in favor of approving the agenda for the meeting? Please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. Approval from minutes from previous meeting. We also have a set of meetings from our last meeting. Would a member like to move to approve those as well? MLA Dick? All those in favor in the room? Aye. Any opposed? Online, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. Office of the Legislature Annual Reports, Business Plans for 2025 budget estimates. So we'll have presentations from the Ledge offices. The main purpose of our meeting is to review the annual reports, business plans, the officers of the legislature, and to make decisions regarding the 2025-26 budgets. This process parallels the government main estimates that we all love to do in February timeline in several ways. So just as ministers are responsible for justifying their estimates, it's the officers that are here to answer their questions, substantiate their reports, their findings, and their budget requests. Committee members have an opportunity to ask questions of the officers before voting on the budget requests. However, we do need a complete consideration of the officers' budgets before the main estimates are released so that the decisions can be communicated to Treasury Board and included in the budget documents released each spring. So it's one of those chicken and egg things. In addition to respect for the independence of the officers, that the committee may consider amending their total budget requests, but should not do so by line basis. So it's the aggregate total that we're talking about at the end. Also, the committee may have considering increases in an officer's budget request without infringing on the prerogative of the Crown. Each office will have up to 20 minutes of presentation time, followed by the questions from the committee members. And once we've completed that review process, the committee will meet to make a decision from each of the submission of the officers. And then please note you all have the information you need to vote on the budget estimates for each office. If we find ourselves unable to make a decision today, then we can reschedule another meeting and call them back later on this month. We have a full day ahead, so fasten up your chin straps. It'll be a good day. Use our time effectively, and just as a cautionary note from the chair, legislative assembly's ended. This gets to be our committee, so we get to do lots of really good work here, and it'll be an effective day. So all members encouraged as always, keep the Christmas spirit alive. So the first one that we have is the Office and Child Youth Advocate. They're from 8:30 a.m. And Tara Pelton, are you here? Oh, perfect. Well, I'd like to welcome you to the table, if you may. So the Child and Youth Advocate, along with her staff, for this morning's meeting. I'd like to thank you again for your submission on the budget. Prior to the meeting for today, it gave us all a chance to go through those as committee members. I'd like to ask you to keep your presentation within 20 minutes or less, so the committee members have lots of time to engage with you. And with that, I would welcome you to introduce yourself and your staff, and then the floor is yours.
Good morning. I'm Terry Pelton. I'm the Alberta Child and Youth Advocate. And good morning, Chairperson Getson and committee members. Thank you for taking the time to meet with us. Presenting with me today is Bolu Iduwu, our Executive Director of Strategic Support. Today we will be presenting our 2023-2024 annual report, 2025-2026 budget estimates, and our 2025 to 2028 business plan. As we begin, I'd like to respectfully acknowledge that we are on Treaty 6 territory and that the work of our office extends throughout the province on the traditional territory of the many Indigenous peoples of Treaties 6, 7, and 8 and the Métis people of Alberta. We are committed to reconciliation in our work and relationships with Indigenous young people, families, and communities. Over the past year, we continued taking measures to honor the Truth and Reconciliations Commission's calls to action, which included offering training and land-based learning opportunities for our staff to help them better understand Indigenous ways of knowing and the impacts of colonization and intergenerational trauma. Updating our role of counsel guidelines for our lawyers and our advocacy policies to ensure they reflect the calls to action and the principles of an act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families, and continuing work on our ceremonial room. As elders have reminded us, reconciliation is a generational process, and we're currently sowing the seeds for future generations. Our role is to represent the rights, interests, and viewpoints of young people involved in child intervention and youth justice. We do this through providing advocacy and legal representation to children and youth, engaging with young people, community stakeholders, and decision makers, investigating the serious injuries and deaths of children and youth who meet the criteria for an investigative review, providing advice and recommendations to government on issues that affect young people. In carrying out our mandate, some of our staff work directly with young people, while others play an indirect role by providing the resources and infrastructure to support our work. We have 2 offices, one in Edmonton and one in Calgary. However, our work extends throughout the province, and we meet with young people wherever they are most comfortable. This year, we worked hard to amplify the voices of young people. We helped to ensure their interests and rights are considered when decisions are made about them. I'd like to tell you about our 3 frontline services, which play a direct role in supporting young people. Our intake team is usually the first point of contact when a young person or someone in their life reaches out to our office. From there, they may be assigned an advocate or a lawyer. When we receive general questions or referrals that fall outside of our mandate, we connect the person to the community or government resource that is best able to help them. This past year, we completed over 3,700 intakes. Over 1,500 young people worked with an advocate, and over 3,000 worked with a lawyer. In total, we served over 4,600 children and youth, of whom 61% were Indigenous, by providing them with an advocate or a lawyer. We have 18 advocates who work directly with young people across the province who are involved with child intervention or youth justice. We advocate for and with young people to be heard and for their rights, interests, and viewpoints to be considered in planning and decisions that impact them. Our advocates do not replace natural advocates. Parents and family are usually the first and best advocates for their children. When young people and their families come into contact with child intervention or youth justice, though, it can be challenging for parents to advocate for them. When this happens, we help the young person to have their rights, interests, and viewpoints be considered. Over the past year, the top advocacy issues young people experienced continued to be related to placements, connections, and case planning. Some examples are placement issues. Some young people have stayed in Children and Family Services offices for extended periods, sometimes overnight, due to lack of appropriate placements. Others have remained in hospital longer than medically necessary due to the inability to find a suitable placement for them. Connections. Siblings are sometimes placed separately, and this impacts their relationships. Family and community connections are also disrupted when young people are placed in temporary settings. Case planning. Some young people have had multiple caseworkers within a year or found themselves without a worker. Children and youth and their families have also faced abrupt case plan changes due to staffing issues within the ministry. Our Legal Representation for Children and Youth Program, or LRCY, provides legal representation for young people in matters related to the Child and Youth Family Enhancement Act or the Protection of Sexually Exploited Children Act. Given that 62% of the young people LRCY lawyers represent are Indigenous, it's a priority for my office to increase the number of Indigenous lawyers on our roster. This past year, we brought on 2 Indigenous lawyers and expect to welcome 2 more in the coming months. We also increased the training requirements for all lawyers to include at least 2 hours of Indigenous worldview training every year and updated the role of counsel guidelines to ensure the TRC's calls to action and the principles of an act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families are reflected. Community engagement is also a key component of our work. We are dedicated to developing relationships with diverse stakeholders, organizations, and communities so that we can advance the rights, interests, and well-being of young people. Over the past year, we shared information about children's rights and the work of our office through 165 presentations, workshops, and booths, strengthened our relationships with staff in Alberta's Young Offender Centres so that they're aware of our role in supporting young people involved in their system, and deepened our connections with Indigenous communities through receiving guidance from elders, sharing information about our office, and participating in community events. Young people benefit when their voices are heard and their perspectives are considered. This is particularly crucial for those involved in the child intervention and youth justice systems, where decisions that are made about them have a profound impact on their lives. Facilitating youth participation has been one of our strategic priorities for a number of years, and I'm pleased with the progress we've made. This past year, in August 2023, a major highlight was partnering with Chimo Youth Retreat Centre to host an International Youth Day event at Northwest College in Edmonton. The event provided a platform for young people to engage and learn about their rights, exchange ideas, and gain inspiration for their personal and professional growth. I also continue to be impressed by the work of our OCYA Youth Council, which is made up of diverse young people from across Alberta who have lived experience with child intervention and/or youth justice. This year, their work included spearheading a project about the experiences of racialized young people in government care, meeting with MLAs to discuss issues affecting young people involved with child intervention, consulting with the development of our new advocacy policies, and assisting with hiring panels when we have recruited frontline staff and roster lawyers. Part of our role involves raising concern about policies, practices, and legislation that do not serve the rights or interests of young people and recommending changes within child and youth serving systems. We do this through our systemic advocacy work, which this year included completing 48 individual investigative reviews, which examine the circumstances of young people who've passed away or been seriously injured, Releasing Beyond Barriers, a special report on young people with disabilities in child intervention and youth justice in January 2024. And we're working on the Calling for Change investigative reviews, consolidated report for 2023-2024, which you may be aware was just released on November 20th. Reviewing the circumstances of young people who are seriously injured or have passed away and were involved with child intervention or youth justice is a legislated requirement that I take very seriously. These reviews are designed to improve the lives of young people by identifying ways to enhance services and supports, leading to system improvements and better outcomes. In October 2023, we started publicly releasing investigative reviews for each young person whose serious injury or death we are notified of. While we've always completed individual reviews for each young person, only those meeting certain criteria were previously made public. This shift in reporting provides additional transparency and public accountability regarding our reviews and ensures that each young person's experience is reflected in a consistent manner. In 2023-2024, we released 48 individual reviews. 47 were for young people who had tragically passed away, and one was for a young person who was seriously injured and has since recovered. We now complete an annual public report that explores the themes that have been identified over that year and makes recommendations to the government and other public bodies. Our first report under this new process, Calling for Change, was released in November and is available on our website. For the past several years, when appearing before this committee, I've been vocal about the high number of notifications of death and serious injury received by my office. This was again seen in the 2023-2024 fiscal year, with 83 notifications received. These alarming numbers are continuing in this fiscal year. As of November 30th, we've received 58 notifications of death or serious injury of children and youth. Many of these young people have complex histories of trauma and involvement across multiple government systems. We are also seeing an increase in the number of young people over the age of 18 for whom we must complete reviews. This increased complexity and persistent high number of deaths and serious injuries requires significant resources. To meet this need, our 2025-2026 budget estimate include funding for additional positions to ensure we are adequately equipped to carry out this essential work and uphold our commitment to vulnerable young people, their families, and their communities. Our role in reporting and in making recommendation is to improve the services and supports for young people. Of 27 recommendations that were evaluated this year, 6 were met, 6 were closed, and 15 are in progress. An additional 8 new recommendations were made this past fiscal year in our Beyond Barriers special report. These will receive their initial evaluation in the spring of 2025. As in previous years, I anticipate that we will have another opportunity to appear before this committee to review our annual report, at which time I'll provide more details on our recommendations and the status of their progress. As I reflect on the past year, I'm pleased with the work we've done to advance our strategic priorities and our commitment to reconciliation, while continuing to call attention to critical issues affecting children, youth, and their families. That said, there's always much more work to be done. We've begun work on a special report on the experiences of young people who are unhoused or at risk of being unhoused. I anticipate this report will be released in early 2026. Our Calling for Change report for 2023-2024 was recently released and contains 5 new recommendations. Planning is underway for our biannual International Youth Day event in August of 2025. And finally, we'll continue advancing our reconciliation work by connecting with Indigenous communities, providing learning opportunities for staff and roster lawyers, and advocating for Indigenous children and youth. I'm pleased that the work on our ceremonial room is now complete, and look forward to having it as a gathering space as we continue on our journey of reconciliation. I'll now turn it over to Bolu to talk about our strategic support team and present our financial highlights and budget estimates.
Thank you, Terry. I am pleased to highlight the work of strategic support.
We ensure appropriate resources, systems, and supports are in place to maintain the operations of our office through strategic and business planning, quality assurance and research, human resources, finance, information management and technology, and administration. It is our responsibility to ensure that the OCYA has quality and timely information to set strategic directions, make spending decisions while maintaining strong internal controls, recruit the right people who are passionate about advocacy, provide technical support for seamless operations, provide appropriate research to support the work we do, assess the quality of services provided to young people, and take care of administrative functions. Even though the strategic support team may not be front-facing, we are proud to support the office in achieving the OCYA's mission of standing up for young people. I will briefly speak to the 2023-2024 financials in our annual report. The approved voted budget for our operating expenses was $15,905,000 and $300,000 for capital expenditure. Actual spending in both operating and capital expenditure categories was approximately $15,886,000, which is $319,000 or 2% below the approved amounts. This was primarily due to savings in travel costs and salaries and benefits due to hiring lags. The over-expenditure in the Child and Youth Advocates Office and advocacy services are due to organizational restructuring, offset with significant savings in youth and community engagement. In the 2023-2024 fiscal year, the Executive Director position previously budgeted under the Advocates Office and the intake program previously budgeted under Youth and Community Engagement started reporting within Advocacy Services. Terry will now introduce our 2025-2026 budget estimates for the committee's consideration.
Thank you, Bolu. I'm requesting a budget of $17,063,000, which is an increase of 3.1% over our previous year's budget. These estimates include 3 full-time positions to help us address critical resourcing needs. These positions are essential as we continue to see an alarming number of young people being seriously injured or passing away, for whom we must complete reviews. Additionally, this funding will allow us to rebuild and strengthen our capacity in youth and community engagement, restoring the level of service we had prior to the pandemic and ensuring we can continue to meaningfully include young people in our work. I'll turn it back to Bolu to discuss our budget estimates in more detail.
Thank you, Terry. Salaries and benefits are $10,497,000, representing about 61.5% of our budget. This is an increase of $649,000 from the previous year due to Alberta Public Service salary increases and the need for additional resources to meet our legislative mandate. Prior to the 2020-2021 fiscal year, we had 83 full-time positions, which over the past several years has been reduced to 78. These estimates reflect salaries and benefits for 81 full-time positions. Fees and disbursements for LRCY represents a significant amount, accounting for approximately 24.5% of our estimates. The overall budget for this program remains the same as the previous year. Contracts and IT services represent about 9% of our budget, similar to the previous year. We continue to embrace virtual opportunities to connect, reducing production and printing costs for reports, and streamlining file review processes. We're asking for a capital budget of $25,000 for the upcoming year, a decrease of $75,000 from our previous year's budget, as the OCYA Ceremonial Room Capital Project has now been completed. The $25,000 request for the next fiscal year relates to various capital projects related to information management and technology. I will now turn it back to Terry for our closing comments.
Thank you, Bolu. As I reflect on the past year, I'm deeply proud of the work we've done to stand up for the rights and well-being of young people in Alberta. As an independent office of the legislature, we're uniquely positioned to ensure their voices are heard and their rights are prioritized in decisions that shape their lives. The children and youth we work with are particularly vulnerable, and our work would not be possible without our dedicated frontline and support staff. However, the challenges in our work are becoming more complex. Having worked in child intervention for a number of years, I can personally attest to the increasing difficulties faced by young people and their families. We must ensure services are accessible, inclusive, and responsive to the diverse realities of those we serve. Chairperson Getson and committee members, in conclusion, I'm requesting you approve our 2025-2026 budget estimate of $17,063,000. Should the requested amount not be approved, I'm deeply concerned about the impact this will have on vulnerable young people in Alberta, as we'll have to make some very hard decisions about which service areas will need to be reduced. Thank you again for inviting us to appear before this committee today. We're happy to respond to any questions.
Perfect. Well, thank you for the presentation. And again, yeah, the great work that you folks do. It's a tough file. I think I said it last year, I'm 6'2", 240, but I don't think I'm a big enough person to carry the load that you and your team do on this file. It's pretty big, so thank you for that. With that, we'll open up to the floor for questions, and I did have MLA Dack first on the speaking list, so go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Madam Pelton and Hidalgo, for your work and presentation and the clarity of your messaging. I know that coming to final decisions about the budget is always difficult, and it is a bit of a calculation based on current environment, let's say. And I'm wondering if indeed as you mentioned recently, your full-time equivalents would be, you're hoping to have 3 more full-time equivalents as per your budget request. And I'm wondering if indeed that number represents a figure you arrived at by way of some formula and an estimate as to how you would be able to meet the anticipated need, or was it more an arbitrary figure that represents a number that you felt you might be able to have this committee approve given the government majority? Will it allow you to do the work you think you need to do to meet the anticipated workload and need to make a dent in the number of children dying in care or suffering in care?
I appreciate the question. It's a number that we've taken a lot of time to discuss, and certainly I need to be, I want to be financially responsible, and I believe that the 3 positions that we can make the dent that we need to make. Currently, I have 3 temporary positions that I was able to, with the hiring legs, I have some folks in some temporary roles that if I could make them permanent, I believe that we can continue to do the good work and do it in a fulsome way.
Follow-up?
Yep, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just in a kind of related vein, in the Calling for Change 2023-24 report, which you referenced in your presentation, it noted that too many children and youth are dying and are seriously hurt in care, and year over year the trend does not reflect any positive systemic change resulting in fewer lost lives. So the recommendations made by the OCYA are well informed and direction setting with the goal of better outcomes for children and youth. The OCYA recommended the Ministries of Education, Health, Justice, Children and Family Services, Mental Health and Addiction, Public Safety and Emergency Services, Seniors, Community and Social Services, all should each strengthen navigation between funded services that are provided at a community level, both within their respective ministry and between ministries working together, and to do the following: identify supports they fund at a community level, strengthen coordination between funded services at community level, and strengthen navigation between funded services at a community level. My question is, would you please update the committee on the progress made to date by the listed ministries and how that progress will contribute positively towards the goal of systemic change, which, as identified in the report, is a continuously embedded goal?
Sure, I'd be happy to. The report was just released on November 20th, and we haven't received a response from the ministries yet. We did meet with all of them prior to making the recommendations to talk about would they be actionable and if they were framed in such a way, and there was certainly a willingness and I don't want to use the word excitement, but certainly some interest in coordinating and navigating to make things better for Alberta families. So the intent of that recommendation is really around that early intervention piece, where we know that if young people are involved in sports or art activities or any kind of team thing, that they do better. However, those services aren't always easily accessible, whether it's they cost money or the subsidies people aren't aware of. And so really believing that if the child serving ministries could get together and talk about what they do, an assessment, see what they've each got, and then work together so that all Albertan families would have the same access to those kind of activities for their young people.
Okay, excellent. And I have MLA Dick and then Sinclair, and if anyone else wants to throw their hand up, the chair is definitely taking speaking lists. So MLA Dick, it's over to you.
Perfect. Well, thank you so very much, Chair. Thanks for coming to present here today. It's always good to hear what you guys are doing. So my question is on the estimates for 2025, 2026. Once again, just on the staff equivalencies increases. Now you mentioned that you found some budget for 3 temporary staff. So you're already paying for that in your current budget. So I'm getting some head nods. Okay. So why the increase then of budget for an extra 3? Like, is that a expanding office of 6? Like, are you expanding the scope of the office? What are these expanded 3 positions, maybe 6? I'm not positions going to be before.
It's 3 positions. It would be making those 3 temporary into permanent positions. With the cost of inflation and the temporary staff don't have the same benefits as and vacation, like the same benefits that permanent staff have, and so we would have to absorb that. And then, of course, they would have their merit increases that they would also be entitled to. Bola, do you have any more to add to that?
Yeah, I can add that some of them are not, actually 2 out of the 3 are not working 5 days a week. So sometimes they're on wage, they work 2 days a week, maximum 3 days a week. And they've also not been here for the entire year. Some just got hired a couple of weeks ago as we prepare our annual reports just to help in some areas to make sure that we have resources. But yeah.
Emily?
What's these additional staff, like what have they been doing? Has it been that your current team wasn't able to do prior? So what specific roles? Is it administrative? Is it what are they doing for your team?
The hope is that we'll have another position for a full-time investigator, additional support in our communications team, because when we're releasing the number of reports we're releasing, it takes a fair bit of work to get them written and edited and proofed and all of those. And the other area is in youth engagement. We have been managing with one person facilitating youth engagement, and it is, as it's grown, it takes more work. And I have to say that I'm so proud of our youth council. I was with them on Saturday, and I'm sure that many of them are listening today. They're young politicians in the making, and they really are hoping to make change for other young people. And so where I can find some resources to support that youth participation, I'm very keen to do so.
I have Sinclair, Dak, and then Lovely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. And just to echo the sentiments, I'm not going to give everybody my weight, but I'm also a big guy, and I certainly appreciate the work you guys do. It hits me very close to home for obvious reasons. I just have a question and then a follow-up if that's okay, but you did mention the percentage of Indigenous children or youth, I think around 61%. I was just wondering if you'd be able to tell me, and I appreciate the work you guys are doing with engagement and the strategy of reaching out to try hiring Indigenous lawyers. I think it's probably been said too much, but I just can't emphasize how important it is to have more people that are Indigenous working in this file. So having said all that, I was wondering if you knew roughly, in management or frontline positions as a whole, how many Indigenous, or what's a rough percentage of your Indigenous employment that you have, if that's something that you might be able to provide for us. Thank you.
I am able to provide that because I think you asked me that last year. It's 21% in one, it's an average of about 23%, so we have increased, so I think that is, do you have that page, Bo? Thank you. So indirect advocacy services, we have 21% of our staff in those roles, and in indirect advocacy services, we have 26%. So we've been very intentional in bringing on Indigenous staff. I think it's critically important for young people when they're working with somebody to see themselves reflected in that role and to give them a sense that they can do that too. And so it is critically important. I also note that there's only about 5.7%, according to Stats Canada, of those age 15 and up that are in the labor force in Alberta that are Indigenous. So I think that we're making huge strides. If there's only 5% in the labor force, and I have 20% of my staff, and we'll continue to do that work.
And do you have a follow-up?
If I may. Yep. Thank you very much. Appreciate the information. And I know I asked it last year. I just think it's important to emphasize that while I certainly appreciate the cultural rooms and stuff, I think making sure we have people that are from these communities or Indigenous is important, which leads me to my second question. You asked for a request of $130,000 for youth and community engagement year over year for an increase. I was just wondering if you might be able to tell me when you discussed, you mentioned the Northwest Youth Council Day, which I think is fantastic and certainly very important. In terms of community, just to be specific, are you saying that Indigenous people as a whole, or are there specific First Nation communities that you're working with? And the reason I ask that is I just think there's sometimes a different environment in terms of our big cities end up, getting a bottleneck of kids maybe that came from off-reserve, but I was just wondering how much direct First Nations community involvement you have, or if you have any specific examples of, working with some of the chiefs or leaders in this front, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure. Well, we are heading out to Enoch in January. We've been down to Blood. We go across the province, so I have personally been to Fox Lake, Slave Lake, Saddle Lake. We've done a fair bit out in Alexis. Cold Lake. I've been to Cold Lake for bringing their children home for a celebration. It's important that we not focus solely in Edmonton and Calgary. And so I have written to the Chiefs and Council offering to come out as they prepare to take on their own child welfare legislation. I believe strongly in the right for First Nations to take care of their own children. If there's any way I can support that, whether it's about sharing our learnings over 35 years of doing advocacy, but I'm certainly not telling anybody what to do. If they ask, I will ask how I can help, not what I think they should do. And yes, we have two Indigenous consultants we have one in the south, one in the north, who go out to all those communities and do presentations and try to facilitate me getting out there. Our advocates go out to community, or investigators. If there's a death from a community, they go out and meet with folks there. We certainly don't ask them to come to us.
And MLA Deck.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you again to Madam Pelton and Doe for your responses so far. 3.1% doesn't seem on the face of it, given the inflationary times we're in, given the increases in costs and the increase in need that your office faces, doesn't seem on the face of it as though it's a number that's reaching for the stars. It seems as though it's been very carefully considered, and you've already taken a pretty sharp pencil to your budget and looking at what you could absolutely get by with to try to satisfy the need, that the increasing need your office is anticipating. Given some of the comments made by members opposite in the government caucus so far, it seems as though there may be a direction on their side to perhaps rein in increases here. And I'm wondering, as you mentioned earlier, if indeed your budget request wasn't approved, you would have some very hard decisions to make about what would be cut. And I'm wondering if indeed, you know, as the song says, the first cut is always the deepest. What would be first in mind if you ended up having this committee decide that 3.1% wasn't acceptable by the majority government decision? Would it be Indigenous lawyers that would be the first to be cut? Would it be community engagement activities? What have you in mind as far as the priorities of things that would have to be cut in order to meet a reduction beyond the 3.1 that you asked?
Thank you. Well, we've started those conversations. I certainly didn't walk in today anticipating that it would be a simple brushstroke of the pen that you would approve my estimates. I think what we would do first is look at those services that aren't front-facing direct service delivery or mandated. Well, they're all mandated, but so probably community engagement would be the first area that we would have to look at shifting our focus maybe to doing fewer presentations, going to fewer communities. Investigations, I'd have to consider, so we have two types of reports, mandatories and systemics. Mandatories have to be released publicly within a year. In the last year and a half, we've been releasing all of them within a year. We may have to, it may take longer to do some of the systemics because it's not a requirement to do them within a year. It will really be some very difficult decision-making because I think when I'm seeing the youth engagement really flourishing and the young people are in our office, we've got workspace for them. They contribute to hiring panels, their energy, and they know their lives better. It's been a long time since I was a young person. So that would be those. I'm not going to cut the advocates working directly with young people to have their voices heard. I can't do that. So I'd have to figure out from there. And to be brutally frank, when we were preparing our estimates a month ago, I was going to ask for 3.8%. And I think we needed to have further conversations about what is the barest minimum that we can manage to continue to grow and provide the best service possible for these young people, and that's how we ended up at the 3.1%.
Perfect. Do you have a
quick
follow-up?
follow-up? Yeah, just quick follow-up. A little bit of a personal question related to my role as the Shadow Minister for Transportation and Economic Corridors, having to do with the transportation funding. I was looking in your budget request to see where funds might have been allocated to actually get young people to where they need to be. They don't have cars in many cases of transportation, and of course we don't have a bus service in intercity since Greyhound disappeared 6 years ago in this province, and there's really a hodgepodge or a patchwork of bus transportation intercity in rural areas, which many of your Indigenous clients live in rural areas, as well as in the city. The city of Edmonton just renewed its commitment to transportation subsidy, but I'm wondering, given the fact that there may be a need for transportation subsidy or cost provision for young people to get to these lawyer appointments and other services you provide, is there budget allocation? Where does that fit into your budget? And is there a specific sort of line item or area that you can point to?
We tend to go to where the young people are, and so it fits into our staff transportation travel costs. The actual costs for young people to get to appointments should be borne by Children and Family Services and organized by their caseworkers. We aren't that decision maker or that frontline service delivery, but in a pinch we can help get young people to where they're going, but generally we go to them and our lawyers are expected to go to them.
Excellent. And with 1 minute, MLA Lovely.
Well, I think I'll just stretch this out a little bit, if possible, and say thank you so much for the tremendous work that you do, because I can't say my question in 1 minute, but I'm grateful for the work that you do and the positive impact that you have on young people. It's very difficult work that you do, and just want to express my gratitude for that. Thank you. So with that, I don't know how many seconds I have left, but I'm grateful for the whole team It's the season of giving, and I would like to just say I love working with all of you, and I'm very grateful to represent the people for the Camrose constituency.
Excellent. Well, that pretty much takes it right to the wire. Terry, with 30 seconds left approximately, any last closing comments? Floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much for having me today, and I appreciate the time and the questions. I know it's not easy to make the decisions that you have to make, and so I do appreciate your time. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much for that. And we'll move on to our next presenter here because we're that efficient. So we have the Office of Information and Privacy Commissioner, and we'll just allow folks to change chairs. I don't think that we need to do reintroductions unless we need to at the table for Diane. I'll leave that to you once you get settled in. Well, actually, we'll just do that. We'll do quick introductions. So I'm Shane Getz in the chair, MLA Laxton and Parkland. Go around the room to my right.
Good morning, I'm Scott Sinclair, the MLA for Lesser Slave Lake.
Good morning, Brandon Lunty, MLA for Leduc Beaumont.
Nolan Dick, MLA for the incredibly entrepreneurial Grand Prairie.
Jackie Lovely, MLA for the Camrose constituency.
Morning, Lauren Dack, MLA for Edmonton McClung.
Good morning, Janet Aramenko, MLA Calgary Curry.
Good morning, I'm Trafton Koenig, Law Clerk.
Good morning, Jody Rempel, Committee Clerk.
And we'll go online. I see MLA Chapman. Please introduce yourself.
Good morning, MLA Amanda Chapman, Calgary Beddington.
And I see MLA Shepherd. It feels like musical squares here a little from my perspective. So go ahead, MLA Shepherd.
Good morning, David Shepherd, MLA for Edmonton City Centre.
And I see MLA Van Dyken. Go ahead and introduce yourself, sir.
Yeah, good morning. It's Glenn Van Dyken, Athabasca Barhead Westlock constituency.
So for everyone's benefit here, now that we're reset and in the chamber and recalibrated, I'd like to welcome Diane McLeod, the Information Privacy Commissioner, along with her staff this morning for this morning's meeting. I'd like to thank you for providing your budget in advance so we could go over it as committee members and have that chance to soak on it. So you'll have better questions, I anticipate, today because of that, so really appreciate that. I know that the introductions, Bill 33 and 34, change things a little bit for you here as well. Your presentation, 20 minutes if you can, and that'll allow us some time for questions and answers back and forth. And with that, I would turn it over to you for introductions on your team, yourself, and then the floor is yours after that.
Good morning. That was a lightning round of introductions, so I think I know all of you anyways, so it's nice to see everybody again. And yes, I'm Diane McLeod. I'm the Information and Privacy Commissioner of Alberta, and with me I have Carolyn Stelmack, my Assistant Commissioner, Case Management, and Chris Stinner, my Assistant Commissioner, Strategic Initiatives and Information Management. So with that, I'll proceed with my presentation today. So it's a pleasure to be here today to present the estimated budget for the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner for 2025-26. I want to start by stating that I'm asking for an increased budget. My comments today will explain our work, responsibilities, and current workload, demonstrate how we're already streamlining processes for efficiency and good service, show that the new Access to Information Act, or AIA, and the Protection of Privacy Act, or PPA, will require increased resources and budget. Your decision in this regard will be key to our ability to meet our challenges ahead. Next slide, please. Do we have the slides up?
Having a couple technical difficulties here, so members,
we don't really need the slides.
Yeah, I believe everyone did their homework, and they
Okay.
have their packages with my hair paper rustling, so I'm assuming that that's what they're doing and flipping through, so if you can continue, that would work out great, and if members, if you're okay with...
Do you have the slide decks in paper, so I could point you to them on the way, or shall I just read?
Just read, and we'll let the members keep up as best as they can. Thank you.
Okay, so what we do. The Information and Privacy Commissioner is responsible to monitor compliance with Alberta's existing access and privacy laws by public bodies under the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act, or the FOIP Act, health custodians under the Health Information Act, or the HIA, private sector organizations under the Personal Information Protection Act, or PIPA. These laws establish Albertans' rights regarding the collection, use, disclosure, and protection of their personal and health information, and they provide a right of access to this information. They also impose duties on public bodies, custodians, and organizations to protect this information. Privacy rights have been recognized by courts at all levels as quasi-constitutional because personal and health information are essential to our identity as human beings. The FOIP Act provides a right of access to public records. Access to information is an essential component of the ability of citizens to exercise their democratic rights by holding government to account for decisions made. The OIPC reviews public body refusals to provide access to a record or information when requested, investigates complaints about potential violation of privacy laws, conducts inquiries or reviews of complaints, reviews and comments on privacy impact assessments or PIAs, and reported breaches submitted by custodians, public bodies, and organizations. And we make decisions about time extension requests and about whether a public body can disregard an access request. The Commissioner also comments on the administration of the acts and on access or privacy implications of proposed legislative schemes or programs. We educate the public about the acts and their rights, and we conduct research. So I'll talk a little bit about the teams that we have and the work that they do. I have 52 staff to carry out the work of my office. 47 positions are filled and working out of our Edmonton and Calgary offices as part of 6 teams. So our first team that I'll talk about is the case resolution team. This team works to settle requests for reviews of access requests and privacy complaints. The majority of these cases are settled by this team. They also try to resolve informal commissioner-led investigations. In 23-24, this team settled 86% of these kinds of files, the highest percentage ever. The team began 24-25 with 917 active files and have since added another 622 for a total of 1,539 files. This team has 9 senior information and privacy managers, or SIPMs as I'll refer to, who together can manage a caseload of about 528 files per year. As of November, this team had a backlog of about 816 files. In 22-23, it took about 18 months to settle a file or move it to inquiry. A new process was launched last April to improve timelines. It includes gatekeeping to clarify issues with applicants or complainants and the relevant body, followed by verbal discussions to try to settle issues. The new process has led to a reduction in the number of cases and in cases transitioning to inquiry. As our staff improve their settlement skills and as public bodies grow their confidence and cooperation in the new process, we will continue to improve our timelines and eliminate our backlog. Next, I'll talk about the adjudication team. This team conducts inquiries into matters not settled by the case resolution team. This team of 5 adjudicators is currently able to issue approximately 75 orders per year. The average number of files transitioning from case resolution to adjudication has been approximately 140 per year over the past decade. However, the case resolution team was successful in settling most matters in 23-24, and only 30 files went to inquiry, and we hope to see this downward trend continue. As of November, the adjudication team backlog is about 186 files. It currently takes about 2 to 3 years for an order to be issued from the time a file is received by this team. The compliance support team reviews breach reports submitted under the acts. It also reviews and comments on PIAs submitted by public bodies, custodians, and organizations. And it takes on some of the more technical, informal commissioner-led investigations. This team carried over 3,541 cases from 23-24. 2,539 files of those are reviews of mandatory privacy impact assessments submitted under the Health Information Act. 916 are breach notification files. The 8 SIPMs in this team average about 1,500 PIA and 770 breach file closures per year. As of November, their backlog is about 5,104 files. In early 2024, the PIA and breach procedures were reviewed. Changes were made to streamline this work and reduce the backlog. We've already seen improvements and we expect more. Even so, we anticipate this team will continue to have a backlog. The investigations team carries out formal commissioner-led investigations, including for potential offenses. 2.75 team members do this work. As of November, this team had 12 investigations underway. In early 2024, 11 potential offense files were referred to this team for investigation. These breach files involved 11 affiliates of custodians and affected more than 4,000 individuals whose health information may have been accessed for inappropriate purposes. We did not have the resources to investigate these potential offenses, and I reference some of these cases on page 10 of my annual report if you'd like to learn more about them. The investigations team is not in a backlog, but has limited capacity to take on additional investigation files, including for potential offenses. The legal team is comprised of general counsel, litigation counsel, and a case specialist. General counsel does the contract work of the office, advises staff on interpretations of the acts, instructs external counsel, and supports the legal needs of the commissioner and the office. Litigation counsel represents the office on less complex judicial reviews and assists the commissioner in decisions about requests to disregard. The case specialist makes time extension decisions and helps litigation counsel prepare for judicial reviews. External counsel is retained for more complex judicial reviews and other litigation. The budget for this has been $190,000 per year over the past 6 years. Due to the number of judicial reviews we have each year, this budget is generally exhausted. As of November, there are 19 judicial reviews underway. During 23-24, there were 213 requests for time extensions. In 23-24, there were 7 requests to disregard, which is about average year over year. While there is no backlog for the work of this team, they are at capacity for their workload. 2 SIPMs perform the work of the engagement team together with the Assistant Commissioner, Strategic Initiatives and Information Management, and myself. The team assists the Commissioner in meeting her education, comment, and research mandates. In 23-24, the team developed and began implementing our engagement strategy. That year was very busy. In January, we launched a stakeholder engagement plan for the innovative technology development sector. The team met with stakeholders, researchers, and startups and began engaging with small businesses and organizations working on the development of innovative technology, including AI. The team engaged with schools on their use of technology and participated in a global privacy sweep where we assessed educational apps used in Alberta schools for deceptive privacy-related practices. The team worked with the Commissioner to prepare comments and recommendations for potential amendments to the acts, including conducting stakeholder and public surveys about potential amendments to the Health Information Act. Due to the nature of this team's work, they are not in a backlog. Their work is prioritized. Meeting our goals. Our business plan 25-28 updates our progress in meeting our goals. For Goal 1, Priority 1, we are working toward tackling backlogs, and we will continue this work over the next 3 years. For Goal 1, Priority 2, we established the foundation to transform our office to a digital environment by setting up Microsoft 365 and Azure Tenant and implementing MS Teams for staff. We will continue to work on our forms online moving forward. Work on 2 forms is nearly complete. Use of online forms will provide us with the information necessary for our work and enable auto-population of our case management system. This will free up 6 intake staff to do more substantive work rather than just data entry. We are in the process of implementing our secure file transfer application. This app will allow us to send files more efficiently and securely over the internet and should eliminate more cost to paper, mail, and courier. For 25-28, we will create online forms for all of our process, requests for reviews, breach reporting, complaints, and PIA submissions. We will also create an engagement platform to better support compliance with the laws. For Goal 2, I shared our progress in meeting the 2 priorities for this goal when describing the work of our engagement team. We are on track to meet our deliverables identified in this goal. For Goal 3, both priorities were worked on in 23-24, and we are on track to meeting the deliverables for this goal as well. Because we anticipate all 3 laws to be amended or replaced over the next 3 years, we added a 4th goal to our business plan for this year, guiding the implementation of new access and privacy laws. For this goal, we identified 4 activities. Identify the impact on the OIPC from these amendments or new laws. Help public bodies, organizations, and custodians understand and implement the changes or new laws. Enforce compliance according to the Commissioner's powers under these new or amended laws, and educate the public about the changes and their rights. I want to move on now to discuss our expected workload. We anticipate it will be significantly increased when PPA and AIA are proclaimed in force, which we understand may be next spring. Under the AIA, there will be an increased number of requests for a review due to increased carve-outs and exceptions in the Act, new authority for public bodies to disregard requests, extend timelines, and abandon requests, the interpretation and operationalization of definitions and provisions related to access requests. This will increase the caseload for case resolution and adjudication. We expect increased work for the legal team as well, because the disregard and time extension reviews will be expedited to the Commissioner for decision-making, and this team supports this work. Under the PPA, we expect an increased number of privacy complaints due to new collection, use, and disclosure authorities in regard to data matching, expanded collection, use, and disclosure authorities under the common or integrated program or activity provisions, and breach notices. This work will add even more to the caseloads of case resolution and the adjudication teams. There will be more PIAs and mandatory breach notifications and potential requests to review privacy management programs. There is an average of just over 1,800 PIAs received per year under the Health Information Act, which is mandatory. Only 7 are received under the FOIP Act. We don't anticipate the number of PIAs submitted under the PPA to parallel the volume that we receive under the HIA, but we do expect to receive hundreds of PIAs per year under that Act. Self-reported breaches, we receive about an average per year under the HIA and about 342 under PIPA, which both have mandatory breach notification, and only 59 from public bodies, which is voluntary. We expect to receive about 200 or more breach reports per year when the PPA mandatory breach notification provisions go into effect. There will be more investigations stemming from breach notifications and more potential offense investigations due to breach notification, lower thresholds, and more offense provisions. This will impact the work of the case resolution and compliance support teams on informal investigations and the work of the investigations team for formal investigations, including for potential offenses. Under both laws, there is a 188 business day timeline for us to complete a review with one equal time extension possible. As I said, it currently takes about 18 months to try to settle a request for review and another 2 to 3 years to complete an inquiry. All provisions will need to be freshly interpreted. This will take time. The impact of the timelines and the need for fresh interpretations will be a significant challenge for case resolution and adjudication teams. It is likely that there will be an increase in the number of judicial reviews generally, and because of the inability of the Commissioner to compel certain kinds of records, and the requirement to complete an inquiry within 180 business days after receiving the request for review. In prior years, when we were subject to completing an inquiry within 90 days, we were challenged on lost jurisdiction when we did not meet our timelines. 10 of 18 orders were issued about timelines, and they all went to judicial review, the 10, just to be clear. One went to the Supreme Court of Canada, which cost us over $200,000. Due to our backlogs and lack of adequate resources to conduct our work, including our new work under the AIA and PPA, we expect that we may find ourselves in a similar situation if we are unable to meet the new timelines. A conservative estimate is that we may be judicially reviewed on timelines about 10 times in the next few years. Internal counsel will be able to address about half, with the other sent to external counsel, which costs about $60,000 per judicial review, which equals $300,000. For privilege-related reviews, a conservative estimate is 3 judicial reviews per year, which is about $180,000. I will now move on to the Statement of Operations from 23-24. The office returned $473,549 of the approved budget to the Legislative Assembly. This amount is comprised of several vacant positions that we did not fill during that fiscal year. We have filled most of them now. Salaries, wages, and employee benefits make up about 83% of our operating budget. In 23-24, staff received 2 pay increases amounting to either 4.5% or 5.5%, depending on whether the employee is in management or not. Our legal counsel positions received between 6.9% and 7.7%. In 24-25, staff received another 2 pay increases increases amounting to either 6 or 7%. All increases are in line with the Government of Alberta Public Service increases. Okay, I've structured my budget to reflect the minimum amount that I believe we will need to carry out operations and achieve the goals in my business plan. My budget estimate for 25-26 is $11,382,044, which represents a 30.6% increase compared with the current fiscal year. I appreciate that this is a significant increase over last year's budget. The bulk of the increase is associated with our new responsibilities under the AIA and PPA. To meet our responsibilities under the Acts, we will require 8 new FTEs. The case resolution and compliance support teams need 1 more CIPM each to assist with increased reviews, PIAs, and self-reported breaches. The investigations team needs 2 CIPMs to focus on offense investigations. 1 adjudicator and 1 registrar are needed in the adjudication team to assist with increased inquiry work. 1 legal counsel is needed for the legal team to assist with the expedited review work, and this position is also necessary for succession planning for my general counsel. We will require 4 one-year term FTEs to help us clear out our backlogs in case resolution, compliance support, and adjudication. We also require 1 project manager to help us prepare for the implementation of the new acts and for our ongoing project work. Even with these new FTEs, we will struggle to meet our obligations under all 4 acts. Due to the anticipated increase in judicial reviews, as I explained, we will also require an increase of $300,000 to our legal contract budget. The other increase to our personnel dollars consists of salary increases initiated by the Public Service Commission in both 24-25 and 25-26. Our technology services budget has increased by $89,000 due to increased service costs, but we were able to offset most of this increase by reducing our projects and security budget. In 25-26, we anticipate seeing cost reductions in our operations as we phase out old technology, such as desk phones, flip phones, and Xerox rental equipment, which will balance out some of our operational costs going forward. And we will continue to look for cost savings wherever we can. With that, I thank you for the opportunity to present to you today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. Speaking list, I have Dick Lovely and Aramenko. Go ahead, MLA Dick.
Well, thank you so very much. It's always great to see you. We've seen each other a little bit recently with different committees, so it's good to see you. I just want to, well, looking at the budget documents, you've explained the needed increase, but just for contract services, what sort of tasks are outsourced versus what can be handled internally? And can these things be handled internally instead of outsourcing? Because there is significant extra cost for outsourcing. I would assume, based on being able to handle it internally.
That's a good question. Yes, so we have currently outsourced. I have my communications manager is a contract position. I have a person supporting our engagement work that's on contract position. We have our technology services budget that we spend quite a bit of money. And of course, I referenced the legal counsel that we use for judicial reviews that are more complex. We do have a legal counsel internal that we added about 5 years ago, I think is approximately when that position was added to handle more of our judicial reviews. So to answer your question about what can be brought in-house, we have talked about looking at our technology services as an area that perhaps we could bring more in-house, which would reduce the costs of the services that we receive, and that's a pretty considerable amount of my budget as well. Legal counsel, I think we would potentially, we could bring on another legal counsel to do some of that work, but some of it is very complex, and when it goes up to the Supreme Court of Canada, for example, we may need that support in any event.
Follow-up?
I do have a follow-up. I guess I'm still struggling with when we split one single piece of legislation. I'm still struggling with the amount of extra work that you guys are anticipating. So can you just maybe dive in just a little bit further on what that would look like? Because splitting an act into 2 for clarity's sake, to me, I'm struggling to see how that's going to add extra work when we've clarified a lot of these things. So can you just once again dive in a little bit deeper for me on this?
I did cover it off in my presentation, but I'm happy to have more conversation about it. So yes, the FOIP Act was split, but there was several provisions added. And the PPA in particular changed quite dramatically from what was the privacy provisions in the FOIP Act. So if I first talk about Bill 34, which is the AIA, so I reference the fact that there's new carve-outs for cabinet confidences in Section 4, and then we have more exceptions set out in Section 27 to the right of access to certain cabinet confidences, and that's been expanded. What that means is there'll be more refusals of information, which will generate more reviews. The other thing that we think will have a significant impact is the shift from the decision-making by my office for time extensions and refusals to heads of public bodies. So now the heads of public bodies are making decisions about time extensions and refusals. In addition to that, under the FOIP Act, Section 55 sets out 2 circumstances where the commissioner can determine whether or not to refuse a request, and it's a pretty high threshold. There are now 5 in the new piece of legislation, which means there will be more reviews as a result of the exercise of that authority, and I expect that it will be used. The other thing is that the access to information process to get in the door has changed under the AIA, and the changes means that more requests may be abandoned or disregarded. So that again will lead to more reviews. So that's the other thing too that I mentioned that I don't want to forget, and I'm just going to get both of you to clarify that I haven't missed anything, is the timelines. So now we're subject to 180 business days to complete our reviews. We are nowhere near that right now. As I said, it's taking we're getting better at it. We're reducing the timelines. We've been working really hard at that process, but it does take time to implement that change. But we are in a backlog. We will not meet those timelines when it is imposed on us. So that's why I'm trying to get more resources now, the temporary resources to do our best to clear out that backlog, an additional resource, which I don't even think will be enough when we start dealing with those things, because we will not be able to meet the timelines, which will lead to judicial reviews. We will certainly try our best, don't get me wrong, but without more resources, we will not be able to do it.
Okay, MLA Lovely.
Looking at the annual report, I note the concerning issue of a spike in reporting of abandoned health record cases. As noted in the Commissioner's preamble in the report and highlighted on page 31 of the report, this issue affects not only the security of the health records in question, but also the individuals unable to access their health information for their ongoing treatment and care. Page number 33 shows well over half of the cases opened by legislation in 24 were under the Health Information Act. What do these abandoned health record cases look like, and how is your office working to address these sorts of cases? And also I noted that the report indicated these cases require more time to resolve than some other types of cases. What does the timeline look like for abandoned health record cases as compared to other types of cases?
Thank you for the question. I'm very happy to speak to the abandoned health record issue. So let me start by saying that our office is not resourced for these kinds of investigations. The issue with abandoned health records is that there is a gap in the Health Information Act that makes custodians accountable for records once they cease being a custodian or practicing. So what we're seeing is doctors, in the cases that we're talking about here, leaving their practice and leaving records behind. In some cases, it's inadvertent, but we have to track down the custodian. They're retired. We got to find them. We got to figure out who the successor custodian, if there is one. We have to work with the landlord and try and ensure that they maintain the security of the records so that they're not, further breached. And in the one case that we dealt with, it was a medical clinic here in Edmonton. 15 physicians abandoned their office, and thousands of records were left behind. So it took 5 of my staff members to go over there, go through all of the records that they had, go through all the medical equipment that was left behind. We're working with many doctors, many lawyers, landlords. At certain points, they were threatening to remove the records and auction them off. And, it took all that we had to get them to stop doing it. Eventually, I think we found all the successor custodians, and the legal counsel took over the records and worked with the custodians to deal with all the records. So, and that took a significant amount of time, and I would say that was over a year, that particular case, and that took one of my resources for the entire year. So it is significant. We have cases now, same kind of thing. Records abandoned all over the office. And the landlord is it's been a year now, and we've been trying to sort this out with the custodian who has disappeared.
Psychiatric records.
And their psychiatric records. So it's a really serious issue. We've talked to government about it. We've met them. They know what the issue is. I've recommended changes to the Health Information Act to fill the gap, ensure that accountability continues, notwithstanding the fact someone may not be a custodian by virtue of their not being a regulated member. And there's other laws in Canada that actually have filled this gap. So in the meantime, our office is stuck handling these cases without any resources to deal with them because it's not part of our mandated obligations. So it's a significant issue, and we're seeing it more and more, and it's happening more and more in relation to electronic medical records as well.
Follow-up. MLA Armichael.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here, and really appreciate a very fulsome annual report and business plan and presentation. Your system is one in tremendous flux, and I can only imagine what Bills 33 and 34 are contributing to some of that, especially when, you know, there's still a lot to come out in the regulations as well. And so I appreciate that drafting some of this stuff does require a bit of a crystal ball. The number, though, is certainly significant when we're looking at the increase. I want to start off on those 8 new FTEs that you've identified. I think you've really adequately spoken to the 4-term FTEs that you're looking to hire to address what is quite a stark backlog. 816 is an awful lot. But on to the 8 FTEs, is this hiring more of what you currently have to accommodate simply a substantial increase in the volume of existing types of items that come to your office, or is there actually a new capacity that you need to hire to address the new legislative environment?
A little bit of both, actually.
Okay.
You know, so what we're trying to do is make sure that we're staffed adequately to deal with the volume that we anticipate under the new pieces of legislation, including the PPA, because we have mandatory breach notification and some of the other things that I mentioned. So that, and quite frankly, even though that number is large, I really had to pick carefully as to what I thought we could possibly do with the minimum amount of FTEs. So we need, you know, 1 in each of the areas, 2 in the offense area, because like I said, we're not even investigating offenses at the moment. And Minister Glubish has said this is the strongest privacy protection in all of Canada, and what he meant is that the offenses are strong, but those offenses are meaningless if we can't investigate them. So that's why I've asked for 2 investigators to focus on offenses, because we're already not doing it under the Health Information Act anymore either, because we don't have the capacity to do that. So that's a significant problem. And then in addition, I talked about, you know, the 4 FTEs. We're just trying to get people in. We've tried the contract route. We just have not had success with our contractors, so we thought maybe with term positions, we might get more interest. And then we have the ability to, you know, work with somebody full-time over a period of a year to really try to get that backlog cleared out. The other thing that I didn't mention, which I will mention now, is the Personal Information Protection Act is under review. We expect changes there that will create more volume for us as well. The Health Information Act is also under review. So all of these things are happening. We have no idea whether or not the Health Information Act is actually going to be amended and go into force next spring, but we've been told it might. So we haven't even factored in that work. We are solely looking at what we know is coming at us with the AIA and PPA.
Thank you. That does address a question I think that we'll have throughout the days around the kinds of demands on the resources of offices as a result of legislative reviews, whether they're scheduled or otherwise. So really appreciate that. If I may, I have a follow-up. Just a good segue from in that note around contract services. In that same supplies and services category, in materials and supplies between forecast and budget, there was quite a high variance last year between budgeted and forecast, as well as 23-24. The offer that you've got in the estimates today are quite in line with those budgeted amounts, but that were exceeded quite significantly by the end of the year. I'm curious if do you have a sense of whether those increases may apply once more when we actually get into the fiscal for 25-26?
No, I'm confident that the budgeted amounts are accurate. The reasons why they fluctuate is because depending on where we're at with things, we may have to spend money in different places. So, you know, sometimes if we have an excess budget, we'll spend additional money on technology, for example, things that we can use to improve our workflow. So that's why the budget fluctuates here and there. But the budgeted amount is what I intend to spend unless things change. And with this particular budget, I don't expect that we'll have any room to wiggle.
And just for members here that are in the room and online, if you're asking or wondering why we might have not a back and forth approach, the chair has tried to take anyone who's getting their attention, the chair's attention. I'm throwing you on the list. If it becomes too imbalanced, then I'll take chair's prerogative to try to balance it out. So MLA Eremenko, you had 2 in a row, but I've also got 3 more in the hopper. So did you want to switch back and forth, or did you want to do your 2 in a row?
Oh, I'll take another one if I may. Yeah, that would be great. I'll try to make it really quick and I'll be succinct here. I want to raise some points around the Health Information Act that you reference in the business plan and also in your annual report. You reference that you are unable to investigate all of the Health Information Act offenses, potential offenses, as a result of resource constraints. Do you have a sense of how many are coming in that you are not equipped to respond to? If you were adequately resourced on that particular front, how many more investigations could be done to say yes to those potential offenses that actually had merit?
So the way we get notified about offenses under the Health Information Act is through the breach notification generally. So a custodian is required to report breaches, so we learn about breaches that are coming in the door. Things that are egregious, certain types of breaches that affect large numbers of people. We had one case where there was actually money extortion happening. We had false COVID vaccination, data entry. Again, these are serious breaches. And we had, I think it was 11 of them, I think I reported in my report, that came over to our investigations team. There were 11. We have 2 people, at that time, we had 2 people. We could not investigate 11 offenses. We are within a time frame too on offenses. We have 2 years in order to complete that offense investigation and hand it over to Crown, and we simply couldn't do it. So my answer to that was to conduct a systemic investigation, considering most of those breaches involved a particular custodian, and so I chose to look at it from that standpoint, so at least we could look at what was happening, but all of those people would never be held accountable as a potential violator of the legislation, which is really unfortunate.
Thank you. Well, then my follow-up question is really going to be brief. If you don't get the increase that you have set before us today, what impact will the cuts have, and where will the cuts be made?
Well, if I didn't get the increase today, so number one, I would need to ensure I had enough increase to cover my staff salary increases that are imposed essentially by the Alberta Public Service. We actually were not notified about one last year, and we had to find money in our budget somewhere else to cover off the increase. So that was an unexpected expense, but we were able to deal with it. So that would be something that would be necessary. We would be at status quo. So we would be in backlog. We would not be able to perform our functions appropriately under the AIA and PPA. And the enforcement and monitoring purposes of the legislation would be defeated because our office would not be able to deliver on our mandates.
Excellent. I have MLA Lovely, Dick, and then Lunty with approximately 9 minutes left.
Looking at page 51 of the report, I see a total of 679 files were resolved through settlement in 23-24, a reported increase of 69% compared to 22-23. I also note that the report indicates an increase in requests by applicants or complainants to have their matter expedited or to bypass the settlement process and go straight to inquiry. The report notes that 86% of the files that could proceed to inquiry were resolved through settlement. Can you highlight this process to the committee and the overall impact of resolving cases in this manner what it means for the process?
So I'll actually let my assistant commissioner, case management, speak to that process change. But one thing that you did mention in there is the request for expedited reviews, and yes, we've received many of them this year, and we do not have an expedited request review process simply because we think everybody's access request is important. That doesn't mean that we're not considering putting in some criteria, but to answer the rest of your question, I'll let my assistant commissioner, case management, speak to that.
Thank you. Yeah, so we've made some significant changes to our processes, and we implemented them in April of 2024, so we're just kind of brand new to this. but we have noticed that with our new gatekeeping, when things come into the office, we're having someone look at them, reach out to the applicant, speak to them about what we can do and what we can't do. And this has been really successful. It's closed down 25% of the cases before they proceed along in our process. So that's been a real big win we've seen in just 6 months. And yes, I'm very proud of that number of 83% going through settlement, because the last thing people need, it's long enough. They're taking 18 months. They do not want to get into the formal inquiry process of 2 to 3 years. So, you know, we're working hard with these new processes, trying to do things more informally, speaking on the phone, but it is a holistic type of change. It's not only requires a process change in our office, but also public bodies, custodians, and organizations also have to get used to this new system of where we need to have people on the phone talking with us and making decisions in order to improve those settlement processes. So 6 months is early days, but I'm pretty pleased with those numbers.
And follow-up?
Excuse me. I also note that your office has clearly outlined the timeline for conducting on review, and despite a rise in requests by applicants or complainants, you generally deal with files on a first-come, first-served basis. Is this process similar to others offices and jurisdictions across Canada?
I would say yes. Yeah.
That's it. Thanks.
And I had MLA Dick and Lunty, and Dick has waived, so it's over to Lunty. Yep.
Chair, I'm sorry, I thought we just agreed that we would be going 2 for 2 and alternating, and so I'm curious about why the members opposite get 3.
Yeah, I apologize. So we had folks raise their hands. We got you 2 in a row. So then it went over to here with 4 minutes remaining. I think we'll probably have one last question. We'll go back to you if you wish.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so with MLA Lunty, go ahead, please, and we'll come back to Araminko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You have to, and for everyone's attention here, you got to raise your hand so I can get you on the list, and the chair will do his utmost to balance it, but also understanding that there are more members on this side of the table than there. So that the chair will do his best to keep it as fair as possible, represent him. So go ahead, MLA Lunty.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that. Thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to maybe unpack a comment you made about contracted services not being effective, I think was what you said. I mean, that's obviously a fairly broad statement. I'm wondering if you might provide a little detail. Are you struggling with the procurement or maybe the oversight of that? And I think this is a pretty relevant question when you look at, you know, costs moving forward. Certainly wouldn't make assumptions on your part, but it sounds like you may have a preference for, you know, full-time employment over contracted services. So just wondering if you could maybe add a little light to the ineffectiveness of some of the contracting. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and thank you for letting me clarify my comment, because you're right, the way you just rephrased it to me does sound like it's very broad. What I was meaning, it is in relation to our case files. So we hired contractors to assist with reviews or privacy impact assessments, and we're just not getting the value out of those contracted services, which is why we decided to go with 4 term positions for those purposes, because we're really trying to get at those backlogs. All of our other contracted services are fine.
Thank you for that clarification.
Any follow-up? If not, it's going to Araminko. MLA Araminko, it's all yours.
I share some of your surprise and a bit of consternation that Bills 33 and 34 didn't make accommodations for automated decision-making. I hear in your office that you have really tried to bring more information online and more processes online to make for efficiencies in that process. But I wonder about the ability of your office to try and get ahead of massive technical innovations that are happening out in private organizations and within public bodies, and just what an iterative and shifting landscape that is. How well resourced and staffed do you feel your office is to accommodate what is an incredibly fast-moving, fast-paced environment and sector, where that has the potential to have unprecedented compromises in terms of our privacy and information?
Yeah, thank you, member, for the question. So certainly there is a tremendous challenge for us as a regulator to keep up with technology, as you know, society as a large. It is an aspect of this we're trying to do through our engagement work, where we try to engage with the innovative technology sector to be able to, well, stay in tune with technological developments, maybe improve our understanding of what these startup companies often are looking at, what areas they're working in, and the objective of the engagement, the hope is that we can talk to them, engage with them earlier on in the development process, so that we can attract their attention to privacy requirements, legal requirements in general, but specifically what we have oversight over. So yeah, does that answer your question?
Sure, yes, I think it certainly does. Glad to hear that engagement is underway. You mentioned algorithmic transparency, that as we try to find efficiencies within government, that increasingly we rely on those types of considerations. Do you expect for that space to become more complicated, both for your office and for Albertans writ large in the years to come?
Yes, so we're doing a number of things to try and connect with the technology sector, as Chris mentioned, but we are also, we recently conducted a study of, it was a survey of over 2,000 Albertans, and we asked them questions about the Health Information Act. We actually did ask questions specifically about artificial intelligence, and they were all concerned on all fronts. The development of it, the use of it, the transparency of it, their ability to opt out. They want to have rights associated with the use of that kind of technology. We also surveyed our regulated college members, and they too were quite concerned. And that's just one sector that we happen to have been out talking to. But even at a conference that I went to last year, it was a very technical, fantastic conference with robots. It was pretty amazing. But all of the techie people there all agreed that this needs to be regulated, and it needs to be regulated now.
Appreciate that. And we are out of time, and on that note with Terminator, etc., I too was at a number of conferences and seeing how fast that this is growing. I think it's not just our jurisdictions, it's a number that are trying to determine what is relevant for our areas, both in on a defense side. It has to be contemplated as well, also with the regulatory side, allowing that space to grow, but to make sure that we're not laggards, or that we do have some guardrails. So very interested for everyone's input in this, and to keep an eye on it for us. So with that, really appreciate your presentation. Thank you very much for your time. We'll be doing deliberations later on in the day on the budgetary amounts, obviously, with that, and you'll have written notice of that, of what the committee's decisions are. So with that, thank you very much for your time.
Very much to the committee, and if there's any further questions or clarifications, please feel free to reach out. I'm happy to provide more information as you proceed to make your decision today.
Appreciate that. And committee members, we'll take a quick bio break, and we'll be back here at 1:15 the hour. Does that work? All right, so with quick introductions, we'll do that so everyone's locked and loaded and settled in. Yeah, unanimous consent has been granted. MLA Shane Getson, the chair of the committee. We'll start with the introductions to my right.
MLA Scott Sinclair from Lesser Slave Lake.
Good morning, MLA Brandon Lunty from Leduc Beaumont.
Nolan Dick, MLA for the incredible constituency of Grand Prairie.
Good morning, Jackie Lovely, MLA for the Camrose constituency.
Morning, Lauren Dack, MLA for Edmonton McClung.
Good morning, Janet Aramenko, MLA Calgary Curry.
Oh, sorry, Jody Rempel, Committee Clerk.
And we'll just go online now. So again, back with the musical squares theme, I see MLA Chapman. You can introduce yourself, please.
Amanda Chapman, MLA Calgary Beddington.
I see MLA Shepherd.
David Shepard, Edmonton City Centre.
And I see MLA Van Dyken.
Yeah, good morning, Glenn Van Dyken, Athabasca, Barhead, Westlock. Thank you.
So committee, with that, I'm pleased to introduce to you and bring to the table our Office of the Auditor General. So Mr. Doug Wiley and your team, along with the staff here this morning with us. I'd also like to thank you for providing your budget in advance so committee members could have a chance to review that and hopefully have a little bit better questions here for you today. I'd also like to keep you, or have you keep your presentation to about 20 minutes, and then we'll allow the remainder of the time for questions, and we have you slotted from 10:15 until 11:15. So with that, sir, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. It's great to be here. And to my left, I'll introduce Lulu Eng, who is our Senior Financial Officer, and to my right, Patty Hayes, who is an Assistant Auditor General with the office. So, yes, Chair, so we will keep it brief. In advance of today, you should have received 3 documents from us: our results report for the year ended March 31, 2024, our business plan, and then, of course, a very brief document, which is the budget estimate document for 25-26, and I'll be referring to those in a couple of minutes. So from reading those documents, you will know what our office is about. I'm not going to spend any time going over what our mandate is, what we do, and why we do it. And further, I see that on the agenda later in the day, you have an area to actually approve, at least consider the approval of a budget. So I'm going to keep my presentation very brief and try and maximize the time, as you had suggested, Chair, that we can have a conversation about our budget. However, we would be pleased to answer any questions you may have relating to our results report or our business plan. So to start, I'm going to ask you to turn to page 1 of the estimate document, which is the very brief document. And on that, I just want to highlight for you where we're at right now. And you will see that we are forecasting a potential shortfall for the current fiscal year of about $460,000. As members may be aware, we received a $1.4 million reduction to our budget last fiscal year. And while we've done our best to manage and defer certain expenses to meet that budget, and we've done it through several factors. We've changed our staff mix. We've delayed the completion of certain audit work, and we've actually canceled an RFP for new audit software. But quite frankly, we're challenged to achieve the approved budget without further impacts to audits, and hence that's where we're at with this shortfall for 24-25. What that amount represents is a net increase from a general increase related to COLA, which is a staff adjustment, and that was consistent with all public sector employees. That amount, though, was offset by a reduced cost resulting from some staff mix changes that we made over the fiscal year. Also included in the shortfall amounts are additional fees to pay agents, our contracted service providers, for additional work, audit work resulting from reorganizations of those that we audit. Specifically, it relates to additional work required on the financial statement audit of Alberta Health Services. So at this time, Chair and committee members, we anticipate that we'll be returning to this committee in February with a supplementary budget request to address that shortfall. So I'm now going to turn on to our attention to our 25-26 budget request. And we have an overall increase of 2.9% compared to our 24-25 approved budget. That's what we're looking for, 2.9% overall increase. The details that make up that 2.9% are included on, again, in that budget estimate document that we have for you. And specifically on page 2 of that document, you'll see where we identify the variances from the approved budget of the committee. Essentially, it's comprised of salaries and employee benefits, which is a net increase of 1.6%. That request aligns with the annual merit increases that are consistent with the Alberta Public Service. It also reflects a lower overall base salary due to structural changes we've made over the past year in response to our budget. An agent and contracted services represents a net increase of 7.3%. This reflects the impact of agent price increases and changes to government organizations that we audit. And then, of course, there's changes related to our professional membership fees and development. That's a 14% increase. And that's really as a result of us hiring more junior staff. So our training and development cost for CPA students has gone up proportionally. And then we have a 7% reduction to our facilities and equipment expenses. Again, so all of those details come to the overall percentage increase that we're asking for of 2.9%. So those are the costs, but it's important to note what those resources are used for. And reading the documents, you will know that we do audits. We do financial statement audits, about 100 financial statement audits annually, as well as performance audit work. So over the year, just to give you an example of some of the work that we've done 13 AOIs, which is assessment of implementation work. That's where we follow up on previous recommendations. We did 97 financial statement audits. We've done significant performance audit work in the area of surface water management, the Alberta CA accounts, and then in November just this past November, we released another report where we reported on work related to highway maintenance contracts, processes to assess the affordable housing situation, analysis of annual performance reporting by school jurisdictions. And I just point out to the committee that that's the first time our office has done that type of work, where we've actually done work on the school authorities, and we looked at 101 performance reports, or 101 school authorities' performance reporting that's made public. So that was the first time we've done that as an office. We again looked at the travel, meal, hospitality, reporting on performance reporting, victims of crime, etc. We also plan for the 25-26 year, we want to carry on with work in the area of student accessibility at PSIs, child care subsidies, the benefit analysis related to the energy business arrangements. Of course, our DynaLife audit, we need to get that done. That's been delayed, and we need to finalize that, as well as work that we have been trying to get done on the opioid file as well. So those are some of the audits that have been identified and made public that we've talked to the auditees about. We actually have a list of 30 identified projects of work that we'd like to do. I just highlight that our work really, we're prioritizing on 3 areas. 1, performance reporting, accountability. 2, grants. And 3, contracts. So that's really the focus area. Why? Because they're important to the government and the organizations we audit. There's a significant spend on contracts and grants, and again, contracts are multi-year vehicles that impact performance, as I say, over a number of years. So that's the areas that we'll be focus on with respect to our work. Now, I do need to point out that a couple of important caveats with our budget request. It does not reflect any work on the 4 new provincial health organizations. It also does not include any budget amount for new audit software that we need to put in place. So let me give you a little context. Let me start with the government restructuring in the health sector. You may have assumed that my office would automatically be the auditor of the new health organizations. This is not the case. Under the Provincial Health Agency's regulation, it's an option for us to be the auditor and be subject to appointment by either the board or the minister. Without an official appointment and subsequent approval from this committee for additional budget allocation, we are unable to conduct the financial statement audit work in these healthcare organizations. And as you are aware, healthcare is a significant spend of the public sector, about $25 billion in Alberta. So it's a significant part of the accountability mechanism within our office. But in any event, we really don't know the scope of this work and these organizations yet, and we just simply cannot plan, and the estimates do not include any amounts for us auditing those organizations. So the costs of those are just simply not built into our budget at this point. So when and if we receive and are appointed auditor of these new healthcare organizations, we plan to be back to this committee again, looking for funding to do that work. But I'd have to stress it's not included in our estimate right now, the 2.9%. So let me move to the audit software renewal. So our office relies on software, as you can imagine, to complete our work accurately, effectively, and efficiently. Our software has reached obsolescence after good use. 25 years we've used the software. And as of December 2026, it will no longer be receiving any vendor support. So to avoid any critical disruptions to our operations, we will start the procurement process in February of 2025 to select a vendor for this new software replacement. We're in a similar situation to other jurisdictions, and some of the solutions that we're looking at are very similar to those in the private sector as well. So, again, we will be coming back to this committee when we have more information on the cost of that software, but we just don't know at this time when that would be. But that is not, again, included in our budget presentation or the amounts. Now, before I conclude, I do want to sincerely thank the staff of the office, and this is a message directed at them. I really do have to thank them for the work that they've done. This past year has been challenging. They've really gone beyond to get the work done. We do a lot of audit work under very, very tight timelines, and they've just done an incredible job stepping up, so I do thank them. And I also want to do something for new staff members who just received notification of their passing of the national exam of the CPA, and that's a significant, challenging exam, one of the most challenging exams in Canada, quite frankly. So I want to mention their names. These are individuals who passed the Common Financial Examination, and it's a national exam, and I'm going to do my best here, but I would like this in the record so that when they're grandparents, they can come back and look at the record and say, see, there I am, right? Anyway, Yared Bayin, Eugene Santiago, Long Jin, Evan Osland, Nilakshi Sarkar, and Rachel DeLuna. Congratulations to you on a job well done. So with that, Chair, I'm going to turn the time back to you and answer any questions that the committee might have. Thank you.
Appreciate that. And also, since we're all feeling gushy in the Christmas spirit and making sure those young folks are recognized for, I'm assuming they're younger folks and starting out in their career paths doing that, that they're in a good group. The Auditor General, we've had a few different conversations over the years here as well. of how you're building a good organization, a good culture within it. And with that comes some pitfalls of people poaching because they know it's a good talent pool. So from me to you and the members and those new folks that are stick with that team that you're in right now. It's going to pay dividends down the road. Don't leave us. We need you. And with that, I'll open up to the floor here for questions. I see MLA Chapman and then MLA Van Dyken. And for those in the room, I am taking the list again. So throw your hand up if you want the chair's attention. So with that, MLA Chapman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Auditor General and your office for being here today for your presentation and your thorough documentation submitted in advance. If I can just quickly go back to what you mentioned, how this budget request that you have in front of us does not reflect the work that may be required for the new health organizations. And is this for this is like a two-part question. Is this speaking just specifically to the financial audits rather than performance audits that you would need to require for these departments? And do you have an idea of what the additional cost would be to perform those the audits of those 4 new organizations, should the decision come that the Auditor General will be responsible for them?
Thank you for the clarification. It does relate to the financial statement audits, and no, I cannot arrive at an estimate. I would also point out that we use an agent on our work as well in this health sector. So we worked with them, and quite frankly, no, we just can't come up with a reasonable estimate. If we could, we would have included it in the budget.
And do you have a follow-up, MLA Chapman?
Sorry, it took me a second to find the mute there. So just follow up. So I think I understand this from your annual report, the breakdown between financial audits and performance audits. So it's 72% of your resources are directed to financial audits. I believe I'm correct in that. Will this change in, I know I'm asking you to speculate again, but would this change in adding these 4 new health organizations make a significant impact on what percentage of work or what work you might then have available to do performance audits? Or are you suggesting that you need to expand the scope completely, right? So that you would it's a whole new piece of work that you would be doing.
Well, let me deal with the percentage split to start with. So our target has been to do more performance audit work. We had a target of 65-35. Given our budget, we've actually had to change that. So you'll notice in the documents, we actually changed our target to 70-30. And you'll see that going forward in the estimate for 25-26 and beyond. So we are having to change our mix. So indirectly what that means is, yes, we will be spending more resources doing financial statement audits.
With that, MLA Van Dyken, the floor is yours for the question.
Hey, thank you, Chair. And I guess my question is with regards to the forecast for this current fiscal year. I see there, and you alluded to it during your presentation, the forecast overage or we're at 30,085,000. Budgeted amount 29,000 or 29,620,000. If your office is being forecasted to go over the cost, what is the obligation of the office to meet the budgeted number? Our job here is to ensure that taxpayer dollars are respected and that we have good understanding of these overages, and also whether or not there is any ability for the AG's office to go over the budget, and how that gets approved. I'm not sure how that gets approved. Maybe the AG understands how that gets approved, but if he could speak to that process.
Well, Chair and committee members, I'll do the best that I can. I've had some discussions with our council as well. I've asked Lulu to go back. This is a unique situation. We've never been put in a situation where we're actually going to be essentially coming up with a deficit. So I would suggest, though, that the normal protocol would be we have an approved budget. We're required to stay within that approved budget unless there is a supplemental estimate that would be provided by this committee, which would be essentially looking to increase, basically fund this deficit shortfall. If we do not receive that, I understand what would happen was then that we would be required to maintain the approved budget that this committee set last year, and we would have to manage those reduction in costs. Now, because some of those costs we've already paid, for example, COLA adjustments, just like all public sector employees have received, we've already made those payments. So in order to manage that deficit, what we would end up doing would be actually stopping audit work. We would actually have to stop payments to agents because there's no other way to do it. We have gone through in this budget preparation a line-by-line assessment of all of our expenditures, and if you look at those closely, you'll see that we are not spending a lot of money on our individual line items. The majority of our money is spent on staff and agents. So the direct answer, I believe, as best I understand right now, is we would have to stop paying agents within this fiscal year to ensure that we met the budget of the committee last year. And that would directly impact the audit opinions on financial statements. So our agents would not be able to issue an audit opinion to me, which would mean that I would not be able to issue an audit opinion to the board that we're reporting on, which presumably means that the board could not release their audited financial statements publicly, because in legislation that's what's usually required, is that the organizations release audited financial statements. So I guess in summary, we would as I understand it right now, we'd be required to meet the budget amount, which would mean we'd have to manage costs, which means we would stop paying agents within this fiscal year, which ultimately would mean an impact on further audits. That's the best I understand right now, Chair and committee member, through you.
Yeah, and maybe what I'll do at this point, I'll just jump in. I'll have Trafton at the table here explain the process of supplemental estimates, of how that works between the legislative offices and then the actual ministries themselves, and when we do the actual estimates for everything in that February timeline. So Trafton, if you want to walk us through that process, in the event of which we have an example here, that a office was unable to stay within the guidelines approved by the committee, guidelines, the approved budget. They've had a deficit shortfall in those areas, and how they essentially top that up without chewing into operational allowances to be able to do that. So in other words, to pay people to keep doing their job and keep the lights on, and then go to a supplementary for office supplemental to make that deficit position. So if you can walk us through that, please.
Sure, I'll be brief, just so I don't take up too much time, and I might also defer to our committee clerk, who can talk about the practice in the past. But my understanding is typically if officers will require more money than has been approved by the committee, they make a request by letter to the committee for supplementary supply, and that can be considered, and the committee would make a recommendation with respect to that, and I believe that has happened in the past, and Jody might want to speak about that. I also, one other quick thing though, is I have an understanding that Treasury Board and Finance does have some internal policies when we're talking about very small amounts, de minimis, to bridge those between fiscal years. So that is a question, for finance, but there are some ways of also dealing with smaller amounts of money to bridge between fiscal years that I can't really speak about, but I have an understanding that there are ways to sort of make that work. But Mr. Chair, with your permission, if the committee clerk wants to just confirm what we've done previously.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Trafton has certainly covered it well. I guess I would just add that it is in no way uncommon for officers to have to come before this committee with requests for supplementary estimates. And the process is reasonably straightforward. The officer advises the committee through the letter as a mechanism that they need to make this request. There may be a brief outline included in the letter. And then when a meeting is scheduled to consider the request, then of course more detailed information is brought forward. Most often, these requests do come in the fall, but again, there's definitely precedent for them coming at different periods within the last few years. I know we had the Information and Privacy Commissioner make a supplementary request for similar reasons. Some increases had been announced by the Public Service Commissioner, and her office was not in the position to absorb them, so she brought a request to the committee.
Perfect. So with that clarification, this is normal practice. It might be the first time for the Auditor General. It's happened in the past. Those are essentially contingency values that are set in there. From the chair's prior experience of running projects and those things, that's typically where you would have a contingency value in your overall budget. And when you're running that lean, this isn't uncommon. So it's actually a good thing to have when you're that tight. It shows some fiscal prudence there as well. With that, MLA Van Dyken setting the stage for you for your follow-up question.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to go to another line item, Chair, if I may, with regards to professional membership fees and development. I see another increase in that, and I need a little bit better understanding as to what is actually getting paid there. And is this an increase in the fee value, or is it an increase in the amount of members that are being covered in that value?
I'll ask Lulu to supplement, but I would suggest that the largest proportion of increase relates to our hiring of more junior staff, which are CPA students. And there are additional costs associated with hiring CPA students. We support them in their studies towards certification as a professional accountant. So when we have more students, there's increased costs associated with training and development of those students. And that is my understanding of the largest proportion of the increase, but I'm going to ask Lulu, who is the knower of all details, to provide some information.
Yeah, you're right, Doug. Just to add, the costs include student membership due, registration with CPA Alberta, and then their student CPA program costs like module fees, exam fees. Basically, these are the kind of variable costs attached with the hiring. When you hire a new student, and they're in the program, take 1 to 2 years to finish the study, and that's a cost really to that.
And I see MLA Chapman again, and I'm still keeping record here of the speaking list. If you throw your hand up, I'll put you on it, MLA. So MLA Chapman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, Mr. Wiley, so you had mentioned the $1.4 million reduction in the budget that came last year from the government majority committee. I don't have your historical financials in front of me, so I'm just wondering if you can give me some context on your $460,000 shortfall this year. Is this an issue that this office has faced regularly over the last 10 years, or would this be a very uncommon for you to have this big of a shortfall in a year?
Uncommon, as I was mentioning before. We've usually had surpluses where we would give money back at the end of the year. But Lulu, I don't know, you've been with us 25 years. How often have we had a deficit?
Almost none. It's like usually on budget, or we return money due to staff vacancies that are unable to recruit and retain people. That's a challenge we have.
And you have a follow-up there, MLA Chapman?
Thank you. I do. I just wanted to touch on something else that Mr. Wiley mentioned in his presentation, which was a delay on the Dynalife audit. And I'm just wondering if you could just give us a few more details on what that delay is, why it's happening. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm not going to get into a lot of detail. We will have a very comprehensive report when we're finalized, but essentially at the highest level, the delay is caused by access to information issues that we've been facing. So, but we've been working through those, and we're pressing on.
MLA Dick, you were next on the list.
Thank you so very much, Chair. We've talked a lot about just different, obviously different budget considerations here, but just internally, have you guys done an internal performance audit just to see where you guys are lining up compared to other legislative offices or other ministries? Just I would love to hear that, just where you guys are at. And because I know that we haven't cut your budget in the past, we've done an increase, I believe, every single year. So there has been increases, but then also what is for that performance side? How are you guys handling that internally?
Sure. Okay. Well, as this committee knows, during doing some cross-jurisdictional analysis is a little challenging. I know that the committee tried it last year, but we are constantly aware of what is happening in other jurisdictions, and we have a little bit of insight onto the nature of their operations and how they differ and how they are similar to ours. We're constantly benchmarking, so let me give you some examples. In the area of audits, our office, as I've mentioned, does about 100 audits a year. We're financial statement audits. We're third compared to other jurisdictions. So Canada has the most, Quebec has the second most, and we have the third largest volume of financial statement audits to do compared to other jurisdictions. If you look at the salaries of other jurisdictions, we are comparable to other jurisdictions. We're lower. In the majority of cases, our staff are paid lower than our counterparts across Canada. I do know that from recent information, and this isn't personal, but again, it's just done through our analysis and relations with our peers across Canada. Our office here, the Auditor General in Alberta, is paid about 25% less than Ontario and BC, just as an example. So we benchmark in a number of areas. And we also benchmark against private sector as well. One of the things that we do when we go through, and you were making reference to looking at increases over the years to our budget, but we also have a built-in governor. So when we are doing our budget, that governor is the charge-out rate. And because we use agents, we're very familiar with what the private sector model, what private sector firms are charging, because we pay those fees. We get a highly, highly discounted fee from the agents, so we're not even paying the market rate. But the governor is always, what's the impact of budget requests or increases to our budget that we're making on our charge-out rate? What we do is we prepare a fully loaded costed charge-out rate, which is essentially the full costs of the operations of our office. We put that into an hourly rate, and we compare the charge-out rate of our office compared to the private sector. And we are under, on average, I would say by about 10%. That varies, but that's the discounted rate. The market rate would be much lower than the private sector firms would be charging. So that's a governor that we use when we're preparing our budget, is what is the impact of the cost increase to our charge-out rate? And that's very similar to what private sector firms do, is they look to the marketplace to say, what can their customers bear in the way of increasing fees? So we're constantly benchmarking, remember, to both private sector because we work with them. We're in the same line of business, and we also benchmark to our friends across Canada as well. So we are very, very competitive, and the outputs that our office produces, again, this is not public information, so I'm not going to be sharing details, but the cost per output is extremely efficient in our office compared to other jurisdictions. I'll just stop there.
Perfect. And do you have a follow-up, Emily?
I do. Yeah. Can you just? I don't want to. I just want a little bit higher, broad view on the efficiency, because I think that's important too as well for us to understand. what are the points that you guys are looking at on the efficiency side to make sure you guys are hitting, similar to market, right? Market has the opportunity if you're not hitting your benchmarks, and I'm not saying this for you, but I'm saying market, all of a sudden a business shifts, they either reduce their price, so you don't necessarily have that. There's no competitor for you, so there's not really necessarily a fair market comparison. So but on the efficiency side, how have you guys gauged and benchmarked your efficiency internally in your guys' office? And broadly, I realize that some of this might not be public information, but broadly, how do you measure your efficiency internally?
Utilization rates. So essentially our costs are, as I said, the majority of them are people. So what's the utilization of our staff? Are we fully maximizing the utilization? And that has a big impact on how we manage our affairs as well. So if you take an organization with X number of people, we come up with a utilization rate of how our staff should be, the percentage of time spending on direct audit work, if you will. And that gives you the maximum capacity of the office to do audit work. And I can tell you that our staff are fully utilized, and in fact, during our busy period, we are operating on 120% utilization factor. So we're getting good value out of our staff. That's why I made the particular point of over this last year, they've really stepped up in that area, and we're very efficient, very effective at the work we do. But I would come back to, you'd mentioned the marketplace. Private sector is something that we look at. And again, we are very favorable with respect to efficiency, cost per hour. And our cost per hour compares positively to private sector. We're doing our work on an hourly basis, less costly than the private sector right now.
Emily Chapman, I see you there again. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I just want to ask a question from your annual report on page 5. It lists the number of recommendations, new recommendations accepted by government as 8. In the previous year, it was 34. There's no percentages here, so I'm just wondering if you can let me know 8 of how many, 34 of how many, have those percentages changed in those recommendations government accepting?
Our target is for government to accept 100% of our recommendations, and I believe we are on target. So those would be a 100% acceptance rate.
Perfect. Thank you. And then, sorry, Chair, follow up, okay?
Absolutely. You read my mind.
Okay. Can you, in your presentation, you had mentioned 30 identified projects. Were those sorry, reading my own writing. 30 identified projects, I believe, that you would like to move forward on. Are those performance audits that you were referring to with that number?
Yes, they were.
Yes?
Yes, they were.
Oh, they were. Okay. And is that, how long will it take with your existing budgeting to complete those 30 performance audits? Sorry, I'm just trying to find the number of, I believe it's 4. Am I correct that it was 4 performance audits that you completed in the last fiscal year?
Yeah, it's very difficult to use a 1 year as a discrete metric to try and forecast, I would suggest. Our performance audit work is impacted by a number of factors. One, and primarily, to the extent that we have to use the staff on financial statement audits, which we've had to do recently. As I said earlier, we've had to change our target of the split, and the reason is because the financial statement audits are drawing more of our resources. Our staff do hybrid work, so they work on financial statement audits and performance audits. And so essentially, when we have less staff to do financial statement audits, or there are changes to organizations or structures, as we said, some of the PSI world, they've been changing their year ends from into the March period, which that means more work to do in a very short period of time to meet the deadlines. What we end up doing is shifting resources from one line of business to the other line of business to meet the demand there. That has an impact on our ability to, again, achieve our performance audits. So to try and forecast that out, I couldn't give you a number or a time period right now to say it would take us 2 years, 3 years, whatever it is. All I wanted to demonstrate to you was that there was a significant volume of work that we have identified behind our forecast and the budget that we're asking for to do the work. There's work behind those numbers. That's really what I was trying to highlight. It'd be difficult for me to say because it varies. I think one year was 4, the next year is 7, and in other years it's more. And the AOI work is extremely important as well. AOI is our assessment of implementation because part of our mandate is to ensure that the work is acted on. So we always come back to follow up to see have the recommendations been implemented. And the government side and those that we audit are very keen to have us in to get us to do that work because they'd like to get the recommendations off the docket. So that's another thing we're managing in the performance audit is the proportion of new work compared to follow-up work. There's a high demand on the government from those that we audit for us to be doing that work because they'd like to get the recommendations off the book. So what I'm saying is there's a number of factors that impact the work we do, the timing of the work, and how we're prioritizing what we're doing. I'm sorry I can't be more specific than that.
No, Amelia.
No, that's okay. Chair, can I just ask I think you'll have a really short answer to this question.
Short answer is no. You can go back in the list after Lunty goes. Amelia Lunty.
All right, well, thank you, Chair. My question is, in continuing this line of questioning on the different types of audits, I guess could you maybe dig in a little on how your office prioritizes between the financial or performance audit, and then also just a general comment on the cost. So is it a similar cost to do one type of audit, or is there some sort of discrepancy there? Thank you.
Well, prioritization on the financial statement side, they are obviously high priority. There's a deadline. In majority of cases, it's legislative reporting timelines, like with the consolidated statements of the province, for example, they must be by law completed by June 30th. So obviously the financial statement work is priority. The performance audit work, how do we prioritize that? Well, again, there are no hard deadlines that are imposed. But what we do is we prioritize it based on, well, quite frankly, I guess, our assessment of risk with respect to the processes that we're looking at and the impact of potential improvements in a particular area. So there's a great volume of work that could be done. As I said right now, we've prioritized it down to the 3 areas predominantly: performance reporting, grants, and contracts. And as I said, there's a reason for that in our view, and that is that there's significant government spend in the area through grants, and there's a significant government spend through the area of contracts. And there's significant risk with respect to contracts as well. Those risks deal with such things as, are you getting what you're supposed to get out of the contract? The same thing with grants. Grants often have specific conditions attached to them. So is the grant recipient complying with the grant conditions? So those would be areas that we'd be looking at, as well as the nature of the services provided by the grant program. Safety is always a priority, those type of issues. So that I think might help with that part of the question. And then the other part of your question was cost structure. Yes, performance audit, there is a difference. Performance audits generally would be more expensive, and the reason is because we're looking at significant programs within organizations which would require more senior staff from our office. And that's one of the impacts of the changes that we've made, which will take us probably about 3 years to manage. Is we're really advancing this grow from within model, which is hiring more junior, less expensive staff. But then what that means is we have less senior staff to do the difficult, challenging performance audit work. So it's a bit of a balance between managing costs and then what you're going to be able to get in the way of output or throughput of the product. But hopefully that answers.
Do you have a follow-up?
No, that's good. Thanks, Chair.
Perfect. MLA Chapman, I see you again, and I would suspect you have a couple quick ones there for us.
Really quick, because just keeping on this, staying on the same theme of the performance recommendations, when we're talking about the recommendations coming out of performance audits, the 28% of your budget, does that include the costs of monitoring the implementation of recommendations that come from your office? And I don't know if you have any way of breaking it out. Like, how much do you spend doing the audit? How much do you then have to spend doing the monitoring and follow up on your recommendations?
Yeah, I don't think we have those details on the cost side here, but the answer to your first question is yes. The follow-up or monitoring is included in that split of 28%.
Okay, perfect. And then, Chair, follow-up, yes?
Absolutely, MLA. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to go back to when we were talking about the changes with the reorganization of the new healthcare organizations, and you had mentioned that it's not a requirement for the Auditor General to be appointed as the auditor for those organizations. Can you tell us who would be where would the government look if not to the Auditor General office to provide those audits?
Well, the government's contracting with a good number of firms right now. Could be any one of the big four, any audit firm they could potentially contract with. E&Y's been used, Deloitte's been used.
And
Thank you.
I've got MLA Dack and then Lunty.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have a question in the same vein, Mr. Wiley, as far as the choices and options that our government would have to appoint auditors to do audits on the 4 different silos of healthcare. You've been doing this historically for a long, long time. This is a departure from having the Auditor Generals do the audits for healthcare. And so what the government would potentially be doing, if it's not you appointed, would be appointing private sector auditors perhaps to do 4 different audits in 4 different siloed portions of healthcare, or one, but it's a public sector, it would be a private sector appointment for a massive undertaking that the private sector has not yet entertained and hasn't done. So I would imagine that you would have some potential concerns about that, and you know, putting yourself in the position of somebody being appointed privately to do it. This is a massive undertaking in a short order. Are there not concerns that you have with this?
Well, today, through the chair member, you know, my concern is getting our budget dollars to do our work on behalf of the people of Alberta. Yes, I have concerns if a significant portion, particularly healthcare as an example, was that we were not involved in that particular work. Again, you know, I'm coming at this from the perspective of a leader of an organization that has a long history in accountability, and that stems right back from the notion of serving all of you as MLAs. That is the Legislative Assembly appropriates money. The government is entitled to spend that money on the behalf of the people, and it's our office historically who has been the accountability mechanism under a Westminster model, where we would come back and then report to the Legislative Assembly on that spend. So financial statement audits has been a significant part of our historical operations. So I would like to discuss that further with whoever was making that decision. If it came to that, I don't know that that's what's going to happen. I'm hopeful that we will be appointed.
You have a follow-up, MLA?
Certainly. I mean, it leaves in my mind a huge level of uncertainty, and it is, as I said, a significant departure from accounting practices historically that we've had in our parliamentary democracy, to have the Auditor General review the budgets of government departments, and yet we see that the new window is opening up, and it's something that I definitely will be looking at very carefully as a member of the opposition, and I have significant concerns about it, and hopefully cooler heads will prevail, and we maintain the structures that we have where the Auditor General is actually appointed to look after the oversight of the new 4 silos of healthcare this government has adopted. So we're going to be really carefully looking at what actual decisions are made. So thank you.
Well, that's good to know. MLA Dick, you're up next, and anyone else who wants to get on the list, get the chair's attention.
Well, thank you, Chair. I'm glad I got your attention. Just on the conversation of our new health organizations, we've kind of chatted about the workload, but I'm really curious. Has the government asked you to be the auditor for these agencies?
So let me give you a little context. When Bill 22 was being discussed, contemplated, our office reviewed that, and we identified what we believed was an opportunity to just have us the statutory auditor. I wrote a letter to the Minister of Health asking for a meeting. That never happened, and here we are. Part of the benefit of just a statutory auditor was that it actually cuts down on a number of iterative processes that we're having to deal with, which is one right now. An appointment process, and then before an individual appoints, they need to make sure what the scope is and understanding all of that work, and then through the approval mechanism. So in any event, there was that background work that happened. We received one request, which was from to audit the Recovery Alberta. The minister planned to appoint us, so we've received that. I replied back saying, once we are through this process, I would be pleased to accept the appointment, but what I need to ensure is that we will have the resources to do the audit. And as I said, we don't know how to plan the audit because we just haven't been provided with details of the structure, the controls, or anything like that to really plan an audit. And then, of course, once we would get that, then we would be coming back to this committee, because under our legislation, if we were to accept such an engagement, we would have to seek the approval of this committee. So, yes, one organization has, and that is Recovery Alberta. Yeah. Yes.
Chair, can I have a follow-up?
Follow-up, please.
Excellent. So, I just following up on your comments here right now. What is legislated versus interpretation of some of these requests? Because it sounds like there's some option here, but then there's also, I know that there's a whole bunch of legislation saying you're in charge of these ones, but then there's options. So what's legislated, and what's interpretation of the options that you have in this? I'm just really curious on that. I don't know the details.
I'm not too sure of your specific question, but I will say this. In the majority of cases, our office is the statutory auditor. So under the Act, we're the auditor. So this appointment process is not required. So I've been around for a little while, so I'll tell you my understanding of the history. When regional health authorities were being appointed and established, there was decentralization from government, what was happening, and there was responsibility and authority was being conferred to those at the local level. Along with that, the local level, the individuals at that level, wanted the ability to appoint auditors in their community, as an example. So there was a provision built in for that to happen, and that goes back to the 90s, and that's why that mechanism was there. Notwithstanding all of that process, we we were appointed auditors of 85% of the spend. Okay. The dynamics have changed now substantially, where we're reducing the size of organizations, not increasing the number of organizations. Thought this would be a great opportunity to just legislate that and reduce a lot of the process of appointment, acceptance, back to the committee, etc. But in the majority of cases, we're the statutory auditor. With respect to these health organizations, we are not. That's the difference as by law. So the minister has the authority to appoint, and so does the board.
Perfect. Thanks for that clarification. The questions, just a couple of quick housekeeping items. MLA Shepherd, I have you on the list, but I have to do a quick introduction because we've had a substitution take place here. So MLA McDougall is in for MLA Lunty. MLA McDougall, if you could introduce yourself for the record, please.
Yes, hello. It's Miles McDougall, MLA Calgary Fish Creek.
Perfect. And with that, MLA Shepherd, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the Auditor General, great to see you. Always appreciate you coming through. Just want to recognize the diligence with which your office has always conducted the budget and the scrutiny you put your work under. You have repeatedly shown up at this committee with either a balanced budget or indeed a budget that has come in under what was requested. So I do note the anomaly of this year and look forward to the opportunity to talk about that in more depth in February. In regards to the conversation that we're having here about the appointed auditor, you being the statutory auditor. So I'm just curious then what these implications might be. So again, it strikes me that if this is under legislation, then that was the decision of government in forming this legislation not to directly appoint you as statutory. That aside, how would this impact then things like the Public Accounts Committee process and that sort of thing, where you are intimately involved, and in fact that committee does most of its work based on your work and your audits and your presence and your involvement there? And secondly, what kind of uncertainty, I guess, does this create for your office, and just in terms of, like you say, the implications of the planning, the timelines, the staffing that would be needed? Like, this seems to be a significant piece, and you're being asked to submit a budget without being able to accurately predict. Because, I mean, these are entities spending billions in taxpayer dollars. We do not know at this point who is going to be their auditor. And if that does fall to you, it seems you're being given very little opportunity to prepare for it. So I was just wondering if you could give us your thoughts on what the implications are for these processes and how your office would handle that pressure and uncertainty.
Set the context on here. So, and the Auditor General said this a couple times, so I'm going to try to reinforce it for him so he's not in the same bubble again. He's here to talk about the budgets and specifics. This is an item that he's excluded as a caveat from his budget that he doesn't have line of sight for. We've heard the Auditor General respond on the process between the regional side of it, how it worked before, when it was centralized, and potentially of how this could be similar to that of how it was allocated, and the back and forth between the ministry of potentially assigning him, or the board assigning him, or not him personally, but his office, or an external party. So with that context, Auditor General, so you don't have to go through all those other items, I'll leave it to your discretion on how to answer the member's question relating to the budget and that clarification, if you would, sir. So the floor is yours.
Well, I'll be brief. Again, so the biggest challenge is, I think, what we've presented before you, and that is we don't have the information, and the impact right now to our office is we can't plan or budget the work right now. There's some uncertainty with respect to whether or not we will be the auditor or who will be the auditor. We've been asked by, as I say, the minister related to Recovery Alberta, but other than that, we don't know. Yeah, I think probably there's one other thing I would mention, and that is it has a direct impact to our work. And that is, so as the auditor of the consolidated financial statements of the province, when we audit the organizations that comprise that consolidated financial statement, it's much less costly and far more efficient to have that same auditor, because there are standards that are required under the group audit standards. When we're auditing the parent corporation, all of the subs, if you will, or the other organizations that come up, If we're not the direct auditor, then we have to rely on the work of other auditors, and that requires us to do additional work. And then, of course, you have confidentiality provisions between the other external auditor, who has access to information because they're the appointed auditor, and then we would not have access to that information. So there's a fair bit of, I'll call it, professional administrative work that's required when you are in those situations that would, again, have a direct impact on our office and a direct impact on the budget of our office to do this additional work. If it's us, it's our staff. So I just walk down the hall and talk to who's ever in charge of the specific audit and have all the information at my access. If it's not our office doing the audit, and it's another organization, that is far more challenging to get access to the information that I might need on the group audit side. Hopefully that
And
helps.
MLA Shepherd, do you have a follow-up?
No, Mr. Chair, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on the list? Last call, once, twice? We've got 2 extra minutes back on our lives. I will put that back to you, Auditor General, if there's any other closing remarks you would like to make here.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it, everyone, and again, thank you for all the work that you do. We do have the Office of the Ethics Commissioner coming in right behind you, so we have about a 1.5 minute chance to change the room over if everybody needs to grab a beverage or something else while we reset. Thank you. All right, well, we're burning daylight, so let's get back to the meeting here at present. We do have the Office of the Ethics Commissioners joining us here today. Just for quick introductions around the table, I'm Chair MLA Shane Getson, and the constituency I represent is Laxton and Parkland, but it's better referred to as God's Country, the way I do it around here. And we'll start doing the introductions to my right.
Hello, everyone. I'm Scott Sinclair, the MLA for the amazing people of Lesser Slaves Lake.
Sorry,
You are who you are.
Okay. Sorry, the microphone wasn't working. My name is Nolan Dick. I'm the MLA for Grand Prairie, which is the more incredible location than anywhere else in Alberta.
Hello, everyone. MLA Jackie Lovely from the Camrose constituency.
Hello, Lauren Dack, MLA for Edmonton McClung.
Good morning, Janet Aramenko, MLA Calgary Curry.
Jody Rempel, Committee Clerk.
And we'll go online. I see MLA Chapman.
Amanda Chapman, MLA Calgary Bennington.
I see MLA McDougall.
Miles McDougall, MLA for Calgary Fish Creek.
I see MLA Shepherd.
Good morning, David Shepherd, Edmonton City Centre.
And I see MLA Van Dyken.
Yeah, Glenn Van Dyken from Athabasca Barhead Westlock constituency.
So with that, formally, I'd like to welcome the Office of the Ethics Commissioner and our new Ethics Commissioner, Sean McLeod, along with his staff. If you'd introduce yourself and your team to the table, that would be great. I know this is your first budget meeting, so we're going to be thorough, but knowing that we'll ask you the questions, 20 minutes is your time. We'll go back to questions and answered. We have you slotted until noon. And then any budget decisions that the committee makes, you'll get it in writing here hopefully later today, if that works for you. So with that, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Chair Getson. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. For those of you who have not met me, my name is Sean McLeod, and I am the relatively recently appointed Ethics Commissioner for the province of Alberta, carrying out the functions and duties under the Conflict of Interest Act and the Lobbyist Act. With me today, to my right, is Mr. Kent Ziegler, and to my left, Mr. Josh DeGroot. Mr. Ziegler is our administrative officer, and I didn't list all of his functions, but Kent wears many hats and does many things for us, been with the office for a long time and is a real asset. Mr. DeGroot is the lobbyist registrar and general counsel within our office. We together, as a team of 5, and I'll mention 2 others at the end, do our work. We do it as a team, although ultimately the decisions are mine and the responsibility is mine, but we work closely as a team. It is my pleasure to be here today, making my first appearance before this committee. My remarks will include a brief overview of our legislative mandate and activities during the past year, as well as an explanation of our budget submissions. At the end of my presentation, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. As requested, we have provided the committee with our annual report for the fiscal year 2023-24, our business plan for the fiscal year 24-25, as well as our budget submission. Addressing first our legislative mandate, the Conflict of Interest Act is the foundational legislation for the work we do. At its core, the Act requires that elected officials, but also others, conduct themselves in ways that ensure their private interests do not conflict with the public duties that relate to their office or position. The Act contains a variety of requirements that combined create the legislative framework that is intended to achieve the goal of identifying and addressing conflicts of interest. The core of our mandate is to interpret and apply these rules. Our mandate also includes assisting members and others to understand these rules, but also to both assist and assure they are compliant with the legislative requirements found in the Act. We work to achieve these goals in a variety of different ways, including a review of and discussion with members and others related to material they provide as part of the mandatory financial disclosure requirements under the Act, providing written guidance documents further explaining relevant rules and obligations that will apply to members and others, encouraging members and others to seek advice in situations where conflicts may arise and in turn providing that advice, and where appropriate, the use of investigation powers found under the Act. In terms of activity in 2023-24, 291 MLAs, designated office holders, designated senior officials, and political staffers submitted financial disclosure. This is a slight increase over the previous year, due primarily to an increase in the number of political staff reporting in. That is not to suggest there are more political staff, but rather there was some turnover with respect to the folks within that group. Also in 2023-24, there were 95 requests for investigation, up from 68 the previous year. Requests for information were also up from 28 in 2023-23 to 52 in 2023-24. Requests for advice were down to 443 this past year as compared to 613 in the previous year. My predecessor issued 14 warning letters last year to MLAs who were late in filing, 5 of the 14 having been assessed an administrative penalty. There were 5 warning letters issued to the remainder of the individuals who were required to provide annual disclosure, and 1 administrative penalty was issued. Under the Lobbyist Act, or I'll turn to the Lobbyist Act, the Ethics Commissioner is also responsible for the administration of the Lobbyist Act. This legislation enhances the integrity and accountability of government by fostering transparency with respect to who is influencing the decisions of public office holders. The Lobbyist Act contains a variety of rules that are intended to achieve this result, including setting out the registration requirements for lobbyists, establishing 2 categories of lobbyists, being consultant lobbyists and organizational lobbyists, and prescribing and prohibiting specific activities, including, for example, lobbying the government and at the same time providing paid advice to the government. Generally, with respect to the Lobbyist Act, there were no material changes in either type of activity or level of activity during the past year. More specifically, there was a slight increase in the number of registrations in the Lobbyist Registrar. For consultant lobbyists, there were 630 active registrations in the year compared to 573 in the previous year. For lobbyists or for organizational lobbyists, there were 368 active registrations compared to 358 in the prior year. Consistent with previous years, the top lobbying subject matters were health, energy, and the environment. Also consistent with past years, the Premier's office was the government department most often listed as the target of lobbying activity, and Alberta Health Services was the most common agency listed. On the enforcement side, there were 2 administrative penalties issued for failure to comply with the registration deadlines in the Lobbyist Act. No investigations were commenced or undertaken in the year. I now turn to the budget portion of our submissions. I would like to begin by thanking my predecessor, the Honourable Marguerite Trussler, for her stewardship of this office, and in particular the fiscal prudence demonstrated during her tenure as Commissioner. In 2014-2015, Commissioner Trussler started with a budget of just under $1 million, $981,000 to be exact. For fiscal year 2023-24, a decade later, the budget amounted to just over $1 million, $1,021,000 to be exact, an increase over 10 years of $40,000. On a percentage basis, total growth over this 10-year period was 4%, not annually, but in total. The budget currently would need to be approximately $1.3 million to have kept pace with inflation. Over the same time period, the budget in real terms has been constricting. Our workload, over the same time period that our budget in real terms has been constricting, our workload has been materially.
Please carry on. I apologize. One of our members is just joining online here, so apparently we couldn't mute that. Hopefully we'll reset the shot clock, give you an extra 30 seconds back to get your notes. Apologize for that, sir.
Over the same time period that the budget in real terms has been constricting, our workload has been materially increasing. While measuring the exact volume and complexity of the work we do is not an exact science, I am confident in saying that over the last decade, the volume of our work being done has approximately doubled. The reality of this budgetary history over the last decade is that the Office of the Ethics Commissioner is currently functioning in a way that presents a number of challenges to the effective and efficient operation of our office. From the slightly more mundane, an example of these challenges is that the first time in my working career, I have decided to move from the active list with the Law Society in order to save the $3,000 in fees that required me to maintain active status. I'm not asking that that decision be changed. I'm just raising it as an example of the type of thing that we're looking at in terms of saving funds during the year. When I posed the question, do we have money for that? The answer was probably not. So I provide that one example. Another example is the fact that we are choosing to limit our participation in a number of conferences that are specifically put on for the purposes of gathering those responsible for the Conflicts of Interest Act and the Lobbyist Acts across the country. These activities are, in my view, necessary for the proper functioning of the office and are conferences that are attended by my counterparts in other jurisdictions across Canada. I'd just like to add to that we're sort of a cloistered group. We're a team of 5. There's a very strong confidentiality provision in the legislation, and so effectively we do that work with those 5 people. The only other sort of comparator we have is other jurisdictions and the people who operate under the same strictures that we do. And so our ability to reach out and communicate with those people, which we do from time to time during the year, is important. And these conferences are really that tool. They're not, you know, there's a variety of conferences, and I guess I would just say that these conferences, in my mind, are important for the functioning of our office. Our website is another example of an area that requires resources both in terms of human capital in relation to content, but also contracted work for the technical components of the website. This is an important tool for our communication with all stakeholders, including the public. Similarly, our IT systems have not had the ongoing attention that is required to ensure they are operating both effectively in a stable and secure way. While this comment applies to our entire IT infrastructure, it specifically applies to considering whether we should be moving the work of the conflict of interest side on our activities away from what amounts to a paper-based system that's in place to a fully integrated online system that would automate and streamline all aspects of our work. In response to these pressures, I'm seeking an increase to our budget in the amount of $70,000. This amount is comprised of the following: $20,000 for staff salaries consistent with increases across the GOA, including an increase to the salary of legislative officers like myself. A $5,000 increase in the travel budget to address the needs as previously discussed. In addition to the existing $10,000 contract services budget, by $30,000 to give us a total of $40,000 in that line item that has traditionally been in place in the event an investigation requires resources beyond those that exist within our office, including external legal resources. It also allows some flexibility for the use of external contractors in relation to both our external-facing documents, including websites, forms, and reports, but more importantly, for unforeseen IT requirements should they arise, and which they do from time to time. Finally, I'm asking for $10,000 for an IT service contract increase that we expect to occur in the coming year. For this year, while tight, I'm currently forecasting that we'll finish the year on budget. And I guess I can say the real message that I would like to deliver on that front is that the previous commission did an excellent job of living within the budget. And in some ways, the cupboard is bare. And on some of the more sort of less day-to-day projects, we need some assistance in terms of making sure that we have the infrastructure in place to allow us to effectively do our work. I would also like to briefly foreshadow that our budget submission for next year, and I'm just giving you a heads up, may include a request for increased funding for the IT infrastructure in particular. We'll see what happens this year, but my plan is to go to both funding allowed to go out this year and contact IT providers and say, okay, in terms of our basic IT structure, how are we doing? What does it look like in terms of stability? What does it look like in terms of security? And give us some feedback on that, and then whatever recommendations they might have. Similarly, on the sort of automation of the conflict of interest side of the equation, we might not have the money for that, but if we do, we'll do the same thing with respect to that. I've made any decisions along that regard, whether it's the best policy choice to make or not, but I want to explore it as an option. Continuing to look ahead to next year, our contract with our lobbyist registry IT service provider expires next year, and we are estimating an increase of approximately $15,000 to $20,000. Once we work through that negotiation, we'll have a firmer estimate of those costs, and I will include them next year as well. As indicated at the outset of my comments, I am including the business plan. Overall, I see little change in terms of the timelines and processes we currently use for our major activities like annual financial disclosure, although we are conducting a general review of various aspects of our activities to ensure we're operating as effectively and efficiently as possible. Also, as mentioned at the outset, you have a copy of my first annual report covering the time period for the year prior to me assuming my role as Ethics Commissioner. Finally, I would like to thank the people I work with, including Mr. Ziegler and Mr. DeGroot, who I've already introduced, but also Heidi Horn and Effie Kaukas, collectively, they have made my transition into this role very easy, or at least as easy as it could be, and I thank them very much for that. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Excellent. Thank you for the report, the nice way of asking for budget and explaining all those details. The members, I'm sure, will have a lot of questions for you. Housekeeping item, we do have MLA Pitt is the member that joined us on the phone there, and she'll be substituting in for MLA Sinclair. So MLA Pitt, if you can hear us, can you just please introduce yourself for the record, please?
Yes, good morning, everyone. It's Angela Pitt here, the NLA for Airdrie East.
Excellent. And with that, we'll turn over to the question period, so to speak, in this area. And in this one, it's actually answer period too, which is kind of novel. With that, members, I don't have anyone on my list, so if you throw your hand up, there we go, MLA Dick. And I have MLA Chapman following right after.
Excellent. Well, thank you so very much, Chair. Thank you for the presentation as well, and welcome here to your first Legislative Office's budget meeting. So exciting times for your office. I just want to talk about the budget request. I think you said it was $69,500. The percentage is large, but it's not a huge increase because you actually have, I think, the smallest budget out of all our legislative offices. So, but out of that, so that's good, I think. But my question in this is also just on some of the details. So you've requested a little bit for conferences. Now, not just one conference, but three. So I appreciate the clarity. I would love a little bit of clarity. What are the conferences? What are the scope? And what does your office hope to achieve through attending these conferences? I think those are fair questions to ask.
So there's three conferences, one on the conflict of interest side where we get together an additional time outside of that in-person meeting, but it's a day or a day and a half conference. Traditionally, all three of the people seated at this table would have gone to that conference. For a number of years, it has either been one or two people going to that conference. The second one is on the lobbyist side. Traditionally, same thing. There would have been a greater attendance, but for the last number of years, Josh has been the only person attending that conference. And then finally, there's a conference in the United States that brings together the same group of people. Many of the people from Canada attend that conference, and so those are the three conferences. When we looked at the budget, we would not be returning to having all of us attend those conferences. But as I said, we work as a team. Josh has sort of the legal background, although in theory I do as well. Okay. I have the decision-making role, and Kent, I guess, is what I would describe as their institutional knowledge, and he has a lot of knowledge that he brings to the table on all of the issues that we face. And so I think what we're thinking of is some version of two of us probably attending each of those conferences, maybe just one of us for the one in the United States, and then rotating that so we each get exposed to it, because as I say, it's sort of our only form of contact with the outside world / our only form of, sort of real continuing education, because it's just this cloistered world, I guess, is the best way I'd describe it.
Do you have a follow-up, MLA Dick?
No, I asked my follow-up in the same question.
Okay, perfect. I have MLA Chapman and MLA Van Dyken. MLA Chapman, you're up.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here with us today. I want to ask a question about your budget document. There's a note at the bottom about Law Society dues. Now, you had mentioned something in your presentation about a $3,000 fee for, some sort of like professional status. Is that what that note 7 is speaking to? Like, have you decided to not include that, or is this Law Society dues a separate expense that you are still making a budgetary request to cover?
Making a budgetary request to cover that. I suppose if there's room and we're at the end of the year and we can make it work, I'll do that. My preference would be to maintain my active status. I've been doing that for 30 plus years. But if that's the only issue that's on the table, I'm happy to not spend that money.
MLA Chapman, you have a follow-up?
Thank you. Can you just explain to me the importance of wanting to maintain your active status? It's just not something I have a lot of knowledge about. So what the difference will be, in your capacity in the role as ethics commissioner? Is there a difference there for whether your status is active or on hold or whatever it would be?
I think in terms of the sort of the activity within the four walls of the office, it is it's not strictly speaking relevant. I can do this job without being an active member of the Law Society. In terms of my activity outside of the office, although I have a very strict rule with my friends, with my wife, with pretty much everybody, that I just don't discuss anything to do with our office. It's just the way I've chosen to approach this. From time to time, I have felt the need, since I've started this, to identify to people that although my background as a lawyer, I'm not active. I just felt, in the context of the conversation, that was necessary. And then finally, just personally, as I have indicated, it's the first time since I've been working, and I've worked in a whole variety of different roles, some which, strictly speaking, required it, and some which didn't. So those are really the reasons.
I have MLA Van Dyke and then MLA Dick again. MLA Van Dyke, the floor is yours.
Hey, thank you, Chair, and through you to the Ethics Commissioner. I want to thank you for taking on this role and look forward to working with you over the next coming years. The one question I do have with regards to the budget is under the line item technology services. I see an increase of $10,000, a relatively small increase, but the note reads it's to cover off additional network security testing and system hardening. And I guess my question is can you kind of outline what the sort of improvements that would be made through this, and if these upgrades are sufficient to ensure the ongoing work of your office?
I can't, but I hopefully have at the table someone who can shed a little light on that, so I'll turn it over to Ken.
Yes, thanks. Basically, what we're looking to do is, anybody that runs a website knows you regularly should do testing on your website just to make sure that it's protected and that the data on it is not spoofable. So some of this work will be to test the website. Some will be to do regular network penetration testing just to make sure that our systems and our databases aren't being accessed from the outside. So it's routine stuff that we want to do with that. The other portion of that increase on the IT side is we've moved to a different model to save costs over the last few years with respect to our IT services, and we're now working on an on-demand model where when we need help from IT, they then will come and they'll help us, but they bill us every time. Previously, we had a much higher contract, but everything was covered. Now we're operating on an on-demand basis, so I expect over the next year or so we might see a little increase in our on-demand services as well, because it's a new billing model that is designed to save us money, but we're not sure how it's going to play out.
If I could just supplement that answer with, as I've indicated, there's a strong confidentiality provision under the legislation, and I think it's essential that that be there for our office to effectively function. The information we get, whether it's financial information or other information, is highly confidential. And so when Kent said to me he thinks we should do some testing to make sure that that is the case and continues to be the case, I strongly agreed with that. And so that's part of the motivation behind it.
Thank you. And do you have a follow-up, MLA Van Dyke?
No, that's fine. That answers my question. Thank you.
Okay, and I have MLA Dick and then MLA Chapman. You're up next.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Chair. Just in the budget documents, we see that you have a fairly substantial increase for contract services. I think it's about $30,000 more in this next budget estimate. Now, the note in the budget also indicates that this increase is a contingency for external counsel to provide some legal work and other contractors to update services and interfaces. What kind of legal work expansion would you be expecting to be needing in the office in this estimate?
Yeah, we're not expecting an expansion of necessary legal work. We have Josh, who and I guess me to a certain extent does that on a day-to-day basis. What the majority of that money is a contingency piece. It used to be materially higher. I think, Ken, you indicated to me at one point in time it was about $130,000. It went down to about 40, where I think it's at for a few years, and then it went down to 10. From time to time, depending on the issue, we may have sort of a very specific issue that we need to look at, and so we have retained the services of external counsel periodically. That number has been very low over the years. But the bigger one is if, in fact, and I'm not saying we will, and to my memory, I think of our conversations, we have not used that contingency, but there's a possibility that we could have an investigation, and if you look across the country, there are some big investigations that take place from time to time where we would need, in all likelihood, to hire external resources. I said, sort of for lack of a better word, the cupboard is bare. The 5 people that are in our office, if you speak loudly, everybody can hear each other. It's a very small office. And so I'm pretty confident that we are all working full-time. And if and when investigations come along, that activity level can increase dramatically. And traditionally, we deal with that internally within the office, but there is the possibility that that could not effectively be sustainable. And there's always, I guess, the possibility of us coming back. But it creates sort of an unusual situation where we would come back and have to explain what the budget request is, because as I've indicated, there is a strong confidentiality provision. There's specific rules about how investigations are conducted and who's notified and when it becomes public, and all those types of things. So I think it's a better practice to have it as a small contingency, and that's the background behind the request.
Follow-up?
I do have one. Now, maybe it's just wording, but it also mentions interfaces. What does that mean when you're mentioning, I understand contract services from what you just said, but I believe it also says for external counsel to provide legal work and other contractors to update services and interfaces. So is that digitalization of some part, or is there something else that I'm missing here? So
I believe so, but I'm going to... Maybe Ken was just going to say yes, that's sufficient.
That's pretty close, yeah. Basically, it's to take a look at some of the ways that stakeholders such as yourself interact with our office in terms of being able to submit information online and send things back and forth to make sure that our website and our forums are compatible and making sure that they're working for everybody. So sometimes we also have to pull in outside contractors to go, we'll help you build that little document so that everybody can work with it and test it. So it's a little bit of a fun for that as well, if we decide to go that route.
Thank you. In the budget document, your travel amount has an increase by 50%. Is that solely related to the conferences that you mentioned earlier?
It basically is. Part of the existing travel infrastructure is that the previous commissioner, and I intend to do it, travel to Calgary, I think at least once a year to meet with members or others. But yes, basically it's the conferences in terms of the increase.
Do you have a follow-up there?
Yeah, no, I was just going to flag what you just mentioned there, which is that the previous, your predecessor went to great lengths to minimize those costs, right, by traveling herself so I'm glad to hear that you're going to keep on with that.
One day in Calgary booked so far, and we booked them all one day, so we'll have one night less hotel.
Emily Van Dyken.
Good, thank you, Chair. I'm going to jump over to the annual report. I just need some clarification on page 16. I see that on the annual report, page 16, the lobbyist registrar issued the following 4 administrative penalties this year, totaling $600, and then it goes on to explain 2 penalties. I'm not sure if it's meant to be 2 penalties or how the terminology for 4 administrative penalties. And then I'd also ask the question is if you could explain the difference in fines given for these penalties last year as compared to current year?
I'll ask Josh to take that one.
Yeah, so on the first part of your question, I'll fess up that is the problem there is that I may have followed last year's annual report a little too closely, and it should say 2, it should not say 4 there. So thank you for that, which I guess partially answers your next question. So last year there were 4 administrative penalties, or the year before this, and then in this year there were 2. I believe the year before that there were 0. It's pretty consistent year to year. We have, somewhere between 0 and 5 administrative penalties that we issue each year. We've had in the past a couple for gifts that were given by lobbyists that breached the gift provisions of the Act, but over the last couple of years it's been more just when we have particularly problematic individuals who are quite late on registering within the deadlines in the Act. That's what these penalties have been over the last couple of years, is just for quite late registrations.
Do you have a follow-up there, Van Dyken?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm going to jump back to page 12 on the annual report under Code of Conduct reviews. We can see that the office approved 20 existing codes of conduct for 3 new agencies and provided advice regarding codes of conduct on at least 25 occasions during the 23-24 reporting period. I guess my question is, if we could get some explanation with regards to guidelines to an effective and enforceable code of conduct looks like, but then also maybe some comment on the scope for their code of conduct assessments and what agencies they're allowed to review under this item.
I'd ask Josh to continue if that's okay.
Yeah, so that is the code of conduct reviews often falls under, it's one of the hats I wear. So back in 2017, I believe it was, there were provisions added to the Conflicts of Interest Act. I'll highlight the really difficult numbering in the Act. It's section 23.922 of the Act was added, which required all public agencies to have a code of conduct that met certain minimum requirements that are set out in that section of the Act. So our role there really is, back in 2017, 2018, there was a big project, thankfully before my time, that they reviewed all 120 agencies, I think it was, that they reviewed at that time to make sure that they had codes that are compliant with the Act. So now it's more if there are new agencies. So for example, there's the new health agencies that are being set up now. So we're working with them to get new codes of conduct. So there's new agencies, and then there's just agencies over time will need small tweaks to their codes of conduct, which is the majority of what the work is in our office now, is just, they've looked at something, they've thought, we want to word this differently. Let's make sure the Ethics Commissioner's office is okay with that. The scope of our work there is really focused fairly narrowly, I would say, on there's, A through H in that section that I mentioned, making sure that those points in the Conflicts of Interest Act are contained within the codes of conduct. Like I said, it's essentially minimum standards that they've set out there. So, and it's focused mostly on, financial conflicts of interest and that sort of thing. So we're focused really just on that small part, in a way, of their code of conduct. A lot of them will have, harassment policies or other types of policies that really aren't within our bailiwick that they have in there. We're not, getting deep into that side of things. We're just making sure that they're meeting the minimum requirements of the Act.
And on the speaking list, I have Shepherd and Chapman. Go ahead, MLA Shepherd, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Commissioner. I appreciate you coming and being here with us for your first presentation to the committee. I was just wondering, based on last year, what we did see was government members of the committee chose to hold all officers of the legislature to a budget based on CPI. So I believe last year was around 2%. So this year that might be maybe closer to 3%. So certainly the ask that you have in front of us is higher than that. So I was just wondering if we were to see a similar eventuality this year, and members were to choose to reduce your requested 6.8% increase to 3% or lower. Is that something then that you would be looking at, that I guess the contract services, that sort of buffer that you're building in there, or what other impacts might that have for your office? Is that something you'd be able to accommodate?
Yeah, I think it would impact each of those areas that I've talked about. Some of those things are, the work we have to do is the statutory work, whether it's investigations or providing advice or those types of things. We have to do the pay increases. They've been granted already and they're an ongoing item. But the rest of those things, we haven't gone through that process to see exactly what we'll do based on what our budget is. But yeah, some of those things we simply won't do.
Do you have a follow-up there, MLA Shepherd?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate that. So it sounds like you'd be able to cover your basic contingencies, the mandated staff increases, the benefits and stuff from that. So then it'd just be a question of, as you said, you might have to come back to the committee at a future point to request supplementary budget should there be a large investigation or other portion that would require more of that contract work.
Yes, is the short answer to that question.
MLA Chapman, and then I have MLA Dick. And we have 6 minutes remaining.
Mine's easy. It's going to go quick because I just had one more budget line I wanted to ask about. And just for your context, the former ethics commissioner, really drove it into us about the work that she had done to, keep the budget low. And so I did notice that there was a new line in here for hosting. I realize the amount of money is very small, but something that I think that your predecessor had managed to run the office without. So I was just hoping you could just speak to us on the necessity of that line item.
So for all other hosting, we don't cover it through, for lack of a better word, taxpayer funds. And when I say hosting, I mean sort of internal activity within the office. None of that is part of our budget. The one area that we potentially will expense money through that line item is the various commissioners from time to time get together, and when we host it in our office, we order in some sandwiches. So that's that line item.
And do you have a follow-up, MLA Chapman?
No, I'm good. Thank you, Chair.
MLA Dick?
Excellent. Well, I assume this might be my last question. We'll see. I just want to go back to, you requested $10,000 for technology services. I also understand that you guys are doing a lot of paperwork. What style or what are you guys hoping to digitize here in the future? I know that as someone who submits yearly to you guys, we end up doing a similar paperwork every year. Is there a digitalization process that you guys are looking in order to do in order to streamline some of these processes to actually make it easier on your internal processes?
So the $10,000 line item is specifically for a contract we have in place, as I understand it, Josh, for the lobbyist website and the automated version of the lobbyist side of the office. We expect that to increase. I think that contract's 5 years old and it's coming up in the coming year, and so that's what that line item is. In terms of the automation, we don't really know what that looks like. We're going to see whether there's some money somewhere here that we can use to sort of have someone assess that and give us some ideas. There are offices that have varying levels of automation, from completely automated, so the financial disclosure and all other things that we do would be automated, right down to, I'm not suggesting we have no automation. We have have backup of the paper files we have and those types of things, but we're effectively a paper office.
Any follow-ups?
No, just on the paper side, is that a goal in the next coming years in order to get rid of some of the paper side? Where are you guys at with the future of that?
Yeah, we haven't made any decisions. We'd like to analyze it if we can next year, sort of assess the possibilities, the costs, the benefits, those types of things. And if we decided it made sense and had the money, we'd do it probably the year after. Depending what it looks like, if it's a full-blown model, it's a big activity. So we'd also have to sort of assess. Anyways, it's a cost item.
Thank you.
2 minutes, I'll throw it back to the floor. Any other further questions? Once, twice, sold. So back to you, Commissioner. Any last closing comments for us?
No comments. Thank you very much for allowing us to come today, and appreciate your time.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. And members, we are going to break until 12:45, of which we will have Elections Alberta in here, so don't be late. Members, we'll see you back at 12:45. check there online. Glenn, do you want to take a check, make sure everything's working? Amanda?
Yeah, that's affirmative.
There we go. We just picked you up, MLA Pitt. Want to do a sound check? Make sure it's working on your end. 5x5. Thanks, Ange. With that, thank you everybody for coming on back. I'm Shane Getz, the MLA for Alexa and Parkland. We do have Elections Alberta here with us today is the next one on the items, but we'll do a quick introduction starting with the table, around the table, going to my right, and then we'll do the folks online, and then we'll come back to you, sir, at the end of the table for you and your staff. So with that, we'll go to my right for introductions.
Tanny Out, Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo.
Nolan Dick, MLA for Grand Prairie.
Jackie Lovely, MLA for the Camrose constituency.
Good afternoon, Janet Aramenko, MLA for Calgary Curry.
Good afternoon, Jody Rempel, Committee Clerk.
And online, I see MLA Chapman.
Coming to you from the shadow of Nose Hill Park, Amanda Chapman, MLA for Calgary-Beddington.
I see MLA Van Dyken.
Glenn Van Dyken, the constituency Athabasca, Barhead, Westlock.
And I see MLA Shepherd.
David Shepard coming to you from the snowy wilds of Edmonton City Centre.
Excellent. And I see a phone number which I believe is MLA Pitt. MLA Pitt, can you confirm?
Angela Pitt, MLA Airdrie East.
Excellent, thank you. And we'll turn it over to the end of the table, so I'd like to welcome Gordon McClure, Mr. Gordon McClure, Chief Electoral Officer, along with his staff for the meeting this afternoon. I know this is new for you, but it's not for us. So the format that we go through is we have about 20 minutes for you to present, followed by a question and an answer period, which is unique for most of us sitting around the table that work in the ledge. And once we finish that later on this afternoon, we'll go through in the deliberations from our side on the budget allocations, et cetera. And then it would be formalized. Whatever decision the committee makes for values, et cetera, would be sent off to you. So with that, sir, I'll turn it over to you and your team, and the floor is yours to start with your presentation when you feel ready, willing, and able.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to meet with you today to review the activities of my office during the 2023-2024 fiscal year and to present Election Alberta's budget with requests for the 2025-2026 fiscal year. I'm Gordon McClure, and I became the Chief Electoral Officer just a few short weeks ago, on November 18th, as you've mentioned. And joining me today are Paula Hale, Election Commissioner, Mr. Steve Kay, our Deputy Commissioner, Financial Compliance and Enforcement, and Lorraine Petrowski, Acting Deputy Chief Electoral Officer. Next slide, please. Oh, there you are. In the materials I've provided you with is our 2023-24 annual report, our strategic plan for 24 through 2028, and our budget submissions for 2025 and to 2026. Next slide, please. I'd like to begin by providing you a few highlights from our annual report. The report focuses on the annual activities of political entities in 2023, which includes the 2023 provincial general election. A standalone election report was previously prepared and has been submitted. Over $16 million in annual contributions were received across all parties, constituency associations, and third-party advertisers during the year. An additional $8 million was received by the party's candidates, nomination committee contestants, and third-party advertisers as elections contributions. This brought to the total contribution
amount during the period of $24.37 million. These funds were contributed by roughly 73,000 contributors, making a total combined total of over 200,000 contributions. Excuse me. Next slide, please. Thank you. Regarding the contributions, the chart on the left shows the number of individuals or entities that were identified as over-contributing in 2023 compared to those in 2022. The issues identified during the period were all resolved and corrected during our financial audit processes. The table on the right breaks down 541 political participants who were required to file annual statements in 2023, as well as 856 who were required to file financial statements related to the general election. Only 8 participants out of the nearly 1,400 filed late. The legislative required $500 late filing fee was applied to each of these instances. Next, please. Election events tend to create increased complaint volumes and investigation activity. And this was the case during the reporting period with which the conduct of the 2023 general election. We received 803 new complaints, initiated 101 new investigations, and concluded 114 investigations during the year. 702 of these complaints were resolved without formal investigation. Of those that were investigated, 83 concluded with the finding that there had been a breach of legislation, and these breaches were addressed through the issuance of 9 administrative penalties, 3 letters of reprimand, and 71 letters of advice for future conduct. Details of these contraventions, which resulted in administrative penalties or letters of reprimand, have been posted on our website as required by the legislation. Moving along, I will discuss our strategic plan. The plan which we shared with the committee last year is a renewed continuation of our vision, mission, and mandate, and future goals for the Elections Alberta. It will guide and prepare my office for the successful delivery of the next provincial general election and a number of mid-cycle electoral events. There are several events that will impact our plan, and these were considered during the assessment and development process. The first consideration is the impact of the Electoral Boundaries Commission. We anticipate the commission will be established in the coming weeks, and that our office will be required to support the commission, particularly with GIS services. Based on the timelines outlined within the legislation, we are estimating that the boundaries may be approved by as early as the fall of 2025 legislative session. This is roughly 17 months before the next provincial general election. Approved boundaries are essential for us to proceed with the activities such as appointment of returning officers, selecting voting places, locating returning offices, as well as outreach and engagement efforts. We must also prepare and pack and ship all necessary materials to each individual electoral division. Secondly, we considered the potential impact of any legislative changes. Early notification of any changes to the legislation is critical to allow my office time to adequately prepare and deliver them. For example, my office has already begun to adjust and prepare the legislation change to the fixed election date, which was passed during the spring 2024 legislative sitting. Ideally, all legislative amendments would be passed during the spring 2025 legislative session while the Electoral Boundaries Commission is conducting their work. Doing so would permit us to focus on election preparations and implementation as soon as the new boundaries are approved. The final consideration was the potential that the provincial referendum could occur. A provincial referendum can be conducted in one of 3 ways: in conjunction with the local municipal elections in the fall of 2025, as a mail-in based vote, or a standalone event with the same services offered as those in the provincial general election. The latter would require opening 87 returning offices, special ballot voting, mobile voting, 5 days of advanced, and election day voting. Our strategic plan offers a timeline for each of those options, with early preparation activities taking place now to position us to conduct any one of the options within 1 year's notice. As you will see, when we get to our budget presentations, an area we are proposing to pursue quickly is appointing returning officers across the current electoral boundaries, as they are essential to the preparation of all activities. Currently, the legislation stipulates that all returning officers cease to be appointed 4 months after Election Day. When with no returning officers and only our core headquarters staff, my office does not have the necessary resources to conduct a provincial vote. In addition to considering the events I've described, our plan also assessed several factors that impact our goals, service delivery, and budget. First, with population growth. Alberta's population is growing by 1.5% every year. At the current rate, Alberta will have 7.1 million residents by 2051, with roughly 4.7 million of those being eligible electors. Elections are about people, and elector counts impact the number of voting stations that are required, and the number of staff needed to work those locations, and the volume of supplies and ballots needed for each and every one. Secondly, we consider the expanded mandate. Elections Alberta must be prepared to deliver election events of any size at any time while meeting the expectations of the electorate and complying with all legislative requirements. Alberta's electoral legislation landscape has expanded to include Senate elections, non-constitutional referendums, citizens' initiatives, and recall. This requires a shift in Elections Alberta's operating tempo. We must move away from a typical 4-year election cycle and adopt a continual readiness posture and model. Next were the issues relating to the limitations of our office and warehouse infrastructure. Elections Alberta's headquarters and warehouse have operated out of the same location for 43 years. The space has repeatedly been modified to accommodate our growth in staffing and supply requirements, but there's been no change in the square footage, and it's at its limits, so that additional off-site warehouse space was required during the 2023 provincial general election. Discussions with Alberta Infrastructure are ongoing to address space issues, but the solution does not appear to be on the near horizon. In the meantime, we look to creative use of space, non-traditional solutions, and operate and continue to deliver services that are expected of this office. Finally, we have also considered public trust. Seemingly, we are witnessing global decline in trust in public institutions, faith in the democratic process, and it has a significant impact on electoral voting behavior, political participation, and information consumption. Attempts to spread misinformation and disinformation regarding the democratic and electoral process, political figures, and participants, as well as government agencies, boards, and offices, are concerning trends that need to be further evaluated and addressed as we plan our future electoral events. Next slide, please. Our strategic plan focuses on 4 core areas based on the election environment and our timeline considerations for this electoral cycle. And they are maintaining our electoral event readiness status. This means being positioned to deliver a provincial general election or referendum within 1 year, in addition to by-elections and recall votes at any time. Second is working to enhance our services to electors, elections officers, and political participants using a model of constant readiness. And third, we will work to build and maintain trust in electoral process. And finally, creating an environment for our employees' continued success. Our progress to date in achieving these goals is outlined on pages 13 through 15 of our annual report. And we will continue to monitor and evaluate the progress, and we'll report on the success of our plan in future annual reports. Please. Next, if I could refer you to our budget handouts. I will now discuss our budget request. In total, we're requesting $13,104,000 for our fiscal year 2025 to 2026. This represents an 18% increase from last year. These increases are primarily driven by the need for my office to be event ready. It represents an increase of approximately $1.9 million over our request from last year. It is important to understand several factors are driving this request. In the following slides, I will take you through those. Included in our budget handout are the program comparatives for corporate services, elections, enumeration, other electoral events, and compliance and enforcement services. Page 2 compares our consolidated 2024 to 2025 budget to our 2025 to 2026 estimates. The variances are significant, and they are best explained by looking at each individual program area in detail. And I will start with corporate services, which can be found on pages 4 and 5 of your budget handout. Corporate services. Our corporate services estimate of $6,898,000 is a net increase of 7% over last year. Personnel costs increased by $308,000, which includes $252,000 for in-range merit increases for staff and $56,000 for increases in employer contributions. Under supplies and services, contract services, and technology services, there is an increase by approximately $116,000. Capital assets have been increased by $40,000 for the 2025-2026 year for the purchase of plotters, and these plotters are required to allow us to support the work of the Electoral Boundaries Commission. Now turning to page 6 of the estimates, our total elections budget is $4,033,000. $802,000 of the budget is allocated for the conduct of up to 2 by-elections. These funds are not expended if there is no by-election that takes place. The remaining $3.2 million is allocated towards our continual readiness activities, and these include maintaining core election staff at headquarters, returning officers and returning officer liaisons, and providing them with the required training, equipment, software, and systems to perform readiness and engagement activities. This also includes $460,000 in capital development to enhance our election management systems. Next slide, please. Turning to page 9 of the handout, you'll see our total enumeration budget request is maintained at $557,000. This will fund ongoing registered to vote activities, including social media advertising and mail out targeted to households that are new or have moved. We will conduct this by using the data available from Canada Post. The budget includes $30,000 for advertising, $277,000 for postage, and $250,000 for printing, bundling, mailing materials to approximately 500,000 households. Next slides. Turning to page 11, you'll see that the budget for other electoral events. This program area includes $921,000 for recall petitions, referendum, and citizen initiative petitions. Of the amount, $388,000 has been identified for recall. If no valid petition is received, these funds will not be expended. The application period opens next week on December 9th, being 18 months after the provincial general election. $501,000 of my budget request is allocated for referendum activities should a provincial referendum take place. We've accounted for the costs of targeting recruitment, shipping supplies, monthly mobility charges, and honorariums. $221,000 of this amount is to allow us to begin stocking the warehouse with supplies that have long lead times, such as ballot boxes, voting screens, and ballot paper. Care is taken only to purchase items that can be used in the 2027 provincial general election should a referendum not occur. Given that a referendum is not a certainty and that there are 3 different methods for its conduct, the budget request is only focused on minimal readiness activities, and should a referendum take place, a supplemental budget request will be made based on the timing and method of conduct. Also within the program area, there is $32,000 for the review of any citizen initiative. If no petitions are applied or submitted, these funds will not be expended. Compliance and enforcement. Finally, on page 13 of the handout, we have our budget for compliance and enforcement. And you will see the budget request for this program is unchanged from last year at $695,000. Most of the cost is related to fees for contract investigators and the handling of complaints and investigation files. To summarize, the The total budget estimate for 2025 to 26 fiscal year for the elections Alberta is $13,104,000. Next slide, please. And I'd like to thank you for your time and opportunity to present the material. And this concludes my presentation. My team and I would be happy to address any questions that the committee may have at this time.
I appreciate that, Commissioner. And again, for a person who just joined on to the new role in 2 weeks, you're getting the fire hose treatment here. So you did marvelously for the first time out. So thanks for that. Also, we did have MLA Lunty join us. Just MLA Lunty, if you can read into the record that you're here and who you are and where you're from.
Sure. MLA Brandon Lunty from the Duke Beaumont.
Perfect. And with that, the speaking list I have currently is Shepherd, Van Dyken, and now Dak.
He didn't introduce himself.
Oh, I apologize. Oh, sorry, Lauren. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Lauren Dak, MLA, Edmonton McClung.
Excellent. And with that, not on the speaking list, just to confirm? On the speaking list, not? Okay, oh, perfect. So it's MLA Shepherd and then followed by MLA Van Dyken.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Mr. McClure. It's a pleasure to have you join us for the first time, and I'm glad that you have the support of such excellent staff as you're sort of getting the baptism by fire. So I also want to note, just thank you for this very comprehensive budget. I really appreciate how you've broken everything down in terms of the costs and the reasons behind each increase. I think that really does make our job a lot easier. Overall, sort of looking, it looks like an overall budget increase of around 18%. You noted about 7% of that's for your core administrative functions. No change in enumerations, none in compliance, some increases in elections and other electoral events. So I just want to ask you about that, because last year what we saw was that government members of the committee did vote in favor of reducing all budget increase for all officers to CPI, about 2%. So this year, I don't know if that's the intent, but I do want to understand what kind of implications that might have for you, given that, you, as you've noted, you can't predict when by-elections might happen, if there may or may not be a citizens' initiative or a referendum. And of course, you have a number of changes on your plate, from electoral changes in Bill 20 and some other pieces. So I was wondering, to start, Mr. McClure, if you could break down what the impacts might be if you were asked to hold this budget to, say, an increase of 2 or 3%.
Do you want me to take a shot at you? Okay. I'll start off, and then I'm going to ask Ms. Petrowski to jump in. If we're to reduce our budget, we have areas we can focus on, such as the budget allocated for referendum, citizens initiatives, and we can reduce our budget through looking at that. However, should it then arise, we would be then having to come back before this committee to seek a supplementary estimate. We've written it in to try and give you the most honest portrayal of what we think our budget will be.
Thank you, Mr. McClure. Just to add to that, essentially what we would look at doing is we would hold steadfast in what our current operations are. So what it would mean is we would look at likely not bringing back those returning officers right away. We wouldn't be able to immediately start supplying and stocking our warehouse for those other electoral events. We would likely look at some of those things. And as Mr. McClure has stated, if we do see those other electoral events come up, we would be looking at coming back to the committee for that supplemental request. What this referendum and recall request really does is it allows us to be prepared for when that may or may not occur, and just allows for that mandate that has been set out for our office to fully be achieved, so that we can continue to be in that state of election readiness and able to be as nimble and flexible as possible whenever those situations may arise.
And do you have a follow-up, MLA Shepherd?
Yes, thank you, and thank you to everyone for that answer. It's helpful to understand, and certainly I recognize the need for some of these increases that you're putting forward here. So following on that question, in particular on cost implications from Bill 20, we know this government has introduced some significant changes that are going to impact the next municipal election, one of those being removing the right to vote from anyone who's unable to present photo ID. Of course, in your strategic plan, you talk about engaging with Albertans to identify barriers to voting, implement solutions to encourage participation. I just want to understand what your plan and strategy is then as part of this budget, given that these are additional implications. If that's part of the increase, that preparation about how you're going to educate, engage Albertans about a fairly substantial change to make sure that doesn't present a barrier their participation in the upcoming municipal elections. Is that a part of the consideration in the budget?
Thank you, and thank you for the question. So, Elections Alberta, we certainly respect the autonomy of municipalities to conduct their elections within the framework of the Local Authorities Election Act. You have brought up Bill 20, specifically Elections Alberta's role in assisting municipalities is providing that list of elector information to municipalities across the province in preparation. At this point in time, Elections Alberta has been able to absorb the cost of being able to support that work with municipalities. We have a dedicated our data coordination and GIS team. So our director, along with a data coordinator that we have, is working closely with municipalities currently to get data sharing agreements to ensure the safe and secure transfer of that list of elector information in accordance with the Local Authorities Election Act. And we will continue to engage with municipalities across the province in preparation for that event in October of 2025. So at this point in time, our budget is able to account for that, and we will continue to provide that support to municipalities in whatever way that we can. And in terms of kind of our ongoing outreach efforts, Elections Alberta, as outlined in our strategic plan, our annual report, we have started work on a draft outreach strategy as well, which we are very dedicated to working with our partners across the province in some of our vulnerable communities and our communities that most significantly experience those barriers, and that work will continue through 25-26.
Perfect. MLA Van Dyken, over to you.
Hey, thank you, Chair. And I want to welcome new Chief Electoral Officer to the committee and recognizing you're only a month into it, but I look forward to working with you in the years to come. One thing I will mention is I've been an MLA for 10 years and, well, not quite 10 years, but been in a number of these deliberations over the years through legislative offices. And I do need to state that I do have a concern with the budget increases in order to have this in place. When I started, I think we were in around $5-6 million a year. In the second year of a budget cycle or a electoral cycle, and then we went from about 6 million to over 9 million 4 years later, a 50% increase, which I'm thinking that's got to raise some red flags. And now we're going from a $9.5 million budget 4 years ago to a little over $13 million budget. So I would encourage the Chief Electoral Officer to really take that fine-tuned pencil to the budget to ensure that taxpayers are getting good value for the money that's being expended. Now, with regards to this proposed budget, the Chief Electoral Officer spoke with regards to a readiness model. I know all these years we've had these budgets presented to us with essentially allocations in case of typically 2 by-elections in a 4 years or in a annual cycle. Now we're talking about other electoral events that are potentially there, referendum, recall, that type of thing. And I guess I would like to try and get a better understanding of what was called a readiness model and how the Chief Electoral Officer proposes to move forward in that, as opposed to what's been done in the past. I know the Chief Electoral Officer did mention that the other electoral events, what's budgeted for that, if there wasn't any event, the money would not be expended. But then I still trying to figure out what does the readiness model actually add to the operations cost and day-to-day operations of the office.
I'm not sure. Sure, if you don't.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. I'm gonna do my best. So in terms of this readiness model, we're really trying to reflect the increase in our mandate to be at the ready to deliver any sort of provincial electoral event that may come our way in the years that we're between a provincial general election. So you've certainly mentioned by-election events. We budget for 2 of those throughout each fiscal. What that entails is it allows us to have that budget ready when those electoral events are really quite unknown. We don't set the date for those election events, so we have to have that budget available to move quite quickly once we have an order in council, the writ is issued. We take steps then to ensure that we have field staff in place, we can secure our voting locations, we can secure supplies and materials management, the shipping of our supplies, etc. In terms of referendum and recall, what we are talking about when we talk about a readiness is a bit of a foundational and base level readiness to ensure that we have supplies in our warehouse. We don't completely restock our warehouse after the provincial general election, and obviously we do use millions of pieces of paper and different materials and supplies during a provincial election event, and we don't replenish that immediately following the general elections. So this constant state of readiness allows us to progressively get to that point, in addition to having those budget dollars for referendum. Not everything is going to be exactly the same for a provincial referendum as it would be like for a provincial general election. So some of our materials have to be designed a little bit differently. Our training materials have to be designed a little bit differently to reflect the differences in events. And in terms of recall, what we're really getting at here is a reflection of receiving an application. That application then gets reviewed and is either approved or rejected. If it's approved, the petition can go forward. If that petition is then submitted within that legislative timeframe, we have obligations then to validate the petition, which does have an operational impact on our office to ensure that it's done within the timeframe that's required. Then at that point, if the petition is valid, we are required under the legislation to hold a recall vote. And what that vote is to conduct the event. It's essentially the equivalent of conducting a by-election in an electoral division to determine whether or not that member would then be recalled. From there, if the recall is successful, that recall vote is successful, we would be looking at then having a by-election. And in that point, then we're using those funds specific to the by-election event. So the readiness model is really reflective of the different elements of the different type of events that could be brought on at any time between 2 provincial general elections. Does that help?
Yeah, absolutely it does. I guess it's very similar to how it was conducted before, maybe a little bit more robust with regards to supplies, warehousing, and people, by the sounds of it.
Was that your follow-up question, or was that a comment there, Emily Van Dyke?
Just comment that answers the question. Thank you.
Okay, I've got MLA Dick and then Shepherd.
Excellent. Well, thank you as well. Thanks for coming. 2 weeks on the job, and you get to answer to all of us. It's an intense spot to be. So, my question just revolves around over contributors in the 2023-2024 period. I think the majority of them were done. It's a pretty impressive number. That you guys were able to clean this up so fast. But my question is how does this compare to prior? So the number, I think it was 94 over contributors. So how's this number comparing from previous reporting periods?
Sorry, just gonna grab my glasses so I can. We're contributors. Number of over contributors in the previous year in 2022 would have been 130 individuals. And the refunds for those individuals was 128 refunds in 2022. So comparatively, where in 2023 it was, number of individuals was 94, and the refunds came down to 83 for political participants. So.
Thank you for that answer. And then can you also just elaborate on the process on how your office resolves these over contribution issues? And then, yeah, just on the process there, and how, you just give some detail on that?
I can speak to that. Thank you. I can speak to that process, and generically the process is basically the same process that we apply to every breach or potential breach, because it's a statutory requirement. More generally speaking about over contributions, it's typically identified by the audit and compliance function and is typically resolved before it gets to my area. So by the time typically it gets to me, there's been communications with the parties, and typically there is already a refund that has occurred and contribution receipts have been amended. It is referred to my office, and we look into the facts of every contribution and proceed accordingly. Does that answer your question?
Okay, MLA Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask a question related to the strategic plan, the analysis of the election environment. And the problem is public trust. You talk about, and indeed, Mr. McClure, you talked about in the presentation through the chair to you, about a significant decline in public trust in public institutions and democratic processes. You noted that election management bodies across the world are combating some organized attempts to spread misinformation, disinformation regarding the electoral process, including facts regarding the use of technology. Now, I did see this after the most recent provincial election in BC. We saw a number of online personalities, others claiming their election results were delayed due to the use of electronic tabulators. In fact, I believe that was repeated by a government MLA in our legislature just this past week. Same MLA claimed that in the last provincial election in Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul, that, I quote, the tabulators completely failed. So I recognize that this is part of your strategic plan, of course, as you're preparing, and that you are, you mentioned that you are working on education campaigns and other steps to address this. I'm just wondering then, specifically, are you looking at this concern around electronic technology that's being used in elections, misinformation, disinformation, and are the amounts in this budget then for that education also including some of that work?
Well, we have had a number of staff go to other jurisdictions during the conduct of their provincial elections, and BC was one of those locations, and observe, and we're getting reports back on that. And BC has brought in a comprehensive misinformation legislation, but whether or not the degree of success is yet to be determined. I'd be premature to say how successful that legislation was and whether or not it would have a place here in Alberta. Now, I'll ask if anyone would jump in.
Thank you very much. So just to add to that, we do in our current budget, we have worked in what we're labeling as brand building. That is to help us with being a little bit more constant between general election events. Our outreach strategy also will help with that. Getting out, explaining the process. What can people expect to see? What does the voting process look like? Is someone entering the process for the first time? What are some reminders that they need to see? Any sort of voting process, which may or may not include technology. Those plans have not been solidified for 2027. But we would look at what we can do to make sure that the public can see how they're working, what they can expect, and ultimately how those results would be reported from that. So again, no plans have been made, but as Mr. McClure has stated, we continue to be active across the country. We are looking at the different types of technologies that are being used throughout elections, not just here in Canada, but around the world, including the US. And we continue to be an active player in determining what is going to be our plan for 2027. Those conversations are ongoing, and we are awaiting legislation as well in order to continue those plans for preparations for 2027. So that's just to kind of supplement a little bit. Hopefully that helps.
MLA Shepherd, follow up?
Yes, thank you very much. And yes, that is helpful. So along the same lines, again, talking about voter education, engagement, and combating misinformation. Did notice in your strategic plan, your timeline for your municipal elections coming up, June to August of this year, you'd projected you'd be working with municipal affairs to develop some of the training materials for returning officers and doing some sessions with them. I was just wondering if in the process of those conversations, whether with municipal affairs or perhaps Service Alberta in regards to a communication plan regarding this significant change of the removal of vouching, the requirement of voter ID. I just asked because, of course, in the spring, Minister McIver stated he intends to make it easier than ever to get ID, in fact, instantly, to quote Mr. McIver. So given it is your mandate to remove barriers, share necessary information, and you're doing some of this work, I'm just curious, are those conversations ongoing, and are you working to develop those training materials to ensure officers understand how to correctly explain this to voters?
There is education ongoing about the various forms of ID that can be applied. My recollection, pardon me, I'm trying to jam as much into my mind in the last little while. There's over 50 different ways to identify an individual currently, and we'll be working with municipal affairs to, in part of their training to identify those 50 different ways to provide identification. And if you have any more to
Sure. Yeah, I can jump in there as well. So I think an important distinction to make is Elections Alberta's role within municipal elections is very defined. We have a very limited role within the municipal election process. And at this point, from an operational side, it's very much providing that list of elector information to the municipalities to achieve the requirements under the Local Authorities Election Act. Our compliance team can certainly speak to the limited role that our office plays with compliance and enforcement under certain parts of the Act as well. When it comes to outreach and engagement specifically for the municipal elections, we do respect the autonomy of municipalities. They each conduct their own electoral events within their own municipalities. They may have their own advertising plans, they may have their own communication strategies, and Elections Alberta certainly respects those plans. We are working closely with municipal affairs in preparation for the 2025 municipal elections. Those conversations are ongoing, and at this point there are no plans currently kind of set in stone or finalized, but we continue to have the conversations to support municipalities in any way that Elections Alberta can in collaboration with Alberta Municipal Affairs.
Correct. And I have on the speaking list Dick Shepherd as repeat offenders. So go ahead, MLA Dick.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. Just following up with this, I see that your one of your goals, I believe it's on page 15, is to build trust in the democratic process. I know you provide programs and services about keeping Albertans informed on this. What exactly are you guys doing in order to build the trust of Albertans in the democratic process?
We have a number of initiatives underway. One is working with the school system through programs like civics. I believe it's grades 6, 9, and 12, and training, showing them how the electoral process works, running proxy votes for the general election, and then releasing the results after the close of polls in a provincial general election, for example, to show the students how voting works and how it's counted and the process unfolds. It's also the provision of information for candidates and making that available as to there's rules of conduct that take place. And I'm going to look toward my deputy and ask her for.
Absolutely. I can certainly supplement for you if you'd like. So again, I spoke a little bit about the brand campaign that we're hoping to do. Our social media presence, obviously, we're exploring ways in our office that we can engage with candidates, potential political participants as well throughout the 3 years leading into the 2027 election. Once we bring on our returning officers, they conduct a plethora of outreach across their electoral divisions. They go and they visit long-term care, supportive living facilities. They reach out to the vulnerable communities, our community support centers, emergency shelters, those sorts of things. We also do a lot of outreach work with our First Nations and Métis settlement communities across the province. And that all is an attempt, and Elections Alberta building those relationships ahead of the next electoral event. In these years that we are between that, we're really trying to, again, have that presence. We have an advisory group that we're hoping to get up off the ground as well with our returning officers, a bit of an ear on the ground in terms of what are you hearing, what are some of the things that we should be aware of, which will further then inform our communications plans between these event years as well.
And do you have a follow-up as well, Emily? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
You just mentioned the civics in schools, which I think is super important that we continue making sure that youth and kids know about their civic duties. It's very important. But part of my question is just utilization of schools of that program. Do you guys have some numbers on the program amount that schools are utilizing your guys' services in this particular program? And you can broaden that widely too as well. In your programs that you're offering, what is the participation rate of those potential people?
Sure, if you like.
So thank you very much for the question. So following the 2023 provincial general election, we continued our outreach. Specifically, I'll just speak to youth. We have our civics program, which Mr. McClure had spoken to, so we partnered with civics in preparation for 2023 and through the 2023 election. Outside of that, we also have a program that's called Building Future Voters, and that is a program that is highlighted for the social studies curriculum in grades 6, 9, and 12. And then we also offer classroom presentations, both virtual and in person across the province. And just some statistics for you, between January and November of 2024, we've conducted 47 classroom presentations that reached over 1,800 students across the province. And those are ongoing. Our outreach team is busy on the ground, visiting those schools, engaging with teachers, building relationships with our school boards across the province as well. We're also active in 7 teachers' conventions this last year as well, with plans for the same in 2025. And then expanding that through our draft outreach strategy, which I spoke to a little bit earlier, which will get us in front of community groups across the province, including our disability communities, our military community, speaking with folks on our provincial and federal partners for incarcerated electors, try to build those relationships and provide presentations, provide opportunities for a conversation about what barriers they might be experiencing, and start to explore ways in which we can reduce those.
Excellent. And just some housekeeping here. We have Emily Yao is now substituting for Emily Lovely. And with that, I have on the speaking list Emily Shepherd and Emily Dick. It's like the show between you two guys, so this is good. Emily Shepherd, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Mr. McClure and all of your staff. Really appreciate your engagement and your answers today. Just had a question regarding the 5th goal in your strategic plan. Again, building trust in the democratic process. Second objective, engaging with Albertans to identify barriers to voting. And objective 1 in that same section, keeping Albertans informed, engaged in the electoral process. You've talked about sort of developing that social media strategy. You're budgeting for some of those processes. I appreciate that. Focused on providing timely information, promoting Elections Alberta as a source of truth during electoral events. And I know that every member of your staff is focused on that work, but doing it with good due diligence. But we know there's been 2 instances in the last 4 years where there have been some concerns with information that came out from Elections Alberta. A number of individuals raised concerns about information that was provided during the October 2021 referendum on removing equalization from the Constitution that was felt to be false and misleading, potentially biased towards one side of the question. that information was not retracted or corrected at that time. And then in May, during the provincial election, we did see information provided regarding identification and registration saying that they were required to vote. A lack of clarity there at best. In that instance, I recognize Elections Alberta did listen to the concerns raised and updated the website, social media posts. So just want to understand, in terms of this budget, as you're making these new plans now, what additional steps are you working to take to ensure that the Elections Alberta will be providing good, clear information, indeed, as you say, a source of truth in the upcoming elections, given the other concerns you've noted about broader misinformation and disinformation?
I'm going to ask you to take that one on.
Thank you very much. I apologize. You're hearing a lot from me today. So it's a good question. What we're looking at, specifically, you've brought up 2021 and 2023. The office did take steps to improve our processes in relation to communications, both social media and otherwise, following both of those events. After each event, we debrief, our office has conversations, we engage with our returning officers as well, to do a bit of an analysis on what we did, what we didn't do, and where we can improve, and those all have resulted in improvements being made within our office, whether policy-wise or otherwise. Some things that we're looking at, they might seem quite simple, so I apologize, but we're looking at improving all of our processes related to proofreading, what information is going out, how many eyes are on it, confirming with our legislation to make sure it's ticking those boxes. It's a fine balance between making sure that we're providing the legislation and what the legislation says, in what I think all of us can agree is sometimes is a very legalese type of way, and converting that into plain language, but making sure that the intention is clear, the message is clear, and when things are brought to us, that dedication and that commitment to review that, to make sure that we're being as clear and upfront with Albertans as we possibly can, to remove any ambiguity, to remove any concern, or that sort of thing. So we are putting processes in place with respect to communications and advertising to make sure that we're being as responsive to some of those concerns as we possibly can be.
And follow-up, MLA Shepherd,
Yes.
after I get my tongue to work here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. McClure. No problem. I understand you are new to the role. I've been in the position of needing to rely on my staff to help me out with new information when I'm learning a new portfolio. So I completely understand. We're asking some big questions. I really do appreciate all of you being here. Just to follow up then on that question and on some of the previous, I just might want to make sure I understand what's being said then in regards to the upcoming municipal election and Elections Alberta, how you view your responsibilities in terms of voter engagement, education, and these things. What I am hearing is that you feel that Elections Alberta, your responsibility is to provide the list of electors to municipals, and then beyond that, it's up to the individual municipalities to provide their electors with information about changes under Bill 20 or other things that might impact their ability to vote. Is that a correct reading of your statements?
Correct.
Just for the record here too, we have MLA Sinclair has joined us. Do you want to read yourself into the record, sir?
Thank you, everybody. I'm Scott Sinclair. I'm the MLA for Lesser Slave Lake, and thanks for having me back.
Thank you. And MLA Dick, you are next.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I did not get an answer to my question, or at least if it was, the microphone was not on and I did not hear it.
Oh, my apologies. I thought you said it was okay. Did you want to repeat, ADM, your answer?
Yeah.
Just say the question again, Shep, or MLA Shepherd, what you're missing.
So again, I was just asking, just to clarify, that the role of Elections Alberta in the upcoming municipal election is simply to provide the voter list of electors and not to provide the education engagement around changes into Bill 20 that is considered to be the responsibility of local municipalities. I just want to be clear if I've understood that correctly.
That is correct. We respect the autonomy of the municipalities.
Did you catch it that time? Okay, there we go. MLA Dick, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Really appreciate it. So I've just been thinking about your comments just on election readiness, and I just want some clarity around them. You guys have a price point, expected price point expectation, an estimate is what we're talking about if it happens. So I have why add the extra budget as something that might happen instead of just coming back? I guess I'm a little confused. It makes it very difficult to get the real costs of election in Alberta if we're adding these budget items in instead of coming back for supplemental supply. So I guess I'm just looking for some clarity on why put this forward in your budget if you can just come back and because as we're going forward, we often go use percentages. This isn't a real cost. This is potential cost. May come about, may not come about. So there's some challenges here in understanding the costs that you guys are presenting, at least for myself, in this. So my question is why not just having that standard estimate at the ready and come back and say, hey, this is what's happening? Because that we can be pretty fast in this committee getting these things approved if needed, instead of always having it in your budget.
In some of this, we've only taken a very base level to build into the budget so that we can have some responsiveness. However, if I look at the by-election, when a by-election's called, we have to hit the ground running that day. And to try and get back before you for a supplemental can make it a little more difficult to be responsive from Elections Alberta's side. We're not writing in the full cost of something, of all things like referendums or I think the total we've taken into this in the cost of maintaining election readiness comes to about $1.7 million, which could be expended if required, but it also would go to preparing us for the upcoming provincial general election in 2027. So we've tried to take the idea of being responsive and making sure it works and to go forward so it's not a needless use of money.
Follow up if that's okay.
Sure, if the answer is complete.
So I guess I'm just looking at timelines. In this instance, we just called a by-election. We knew ahead of time that the MLA had stepped down with official leave date, I believe, July 1st. So I guess and then seeing that it took 5 months, roughly 4 to 5 months to call the election. Is that not enough time to come back to the committee in order to request extra funds instead of having that in your budget?
In the scenario you've laid out, it could be. However, by election where the person steps down, it could also span a fiscal year, and it can make it a little more difficult to get back in before you, depending on the timing of when a general or a by-election is called. It's not precluding that would be an avenue. It comes down to how much preparation we can do in advance of any by-election or any referendum being called. Not going to preclude that we can't come back and ask for a supplemental, but also don't want to show up here and say, here's my budget, and I'll be back again to ask for more. It's kind of full disclosure is what we're aiming for here. And anyone wants to ask.
Do you want me to add to it?
Is there anything to add? I thank you for the answer.
Just to build on that. So by-elections in this particular case, yes, we had 4 or 5 months from when the vacancy occurred to when the order in council was effectively provided and we could issue the writ. That isn't always the case. We've had a by-election as recently as November of 2022, where the writ was issued actually quite quickly from when the vacancy occurred. So actually, we had a weekend, Thanksgiving long weekend, I believe it was. And so not always does the time frame allow us to come back and seek that budget, given that we have to hit the ground running as soon as we get that order in council and can issue the writ. In the example, I can just kind of build upon a little bit for you. So as soon as we have a vacancy, we get our field staff in place. So we don't delay. We get our returning officer, we can appoint them, we can appoint all of our returning office staff, which then allows them to do a lot of preliminary work in preparation for whenever that writ may come. That includes seeking out potential voting places. That includes looking at potential office locations. And all of that, once we appoint a returning officer, there are honorariums to be paid. There are technology costs related to those positions as well. And if we can do our comprehensive training with our returning office staff, we like to do that in preparation for the event. In this particular case, we were able to achieve that. So again, that comes with printing and supply costs. There's travel costs associated with that as well. And so having this budget allows us to, again, hit the ground running as soon as we know that the vacancy is there, and doesn't delay us in getting a team in place, given the unknown nature of when we might see that order in council.
Perfect. And I have MLA Shepherd with 1 minute left, but that's a lifetime for a legislator.
I'll just say thank you again to the staff at the table. And just in regards to the last line of questioning, just quickly, would this also include factors of inflation, that sort of thing? For example, you are able to buy these supplies today. They're not wasted. They can be used in the future, but certainly the cost of them could certainly rise at a future date as well. Any thoughts on that piece?
No, definitely. The cost of supplies can rise. They can also be very difficult to acquire. That was the case previously during COVID. It was very, very difficult to get paper product and to get the right paper product for ballots. So having some on hand and be able to negotiate the delivery becomes very critical.
That makes sense. And we are officially out of time, so you managed to run the gauntlet. Any last closing remarks from either you or your team, sir?
I would like to thank you very much for the opportunity to appear before you today and present our budget. And I wish you all the best of the season.
I appreciate it, and back to your team as well, so really appreciate that, sir. And with that, we have the Office of the Ombudsman, and I actually said that right this time, I'm so happy with that. Public Interest Commissioner, and they're right up next. So we'll take a quick 2 minutes, just to change the room over. Who's coming aboard? Let's go. Yeah. Well, welcome back, everybody. We have the Office of the Ombudsman and Public Interest Commissioner. So apparently this gentleman and his team wear two hats, so we get two for the price of one today. This is excellent. So Mr. Kevin Brzezinski, Ombudsman Public Interest Commissioner, along with the staff who are at the meeting here. Like to thank you again for providing your budget in advance so the committee members could go through that and helps us with the questions and come up with deliberations a little bit quicker and easier in the day. So we're here to present the budgets on the two offices. For online viewers today, I would also note these offices are separate entities which are governed by different legislation and which have their own budgets. With that in mind, we'll be reviewing the information for about 20 minutes per, and then we'll go Q&A, and there's actually answers here. It's not just question period. It was kind of the inside joke with a bunch of us here. And what we'll do is we'll do introductions around the table, so you know who you're presenting to, turn the floor over to you, and then we'll go from there. So I'm Shane Getson, the MLA for Laxton and Parkland. I call it God's Country to get the conversation started, and also chair today, and to my right for introductions.
Tanny Al, Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo.
Good afternoon, Brandon Lunty, Leduc Beaumont.
Nolan Dick for the most entrepreneurial constituency of Grand Prairie.
Thorndack, MLA for Edmonton McClung.
Janet Aramenko, MLA Calgary Curry.
Drafton Koenig, Law Clerk.
Jody Rempel, Committee Clerk.
And online, we have folks joining us here today as well. I see MLA Chapman.
Amanda Chapman, MLA Calgary Beddington.
I see MLA Sinclair.
I'm Scott Sinclair, MLA for Lesser Slave Lake.
I see MLA Van Dyken.
Glenn Van Dyken, MLA for Athabasca Barhead Westlock.
And last but not least, I see MLA Shepherd.
David Shepard, and with respect to Mr. Dick, I've noticed an awful lot of entrepreneurs around Edmonton City Centre.
And this is why I start the conversation the way I do, because now we get to talk about all the benefits and the attributes for our provinces. We get to brag them up a little bit. With that, sir, I'll turn it over to you for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll just get our PowerPoint up. Again, thank you, and thank you to the committee members for giving us the opportunity to speak to you today about the offices of the Ombudsman and Public Interest Commissioner. Since most of the members of this committee heard our presentation last year, I'll condense my presentation and exclude comments regarding our mandate, jurisdiction, and other details that you are already familiar with. I'm joined today here by my Director of Investigations, Greg Stead, and Gladys Gagnon, who's our Director of Corporate Services. I'd like to publicly thank Peter Schurston, my previous deputy, for the tremendous positive impact he had on our office and our ability to serve Albertans. I'll be presenting each office's annual reports. Greg will provide an overview of the 25-26 business plans, and Gladys will speak to each office's budget for the upcoming fiscal year. As you'd mentioned, Chair, we've provided you with copies of our annual reports, budget estimates, and business plans, and a copy of our presentation, which I hope will be of benefit to all. It's important to note that while our two offices operate independently, they share administrative services. These services include executive management, finance, human resources, administration, IT, communications, and our legal services, which has allowed us to be more efficient with our budget allocations. This is an area that Gladys will speak more about in her presentation. This is our current year's organizational chart, which shows a total of 40 positions for both offices. The Ombudsman Office has 33 positions, while the Public Interest Commissioner has 7. Of these, 13 Ombudsman positions provide services to both offices. One important aspect to highlight this year is that we utilize some investigative resources from the Ombudsman Office to augment the Public Interest Commissioner team when their caseload increased. Cross-training is an effective way to maximize resources. I'd like to point out that last year we did not ask for any growth positions, and once again, we will maintain the status quo even though our workload has increased. We've built in some efficiencies within our office, and we will monitor to see if zero growth is sustainable in the future. Now, I'll speak about my role as the Ombudsman. As you are aware, the Ombudsman Office conducts thorough, impartial, and independent investigations of complaints from Albertans who feel that they may be treated unfairly by administrative bodies that fall within our jurisdiction. The budget request for the upcoming year includes a 1.7% increase, and primarily to accommodate the 3% cost of living adjustments for employees as directed by the Public Service Commission. A trend that we've seen recently is an increase of applications for judicial review related to our investigations. In many cases, my office finds that complaints are either outside my authority to investigate or that the person was treated fairly by the authority. Sometimes complainants are dissatisfied with my findings, and the only way to review my decision is to apply to the court for judicial review. For reasons which I won't go into detail here, these type of applications are unlikely to succeed. However, my office is still required to respond and in some cases proceed with the judicial review regardless of the applicant's chance of success. Responding to these types of applications results in increased legal costs to my office. We had a productive year in 23-24 and exceeded some of our business goals. I'd like to highlight some of our stats to give you an idea of what we do. We saw an increase in the total number of cases we received by the fiscal year end. This slide shows that overall, we've seen a 9% increase in total cases received, 5,150 total received versus 4,713 in 22-23. We also noted inquiries increased by 5% and written complaints increased by 20%. I'd like to suggest that as part of our business plan, our dedicated outreach and engagement strategy, as well as some of my public reports, have resulted in better awareness of the work that we do. Of the total cases received by our office, 3,399 were classified as calls requesting assistance. We consider every issue, gather information, and help people navigate the system and understand their options for a way forward. That leaves a total of 1,751 files, which we opened this past year. And this slide gives you the breakdown of jurisdictional cases across the various sectors. We received the highest number of written complaints about Alberta Works, Corrections, ATB Financial, Children and Family Services, AISH, and Maintenance Enforcement. Some of these complaints relate to the denial or termination of benefits without adequate explanation or delays in decision-making. In regard to ATB, most of the cases related to dissatisfied customers who've been the victims of fraudulent transactions. The timelines to close written complaints have improved over the last year as we strive to complete complex, full investigations and continue to focus on early resolution as a key driver to ensure efficient, timely, and thorough investigations. Years ago, the standard practice was to conduct full investigations which could take a year or more to conclude. And what we've continued to find is that by introducing early resolution in all cases, our success at resolving complaints in a relatively short time frame remains at a high level. Early resolution is best used for less complex cases where it may be quickly resolved either by the authority acting on a request from our office or by our office determining that the authority acted fairly. This process is less formal and less burdensome for the authority and our office, and at the same time efficient for Albertans. Further, you can see from the numbers provided in this slide, 95% of our total investigations were closed within 3 months. 4% of the more complicated or full investigations were concluded within 12 months, and only 1% took longer than 1 year to conclude. Just want to note that sometimes we're at the mercy of the authority in receiving responses, therefore, we do not have total control over our timelines. Of the more complicated or full investigations, we made recommendations in 73% of these cases. It's important to note that 97% of our recommendations were accepted by the authorities. For early resolution cases, there was action taken by the authority to improve fairness in 33% of the cases. And in the remaining cases, we found the authority acted appropriately. What does this mean? Well, it shows that we're making a positive impact on improving the overall fairness of processes and decisions in the public sector. I would now like to briefly highlight 2 cases investigated by my office last year. These cases involve vulnerable Albertans, and summaries are included in my annual report. The Persons with Developmental Disabilities Program, or PDD, is an important program that offers vulnerable Albertans a variety of services, including employment supports, respite services for caregivers, supports for mental health or behavioral issues. Evan Zanari, a young man born with developmental disabilities, applied for PDD benefits and was denied. The program indicated that his full-scale intelligence quotient, commonly referred to as IQ score, was too high and denied him benefits. Evan's mother appealed the denial of benefits to the Citizens Appeal Panel and argued that Evan's IQ was not a proper measure of his ability to function in the real world. Psychologists provided expert evidence to the panel, and the panel ultimately decided that Evan's IQ score was not an accurate measure of his functional ability. The panel cited a 2013 decision of Alberta's Court of Queen's Bench and felt that it could not vary or rescind the PDD program's decision, since current legislation states that entitlement to benefits is to be based solely on IQ score. The court stated that the legislation was flawed and that a raw test score such as an IQ score should not be relied upon as the sole measure of functional ability. It's been over 10 years since the court made its decision, and the legislation has still not changed. The Zanari family complained to my office. As a result, I made recommendations to the department to take steps toward amending the regulation to align with the court's decision and current psychological standards for assessing functional ability. I also recommended the PDD program reconsider Evan's application for benefits. The department said that it would not reconsider Evan's application, but would take my recommendation into consideration when the regulation was reviewed in 2024. I can advise that Evan's case was not reconsidered and the regulation was not changed. This case received national attention, and many families facing the same issues reported their concerns to my office. In another case, an Albertan receiving AISH had applied for a personal benefit to fund a specialized treatment to relieve symptoms of a severe medical condition. AISH denied the request with no option to appeal. My office identified several areas of concern and found that AISH did not follow its policy. My investigation also found that AISH did not provide adequate reasons for its decision, and more importantly, the decision maker in this case did not have the authority to make the decision. As a consequence of my investigation, I recommended the department make changes to its policy to make the process more fair, communicate with clients who are denied benefits in a clear and transparent manner, and to rehear the original complainant's application for benefits. AISH accepted all of my recommendations and reheard the matter. The complainant was pleased with the outcome, as AISH decided to fund the required treatment and provided a benefit of more than $6,000. This is a great example of an authority being receptive to my recommendations, resulting in a positive outcome for a vulnerable Albertan. I've been impressed with the level of expertise and passion in my office. I've seen firsthand how this office effectively influences positive change in the public service by conducting impartial investigations, making meaningful recommendations, and connecting with Albertans. And with that, I'll turn it over to Greg to present the Ombudsman Business Plan.
Thank you very much, Kevin. As we approach the next fiscal year, the Ombudsman's Business Plan for 25-26 will build on the results and progress achieved in this and past years. Some of those results of the previous plan include, as Kevin has discussed, improvements in the efficiency of the investigative process, lecturing at York University's Osgood Hall Professional Development and Forum of Canadian Ombudsmen course on investigative best practices, and delivering 2 presentations to an international audience at the United States Ombudsman Association's annual conference. For the upcoming 25-26 business plan, we acknowledge the public sector is seeing increased demands for services at an unprecedented rate. Alberta's growth in both population and diversity brings challenges for the effective delivery of government services, especially in the areas of education, housing, healthcare, and other essential public services. To address this, we will implement initiatives focused towards improving our service delivery, targeted outreach and engagement, and modernizing legislation. To achieve this, our 25-26 business plan features strategies that will deliver 3 main outcomes. The first is providing excellent service, which will positively impact both Albertans and Alberta's public service. One strategy is to continue to take an active role within the national and international ombuds communities. This affords us opportunities to both share and gain experience, expertise, and best practices which may be adopted and adapted to offer better service for Albertans. Many of the innovations we have or are about to implement have been inspired through opportunities like these. Second, We will expand Albertans' awareness of our mandate to improve fairness in the public sector. 25-26 will mark the third and final year of our strategic communications plan. This is the successful culmination of sequential outreach strategies, which now include a virtual component. Last year's efforts towards increasing general awareness correlated with a 20% increase in new user traffic to our website. Moreover, we also realized a 9% increase in the overall number of cases received by our office. Our 25-26 communication plan will not only continue these efforts, but will also introduce strategies to engage with specific segments of the population. Pardon me. First, we wish to further build relationships and partnerships with the Indigenous peoples and communities within the province. Second, we acknowledge the need for vulnerable Albertans and newcomers to the province to have access to our services. With this in mind, we will engage with agencies which work with these peoples. It remains vitally important that not only are vulnerable Albertans and newcomers aware of our mandate and how we can assist them, but they have access to our office and are able to connect directly with our investigators. We will also re-examine our public-facing marketing materials and online presence to ensure it is authentic and resonates with the various population segments we are trying to reach. We will continue our training and support efforts to the various jurisdictional authorities throughout Alberta. Having proactive engagements with these agencies, boards, commissions, and departments is imperative to ensuring they have a heightened awareness of our mandate with a clear understanding of our processes and how we can assist them when complaints are investigated. Last but not least, we will continue to pursue the modernization of our legislation to better meet the needs and expectations of Albertans as our third outcome. As you are aware, the Ombudsman Act has not undergone a fulsome review since it came into force in 1967. We will continue to seek changes to our governing legislation that will modernize elements of the Act to best serve Albertans. One simple but significant change would be to include a clause allowing for the periodic review in the Ombudsman Act, similar to the clause found in the Public Interest Disclosure Act. This year, we have engaged with the legal team and senior officials of the Department of Justice and are optimistic that legislative amendments will be forthcoming. I will now hand over the presentation to Gladys for an overview of our proposed budget.
Thank you, Greg. Good afternoon. I am pleased to present the financial highlight for the Alberta Ombudsman. Reflecting on the 2023-24 fiscal year, our approved budget was $4,480,000, of which we spent $4,266,611. This allowed us to return $213,389 to the General Revenue Fund. The unspent amount is mainly due to vacancies, employees on leave, reduced IT service expenses from postponing the upgrade of our case management software system, and lower than expected cost for renewing our IT maintenance contract. Before we delve into our forecast and proposed estimate, I'd like to bring your attention to the composition of our expenses. As shown on our submission and on the right side of this slide, salaries, wages, and benefit make up approximately 90% of our expenses, leaving about 10% for supplies and services. With that in mind, for the current fiscal year ending March 31st, 2025, we are forecasting total expenditures of $4,386,539, which is 96% of our approved budget of $4,574,080. This projection includes a capital investment of around $62,000 for the evergreening of our meeting spaces. Consequently, we anticipate saving Albertans $187,541, or 4% of the budget. The savings are primarily attributable to one vacancy and staff being on leave for a significant portion of the year. Additionally, we realize savings in our IT services due to our case management system upgrade costing less than anticipated, along with reduced travel expenses. For the fiscal year 2025-26, we are requesting $4,650,600, which is only a 1.7% or $76,520 increase compared to our approved budget for 24-25. It is important to note that by March 31st, 2025, we will be fully staffed at 33 FTEs, and in addition to merit increases, we have also implemented the 3% general increase for cost of living adjustment for non-union public employees as directed by the Public Service Commission. This is the main reason we are requesting a 2.5% increase in salaries, wages, and benefits. Our 2025-26 estimate have been developed with careful consideration of the current economic climate and strong commitment to fiscal prudence. Reflecting upon this commitment, our overall request for supplies and services have been reduced by 5.4%. The increase in the contracted services line is to accommodate provision for legal services, as mentioned by Kevin earlier. The Ombudsman staff provide shared executive admin, legal, communication, and corporate services to the Public Interest Commissioner's Office. This shared services arrangement result in significant savings for Albertans and forecasted to be $425,000 for 24-25 and expected to remain unchanged in 25-26. With this modest increase and fiscal belt tightened, we intend to achieve the goals and priorities identified in the business plan. Thank you, and back to you, Ken.
Thanks, Gladys. Mr. Chair, that concludes our presentation on the Ombudsman's office. We can answer any questions.
Excellent, thank you. And I had about 19 minutes on the button on my side, so that's perfect. With that, we'll turn over to questions, and the first one on the speaking list was MLA Aramenko. Over to you.
Thank you so much for such a fulsome report. Congratulations on your first year, Mr. Brzezinski. And I just really want to commend your entire office for your good work. Of course, we all have constituency offices that are often a first resource or sometimes the last resource, unfortunately, for our constituents. And I can only imagine the kind of opportunities and challenges that come across the desks of your staff. So thank you again for coming in today. I want to speak right off the top around some of those figures that you provided in terms of the increase of complaints resulting in analyses and or investigations. 20% is a big jump indeed. Can you just tell us a little bit more? I think, Mr. Stead, you'd mentioned that some of this could be attributed to the communications plan, which is wonderful. I think that's probably a good thing, but I'm just curious if you expect for that rate of increase to continue since you're still into kind of in the middle of your communication strategy. How can you square that big increase of 20% with a 1.7% increase to the budget overall?
Yeah, so that's something certainly that we're going to be monitoring moving forward. We know year to date, again, there has been a significant increase in the number of complaints coming to our office. It'll be very similar to probably this last fiscal year. We're always looking for ways to improve the efficiency in our office, but it comes to a time and point where that's not sustainable. But as we stand right now, and we'll be monitoring it closely, some of the technology that we have in place, we're monitoring. We utilize Power BI. It's like a dashboard to check where cases are bottlenecked. So if a file is with a particular investigator or a manager or a director or me, and it's been taking too long, then they need support. So that'll give us some good metrics behind if we ever do need to ask for additional resources in the future.
Thank you. As a follow-up, I noticed in your annual report and also in the business plan that your office aspires to be a global and national leader in ombudsman investigative practices. I'm just curious about what that looks like to you, Commissioner. Is it more or fewer early resolutions, more analyses commenced? How do we actually measure that? Because sometimes being best in class can get expensive.
Yeah, I think measurement is always difficult in our line of work. I think when we want to be a leader nationally and internationally, I think is defining best practices. And we attend conferences and report on some of the work that we do. We also learn from other offices on how effective they are in helping their folks, the local Albertans, I guess, in our case. I think, you know, certainly moving forward, I think metrics are a key thing to determine how effective we are. Doing surveys with citizens, I think, is something that we can look at in the future. Greg, is there anything else that you can think of?
No, the participation in the conferences, it brings together, like when other people have initiatives, we learn about them, and then we say, you know, we can incorporate this and see if this improves our processes. One of the things that we're looking at right now, which Kevin mentioned, was a complaint checker, which BC utilizes, and we thought this was quite interesting. So when citizens come to our website, they will be able to see or go through a process whereby they can answer questions online and see whether or not their complaint is actually ready for us to take a look at or refer them to the appropriate authority. So that improves efficiency. Yeah, it's basic things like that. Sorry.
And MLA Dick?
Perfect. Thank you very much, Chair. Appreciate you guys being here. It's appreciate what you guys have been able to do with your budget. Page 14 of your annual report, as well as on the screen. Most of your cases, 95%, were closed within 3 months, which is pretty amazing. But you also had an increase in numbers, I understand. So could you explain to the committee how you guys were able to still close more significant amount of these reports while also getting a faster turnaround as well? So you had a higher volume and a faster turnaround. How have you been able to accomplish that?
There are a couple things. I think the first thing is that we have really diligent staff who work extremely hard in our office to complete these files in a timely fashion. Secondly, of those 95% of the cases, many of those are non-jurisdictional. So those are, it's not like you have to do a lot of analysis into those complaints, but we can quickly refer those non-jurisdictional cases to other entities within government. So that's probably the primary reason.
Excellent. Slightly, if I may have a follow-up, slightly different vein, but still comes in. I mean, you guys were able to come in under budget this year for this. What are some of the processes that you were able to utilize on the financial side and also to have those increase in totals and also be able to come in under budget? It's fairly impressive to be able to do that. So well done. But I'm just curious on the under budget portion of it.
And I'll turn it over to Gladys. And Gladys has done a tremendous job in our office to make sure that we're fiscally responsible. But we did have some vacancies, as she had mentioned in her speech. And I think that's one of the reasons that we had a bit of an underspend. But I'll turn it over to Gladys.
Yes, we did have one vacancy. In addition to that, we had a couple of people that were on leave, and so that resulted in a variance in the underspend.
Do you mind just confirming how much time do we have to speak to the ombudsman before we jump to the PIC?
Yeah, I'm going to roughly break it in half. So we would say about another 10-ish, 15-ish minutes, right around there. Yep.
Thank you. I want to jump ahead to a point that you referenced in your presentation around the denied by design report that your office had created in regards to address some of the systemic concerns for people with developmental disabilities. You had mentioned that a number of the recommendations were not accepted by government, and that there was also reference to a review and renewal of the regulations related to the PDD in September 2024. My understanding is that, and if I'm just paraphrasing properly here, the recommendations were not accepted, nor has that review and renewal, has it even started? So I guess that's, I won't make that my question. Perhaps there can be some expansion on that. What I'm curious about is what kind of a burden does that represent to your office as far as resourcing goes when it comes to these kinds of recommendations that remain on the books? Do you revisit those from time to time? Is there a kind of regular monitoring to return to those things that have not yet fully been implemented or fulfilled?
Absolutely. It's something that will, when we make a recommendation, in many cases, and again, 97% of our recommendations were accepted by the authority. The 3% relates to this particular case of the Zenaris. So yes, we'll certainly be monitoring. So it was up for review in September of this year, and no changes had been made at that time. So again, we did receive additional complaints regarding the same issues. So as we get those complaints, we'll certainly be monitoring. And if the number increases over time, of course, we may issue another public report as well.
Thank you. As follow-up, there was another report that you'd also mentioned that had a systemic investigation kind of scope and scale that was in regards to the Alberta's Criminal Code Review Board. This was what you called an own motion investigation. I can imagine that those are done with pretty significant resources by your office. How are you able to shore up the resources required to embark on an own motion investigation? Are they in-house resources that just get redirected when the need is identified, or are those contract services that you might source externally?
Yeah, thank you. So they are resourced internally. They are systemic investigations, so it does take a lot of our resources. This particular case, we had a team of individuals, so they still deal with their caseload. This is something separate. So in addition to their caseload, they work on an own motion, and it does take significant time and resourcing. It was a really good example of an own motion investigation where it had the potential for systemic issues. When we did the research and we attended a number of hearings, over 20 different hearings, we found that the review board was actually conducting itself properly. There was a couple little minor recommendations that we made at the end, one for public-facing information and just to shore up their policies and procedures. But yes, they're important investigations. It's not something that we can manage many systemic investigations within a fiscal year because it just is a resource drain.
Perfect. Any other questions from the floor or online? MLA Aramenko, back to you.
I'll take it if I can, sure. Thank you. So I do have a question in regards to the communication strategy that Mr. Stead, you've alluded to. I think you mentioned that you're going into the final year of a 3-year plan for next year. I guess another one that might be challenging to measure, but I hope you can give us an idea of how we're actually measuring the outcomes and the effectiveness of that strategy. What is it that we're actually looking to change in terms of improvement? And what has been the cost of actually implementing and executing on that communication strategy?
Yeah, the cost I'll defer to Gladys just because she's more authoritative with the numbers than I am. The measurements we're looking at is specifically when we started the communication strategy was to drive further traffic to our website, and also the number of impressions that we were seeing on Facebook and other online social media platforms. To use complaints as a measurement would not be wholly accurate because we can't control what a person may be wanting to complain about. However, we can increase awareness and curiosity about what we do. We thought that would be a good measure for success.
May I have a follow-up?
Absolutely.
It is related to this idea of communications and encouraging people to learn about what the Ombudsman does and the resources that you provide. And my question is about whether or not you have information on the number of complaints that come across your desk that are completed with the support of a caseworker, maybe a departmental staff, a ministerial staff person or a departmental staff person, a social worker, a healthcare provider, because I would imagine that could be an important third party when it comes to eliminating the barriers to accessing the services that you provide. And probably a good target for communications as well when it comes to increasing awareness of what you do. Do you have a sense of what the ratio of complaints might be to your office that include that kind of support from an external?
An actual ratio with accuracy, I don't think I could provide that right now. We do have complaints where we have third-party advocates acting on behalf of the complainant themselves for a variety of reasons, and we try and build relationships with those advocacy organizations. it's important for us to do that because the complaint may not be ready for us to take a look at. So we want the advocates to know what we can and can't do and why we can't do that so that they can provide a better level of service. With regards to representatives from the government department, we have a very active liaison strategy with the government departments and municipalities. It's just part of our routine business. With the ombudsman not being able to investigate until all avenues of appeal have been exhausted, it's important for departments to know that we may be referring matters back to them to look at if if the complaint that comes to us is premature. And also we encourage departments to advertise us as a final level of review for a variety of reasons. So.
Thank you. With that, and since you're wearing two hats and I've got the stopwatch going here to buy time, maybe we can just shift gears and let you present now in the Office of Public Interest, if you would wish to proceed with that, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I'll now speak to my role as the Public Interest Commissioner, which operates under the Public Interest Disclosure Act. The Public Interest Disclosure Act, which is commonly referred to as the Whistleblower Protection Act, came into effect in 2013. And we celebrated 10 years of service last fiscal year. The Whistleblower Protection Act is completely separate legislation, and my work as the Public Interest Commissioner is different from my work as the Ombudsman. Gladys will outline our budget proposal later. However, I wanted to highlight that Alberta will be hosting the annual National Public Interest Disclosure Conference next year. Every year, a different province hosts this conference to share ideas and best practices, as well as to discuss challenges and opportunities. The last time Alberta hosted this conference was in 2013. A one-time funding request to host this national event has been added to our overall budget request. To illustrate the work that's done by this office, I'd like to share some stats. This slide shows that we received a total of 207 cases, which is a 43% increase from the previous year. Of the 207 cases, 74 were disclosures alleging wrongdoing and 13 were complaints of reprisal. The other statistic provided on this slide highlights that we received 120 inquiries where assistance was provided. This includes requests for assistance with policy development and advice regarding the Act. As noted in the previous slide, last year we had a total of 207 cases, and this slide gives you a breakdown of the various sectors those cases relate to, as well as the number of cases which were non-jurisdictional. Of note, both the health sector and education sector accounted for roughly 50% of the total cases received. One trend that we continue to see is disclosures related to gross mismanagement of employees. 49% of the disclosures we had received included allegations of this type of wrongdoing. Much like the Ombudsman Office, we also have seen an increase in the number of applications for judicial review on the Public Interest Commissioner side. One such case is highlighted in my annual report. This trend is concerning but understandable. A finding of wrongdoing or reprisal could result in reputational damage to the wrongdoer, and there may be serious consequences for committing a reprisal. The only way to review a negative finding by my office is through judicial review. So it's not surprising that when an instance of wrongdoing or reprisal is found, my office finds itself in court. Judicial review applications result in increased legal costs to my office. I'd now like to provide examples of types of cases we investigated last year. A disclosure to our office alleged gross mismanagement of employees that was systemic in nature. The whistleblower stated that homophobic remarks were made toward an employee and the organization failed to address the incident as well as other conduct-related issues. The investigation involved a substantial records review, interviews with several staff members and non-employees. Ultimately, the investigation determined that while the conduct was offensive, it was not systemic in nature and did not meet the definition of gross mismanagement of employees under the Act. However, our investigation determined that the administration did not adequately address HR incidents when they arose. My office provided the organization with my findings to assist them in improving HR procedures in the workplace. In another case, my office received a complaint of reprisal from an employee who was terminated without cause. No reasons were provided for the termination, and the situation was further aggravated by the fact that the decision was made shortly after my office reported the outcome of a separate investigation at this organization. The complainant alleged that their participation as a witness triggered the termination. Employees who participate in public interest investigations must feel confident that they are protected when doing so. These allegations are taken seriously and investigations conducted are rigorous and extensive. The investigation determined that although the timing of the termination was suspicious, the complainant's termination was based on advice from legal counsel and was related to separate employment concerns. It was also determined that the individuals responsible for the termination were not aware of my office's investigation. An individual found to have committed reprisal can be subject to serious consequences, including prosecution under the Act, civil liability, and employment detriment. Therefore, it's critical that we conduct thorough, fair, and impartial investigations. In addition to the examples of cases highlighted in our annual report, it's equally important to mention several ongoing investigations currently handled by our office. These investigations aim to determine whether employees' actions created a danger to the life, health, or safety of individuals, a chief officer within the education sector grossly mismanaged employees, public funds, or the delivery of a public service. Reprisal action was taken against employees for making a disclosure of wrongdoing, and the acts or omissions of a public entity resulted in a substantial and significant danger to the environment or the gross mismanagement of the delivery of a public service. As you can see, these investigations are complex and require time to conclude. However, it is essential that we conduct thorough and procedurally fair investigations to ensure these matters are resolved appropriately. And with that, I'll turn it over to Greg regarding the business plan.
Thank you, Kevin. Following our 10th anniversary, we continue with our efforts to modernize our practices and provide whistleblowers with the protection they have come to expect of our legislative authority. As per Section 37 of the Act, a special committee of the legislature is expected to begin a comprehensive review of our legislation. This will be the third time since the Act was proclaimed. Our office will achieve 4 outcomes with the 25-26 business plan. They are building awareness of the Public Interest Disclosure Act throughout the public sector as a mechanism to deal with wrongdoings in the workplace, ensuring that designated officers understand their roles within the Act and how they can work with our office to address wrongdoings, ensuring our investigations are procedurally fair, timely, and efficient, and supporting the committee to ensure the amendments to the Public Interest Disclosure Act will enhance the protection of whistleblowers while increasing their confidence in the Act. In 23-24, pardon me, our office created an anonymous survey aimed at reaching thousands of public sector employees. The purpose was twofold. First, to assess employee awareness and perception of our office, and second, to achieve or assist chief officers in meeting the legislative requirement to widely communicate information about the Act to employees. We will use the survey results from 24-25 to guide our outreach efforts throughout 25-26 and achieve our first outcome of building awareness. Our outreach, education, and marketing efforts will be tailored to public sector employees in areas where the largest gaps were noted, primarily public education, health, and post-secondary education. Appreciating the key role played by designated officers in public entities subject to the Public Interest Disclosure Act, our second outcome will be achieved by continuing to provide designated officers with training and expertise so that they understand their role and are equipped to assess and investigate complaints under the Act. Further, training materials will be developed that can be readily used for the onboarding of new employees and to ensure their awareness of the Act. Outcome 3 is the further development of our overall ability to conduct investigations that are thorough, timely, and procedurally fair. In addition to revising our procedures to both align with the updated case management system and with the legislation, we will promote the use of informal resolution in our ongoing and new complaints to increase efficiency. Finally, given the legislative review that is expected in 25-26, we will work with the committee to identify deficiencies in the Act and provide recommendations for improvement. I'll now turn it over to Gladys, who will provide the committee with an overview of our budget.
Thank you, Greg. I am pleased to present the 23-24 financial highlights along with the forecast and 2025-26 budget estimate for the Public Interest Commissioner. For the fiscal year 23-24, our office had a budget of $1,410,000 and utilized 97% of it. This resulted in a savings of $46,374, or 3.3%. The underspent was primarily due to delays in hiring to fill a vacancy and reduced IT service expense from postponing the upgrade of our case management software system. For the 2024-25 fiscal year, we anticipate utilizing approximately 99% of our approved $1,439,610 for budget, returning a nominal $18,920 to the General Revenue Fund. This variance is primarily due to an employee being on parental leave. It is important to note that due to the relatively small budget, even minor fluctuations in dollar amount can lead to significant percentage variances. The Public Interest Commissioner is requesting a budget estimate of $1,506,300 for the 2025-26 fiscal year. This represents a 4.6% increase, or $66,690 from last year's budget. The requested increase accounts for a 3% general cost of living adjustment for non-union public employees as directed by the Public Service Commission, merit increases, and the evergreening of our remaining IT equipment. Also, our request includes a one-time funding of $13,000 to host a National Public Interest Disclosure Conference, as mentioned by Kevin earlier. As previously mentioned, the Office of the Ombudsman provides shared services to the Public Interest Commissioner, resulting in cost savings for Albertans. The shared services amount, as mentioned earlier, is forecasted to be $425,000 and expected to remain unchanged for 25-26. Thank you, and back to you.
Thanks, Gladys. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the chair and members of the Standing Committee for your time and consideration of the information that we've shared here today. I'd also like to recognize the incredible work done by both of my offices in Edmonton and in Calgary. I'd like to stress that if you have any questions about our budget, this is a great opportunity for us to explain our position so that you can make an informed decision. At this time, we're pleased to answer any questions regarding the Public Interest Commissioner's office. Thank you.
And with approximately 9 minutes to spare, well done. Thank you for that. But that, yeah, no, that's perfect. Thank you. Efficiency shown and demonstrated here today, so thank you for that. With that, MLA Aramenko, you're first on the speaking list.
Thank you very much. Boy, another pretty significant increase to the cases that are coming across your desk with the Public Interest Commissioner. I'm really concerned that such a significant number of disclosures were in regard to gross mismanagement, of employees by senior leaders. It makes me wonder if this is becoming normalized, or if there's something shifting in the culture of some of our departments where this is becoming more frequent. And so it makes me think then automatically about the whistleblowers and their protection, but also the protection of what I believe you call the designated officers. I don't know exactly what this would look like, but what does that protection look like, and is there an associated cost to that when it comes to what feels like a real workplace shift? Yeah.
Sure, thank you. So the protections are for employees that make complaints, allegations of or disclosures of wrongdoing. They're protected from reprisal. So if we do get evidence that a reprisal has taken place, then we would investigate that reprisal. So that's the protection piece. Now, the protection of confidentiality is an issue as well. As mentioned in the judicial review in my annual report, we found wrongdoing. It was prior to me being the Public Interest Commissioner. However, there was a finding of wrongdoing related to the gross mismanagement of people. We didn't disclose the whistleblower, nor did we disclose the witnesses that came forward to assist in that investigation. But ultimately, when that went to judicial review, the justice decided to, I guess, identify or reveal who the whistleblower and witnesses are. So that creates a bit of a problem for our office and for whistleblowers in general who want to come forward to report a wrongdoing.
And so there's nothing that can proactively happen prior to the judicial review to protect a potential whistleblower, to protect, to assure the kind of security that a whistleblower may require to feel safe in coming forward.
So we still, as part of our policies and procedures, will do everything in our capability to protect and then conceal their identity. It's just only in those few cases, and really there aren't that many, but those that do go to judicial review, there is a potential, and it's not a guarantee, but there is a potential to identify who they are. And that's why we hope to strengthen some of the protections in our act as well. So when it's up for renewal, which it is in 2025, that's something that we'll look at. There's legislation in Manitoba that really has some really strong language in there to prevent identities being revealed.
Open the floor to any other questions? Armingo, up to you again.
Last one. Speaking of which, certainly a number of the officers who have come before us today have either just gone through some legislative changes or they're expecting some to be coming down the pipe very shortly. What kind of resourcing does that actually require on your end? Is it basically part of your job, Commissioner, and so doesn't require anything a whole lot more in addition to the day-to-day? Or does it depend on how collaborative government is on the drafting or in that review? Can you tell us a little bit more about the actual, your role and the resourcing that it requires to contribute to that process?
I wasn't here during the last review, but I'm aware that it does take considerable resources from our office. We did make a number of recommendations to the committee last time, and I know that 10 recommendations were actually approved and made forward, but however, those changes haven't been made yet. So in 2025, the last set of recommendations that were brought forward haven't been implemented. So a lot of that legwork has been done, but now with this judicial review, like I just mentioned, there are other things in the act that we would want to change. So of course, that's going to take some of our time, but we'll be very open and able to collaborate with Justice if need be.
Okay.
No, I'm good. I think maybe.
MLA Duck.
Just a quick question.
Yes, sir.
To colleague Yarmenko's question. What protections could or do or should exist in your view for those few people identified by judicial review from any sort of reprisal? Is there any measures that you can go one step further and protect those people who do eventually become identified by a judicial review?
So that's still within our purview. So if a whistleblower is identified via a judicial review and reprisal action is taken subsequent to that, we can still investigate that, and there are penalties.
Good. Follow-up? No, that's good. Any other speakers? Holy crow. Once, twice, sold. Thank you very much for presenting here today. Any last closing remarks from you or your team, sir?
No, just again, thank you very much for this opportunity, and thanks to my team. A lot of hard work goes into preparing for this day, so thank you.
Appreciate that. And we'll be going into deliberations here shortly. we make up the time and then we slow it down. Shortly, you'll have the responses back in writing. If there's anything else along there, if we need you for more questions, you'll be notified. For the team here, since we do have a little bit extra time, I would like to propose a 10-minute break if that's at all possible. Well, let's say a 15-minute break since we're really killing time, so come back at the top of the hour. And if you come back sooner, we'll start sooner. Okay, thank you. everybody back, so welcome back, everybody. The next part of our discussion will go into decisions, obviously, in the budget submission, so thank you, MLA Dick.
Thank you, Chair. Just before we go into budget chats, I'm curious if we can go in camera for some conversation.
So we have a motion from the floor to go in camera. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And online, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Perfect. So we'll just let the room get reset and we'll go into camera here. All right, well, welcome back, everybody. So again, we're moving back into the budget portion of this, the approvals of the budgets. We had good conversation, good deliberation, et cetera, good questions and answers back and forth. And what I would propose is that we go through this for simplicity's sake in the same order that the officers had presented. So with that, we're ready to go. MLA Sinclair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to put a motion on the floor.
Okay. Please proceed.
I move that the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices permit the following motion to be moved without prior notice, having been given pursuant to Standing Order 52.041.
I'll open that up for any oh, sorry, you'll have to read the motion into the record here. And make sure it's the same as on screen.
He's just read the first.
I believe the first motion was to accept motions from the floor, correct?
No, to accept a specific.
Okay.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chair.
No problem.
And then the second part of the motion is I move that the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices amend the proposed 2025-2026 budget estimates for the Office of the Child and Youth Advocate in the amount of $17,063,000 to a revised amount of $16,872,900 and approve the estimates as amended.
Okay, and we'll just give it a second to get on the screen, make sure it's accurate. Okay, and is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, perfect. And we'll put it to the question. So all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Now he has to actually move the second.
Okay, so now we have to,
It's carried.
and any opposed online? Seeing none, motion.
I'm opposed, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So with that, we'll have to do a count here. I want to make sure that everyone understands what we're doing at this point. It's to carry the motion from the floor. So we're presenting motions that were not presented in advance. And then the second part of that is to have the vote on the budget. Okay. So the first part is basically, yeah, please clarify for us, Trafton.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure the committee is really clear on what's being voted on. So this is a motion that is asking for the permission of the committee to set aside the notice requirement. So it's not on the budget motion. However, the budget motion is being provided so committee members understand what is being asked. So that they understand that notice is being removed for a particular motion with some numbers. So it's just to give context of what would be moved forward if the notice requirement is removed. Okay, so
and if the chair makes similar to first reading when we bring a bill in the House. Okay. And then it can be debated, and then the question can be called.
I understand that,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, but I just wanted to say that what is before us now in writing seems to blend the two parts together. I didn't think it was correct, but that was the reason for my hesitation earlier. I thank the clerk for clarifying because the two seem to be blended together into one motion on the screen.
Okay, perfect. And with the chair or the chair and the clerk's clarification, let's treat this for clarity's sake as if it's first reading of a bill in the House. And then we will get into the numbers. So the first part is just to allow this to come from the floor. You're not technically voting on the budget value at this point yet.
To be clear, Mr. Chair, this is not something that requires unanimous consent?
Perfect. And I just wanted to make sure that everyone was clear on the procedure of what we're doing here. So having heard that clarity, I will call the question again if the committee will accept this to come to the floor. So all of those in the room, please say aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay, and those online, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, motion carried. Now, I need the member to move the actual motion with the budget value without reintroducing the first part of the motion. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hereby move that the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices amend the proposed 2025-2026 budget estimates for the Office of the Child and Youth Advocate in the amount of $17,063,000 to a revised amount of $16,872,900 and approve the estimates as amended.
Okay, now hearing the second part of this, MLA Shepherd, I see you have your hand up. I'll just entertain that here. Go ahead, MLA Shepherd. Oh, you're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to speak in opposition to the motion, unless MLA Sinclair had any argument he wished to put forward for the reasons for the amendment. Otherwise, I will proceed.
Okay. And we'll go back to MLA Sinclair. If you'd like to present any arguments for the reason for the motion.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Answer will run.
Gotcha. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that, Member Shepherd. This amount represents a 2% increase from the 2024-2025 approved budget. It's an increase that's in line with an inflationary adjustment, and we trust that a 2% increase is a reasonable increase, which will allow support the office in fulfilling their mandate and providing the children and youth that interact with this office the services they rely on. The government remains committed to fiscal responsibility at a time when affordability is top of mind for Albertans, families, and businesses. And I certainly take into account the sensitivities of the amazing work that these leaders do when it comes to helping children. And we also think I also believe with the 2% increase, we'll provide value for taxpayer dollars while ensuring the OCYA can continue to deliver the services that the Albertan children and youth depend on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Perfect. With that, if there's any other discussion, MLA Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be voting against this motion. Frankly, this concept of taking something as complex as the work of the child youth advocate and saying that a group of MLAs sitting here at the committee should override, or dismiss the request that's been put forward. Let's be clear, the request that was put forward by the child youth advocate was 3.6%, so only 1.6% higher. As MLA Sinclair said, this is incredibly sensitive territory. The child youth advocate, her and her staff, are dealing with the deaths of children in custody in this province, are dealing with defending children in all kinds of cases against abuse and neglect in this province. The work they do is incredibly important, and the child youth advocate was quite clear about the reasons for asking for this increase, that they have an increased caseload. They have increased work that they need to do. They have government mandated increases in salary for their staff. And as we recall last year, those increases on their own ate up the vast majority of the 2% increase these government members were willing to give that advocate last year. Mr. Chair, it is not leadership to just impose an arbitrary cut or say CPI is 2%, therefore we're just cutting everything. That's not leadership. When you're dealing with situations like this, with complex entities that frankly members don't understand all of the pieces of, to just say they can find a way to find that 1.6% in savings. It's not our responsibility to understand or consider what the impacts of our decisions will be. Again, Mr. Chair, I don't see that being leadership. Let's be clear, this government, to my mind, Mr. Chair, and I have a feeling we're going to see this repeatedly today, but to my mind, this government is the kind of boss that just keeps dumping more work on your desk. They create more rules about how you do it, and then they refuse to give you the resources you need to do it with. And then they'll turn around and blame everyone else when the work doesn't get done and the systems start to break down and collapse. I know we're going to be speaking to a lot of different officers today and some larger amounts and some officers who've had some incredibly large increases in their duties and mandates imposed by these members. And not to presuppose what these members are going to put forward in terms of motions and what they're going to vote on today, but we know the pattern we saw last year. So for those reasons, Mr. Chair, I will not be voting in favor of refusing to give the child youth advocate the budget increase she is looking for. This is an effective cut. I know members on the other side do not like that term. They will be resistant. They will argue against it. But the fact is that the child youth advocate is telling us this is what is needed for her to do the work to protect the children of Alberta. I've heard nothing from any member of government about where they think the child youth advocate can simply just find these savings and not compromise the work that she does on behalf of the children of Alberta. So I'll be voting against.
Okay, thank you. Any other members wishing to comment? MLA Dack?
Yeah, I just want to concur with my colleague, Mr. Shepherd. He eloquently outlined the arguments that revolve in my mind as well regarding this proposal. And I'm just thinking about the individuals who are working in the field and in the Child and Youth Advocate's Office and others who are providing services who may be listening to this debate and ultimately hear the government's decision or hope that the budget be cut by a couple $100,000 when we're talking about the lives of children and the welfare of the next generation. It's very disappointing.
Okay. Any other members? Seeing none, I'll put it to the question. All those in, sorry, MLA Armenko.
That's okay. I just want to add that when I look at the summary of what has changed and the number of decreases that this office has done, that they have found every savings possible. Decrease in hosting by $3,000, decrease in rentals by $7,000, decrease in repairs and maintenance by $4,000. I'm not sure where this motion suggests that we get blood from a stone here. I mean, there is not a whole lot left to cut. And so to suggest that this is not going to have an impact on the front line is incredibly misguided. And I think that there were no questions when the officer was here to initiate any kind of doubt that they're not doing a good job, that they are not achieving impact, that they are not in fact delivering on the outcomes that I think Albertans would all expect. Furthermore, we know, based on the reports that we've seen, that children are dying. Children are suffering immensely. And I struggle immensely with the idea that we're nickel and diming this office. I will not be supporting this motion.
Any other questions, comments? Seeing none. Hopefully they've seen none this time. I missed that one last time. I apologize, members. I am prepared to put it to the question. So all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? No. Online, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, motion carried.
I request a recorded vote, Mr. Chair.
Request for recorded vote has been asked, and those in the room will have to raise your hands for this. For those in favor, please raise your hand so the clerks can record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see Mr. Yao, I see Mr. Sinclair, Mr. Lunty, and Mr. Dick.
Okay, and those opposed in the room?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see Member Aramenko and Member Dack.
And same procedure except online. So those in favor of the motion, please indicate so online.
In favor?
Thank you, Mr.
Those
Chair.
opposed online.
Opposed?
MLA David Shepherd, opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 5 votes in favor of the motion and 4 against.
Okay, so motion carries. MLA Dick?
Awesome. I would also like to move a motion. So I would like to move that the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices permit the following motion to be moved without prior notice, having been given pursuant to Standing Order 52.041. And the motion is that the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices amend the proposed 2025-2026 budget estimates for the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner in the amount of $11,382,044 to a revised amount of $9,236,840 and approve the estimates as amended.
So having heard the motion, similar to what we just did with the last one, similar to a first reading of a bill, we're asking for this motion that was not put on notice with the week prior to be accepted from the floor. So I'll put that to the question. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Online, those in favor?
In favor.
And those online opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, motion carries. So with the second part, would you read that into the record?
Yes, I would love to read this into the record. I move that the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices amend the proposed 2025-2026 budget estimates for the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner in the amount of $11,382,044 to a revised amount of $9,236,840 and approve the estimates as amended.
Okay, and similarly, do you have arguments for your motion?
I do, Mr. Chair, so thank you for the opportunity. The Commissioner is asking for an increase of 30%, which is substantive, from last year's approved budget, predominantly to address a backlog and do the additional work that this session's new legislation will add on to their mandate. So, but part of this is also at a time where affordability is top of mind for Albertans. We do need to be mindful that Alberta's families, Alberta's businesses, and that this government remains committed to fiscal responsibility of taxpayer dollars. And so I believe that this amount is that. Now, stating as well that Bill 33 and 34 are basically splitting the FOIP Act. And now there is some expanded mandate for the Commissioner, but from splitting these two bills, there is a reconfiguration of processes. So there isn't some predominantly the similar work as what she was doing prior, but there is a little bit extra. So it is reasonable, I believe, that the office does get a slight increase over 2%. So my number here is a 6% increase for this office, and this should allow the office to fulfill their mandate, take on the extra mandate, and to support the implementations of Bill 33 and 34. So while also providing that fiscal responsibility and providing value for taxpayer dollars, while also allowing the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner to be able to do their work, Mr. Chair. So, and based upon the documents today, I think this allows the Commissioner to hire some other full-time equivalents, some FTEs, and also increase some contract services as well. So both things that she requested, this number does allow for. So those are my comments, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Chair. We'll open up to the floor for discussion or any other comments. MLA Aramenko.
Oh, gracious, where to start? So to suggest, so this is a fifth. 6% is a fifth of what the officer was asking for. And so for the member to suggest that 6% is going to be enough for the office to complete their tasks means that rather than hiring the 8 permanent FTEs, the 4 term FTEs, they're going to hire 2.5. And I really struggle to deal with the delta between the member's perception of what is going to be enough and what the office has in fact requested. 30%, don't get me wrong. I mean, I had significant sticker shock with 30%. And I don't think I could support 30% either. But to suggest that a fifth, 20% of the requested amount to deal with what is far greater than 20% increase in work is just, it's an affront to the office, in my view. And I feel like that starts right off the hop with a comment that the member said about how this increase is really predominantly to deal with backlog. That is not what I heard in any way from the officer today. The letters that were provided to the minister in regards to Bills 33 and 34, plus what has been very robust debate in the legislature on these pieces of legislation, I think have highlighted that bills 33 and 34 are not just two bills that have been created out of convenience or now, ease of navigation. The exemptions alone, the rules around what allows for a public body to decline a request have increased fivefold. Before, there was an incredibly high threshold that a request had to be frivolous or vexatious for it to be declined. We have gone from one reason to decline to 5. So imagine if the complaints that now come into the office also go up by 5 times because there are that many more reasons for a public body to decline. There are more reasons to decline. There are now more exemptions and exceptions to what is excluded from an information request. And so again, I think, if I heard the officer correctly, there isn't necessarily a new skill set that they have to hire for. There is just a significantly higher number of people that they need to hire to, in fact, deal with those complaints that are coming in. If we think 816 cases in the backlog is high now, I would love to see what that number is going to be a year from now when the majority members across the way decide that 6% is going to cut it. I think it is, it absolutely disrespects the office and the accountability and transparency that Albertans are due. I firmly cannot support this. I want to add once more, I don't think 30% would have necessarily been the number I would have voted for either, but 6 is no way.
I see MLA Shepherd, you have your hand up online. You're on mute, MLA Shepherd.
Sorry about that. I keep lowering the hand and then thinking that's unmuted me. I just want to agree with my colleague, Ms. Aramenko, on her comments here. This is far from what I think this office needs and deserves. As Janet said, certainly, perhaps it might not have been 30%, but certainly to cut that down to 1/5 of the ask is to create significant challenges for the Information and Privacy Commissioner to deliver value to Albertans. Let me be absolutely clear. That is what the Information and Privacy Commissioner does. Every officer of this legislature serves Albertans, as well as us as members of the legislature. But their work is in service of Albertans. And her work on information and privacy, and indeed overseeing the FOIP system, that is one of the key ways by which Albertans have the opportunity to hold their government to account through media, through opposition, through others. This is how Albertans stay informed. Albertans themselves file a lot of FOIP requests, looking for their own information about government decisions. This is a key part of democracy and transparency. And what we have seen with this government, again, with Bills 33 and 34, now Mr. Dix has tried to play this down. It's a small amended, expanded mandate, a little reconfiguration. No, let's be clear, Mr. Chair. What the commissioner has said is that these are significant changes that are going to make it far harder for Albertans to be able to get information, that are going to lengthen the processes by which we go through this, adding additional red tape. So, Mr. Chair, to be clear, that's additional cost for the taxpayer on the side of the public service and the bureaucracy and in the offices of the IPC. And it will therefore generate more complaints and more concerns, increasing the burden. Once again, the government talks about value for taxpayer dollars. Did they not consider what the impacts of their decisions with this legislation were going to be on the actual functioning of the system? They should be thinking about value to Albertans and value for taxpayer dollars long before they got to the budget deliberations today. But sadly, what we clearly see is they did not have that conversation with the Information and Privacy Commissioner about what the implications and the effects of their legislation are going to be. Or if they did have those conversations, they chose to ignore them. So again, maybe 30% wasn't the right number, but 1/5 of that, based on what we heard from the commissioner today, the added burden, the backlog, the changes that are coming forward. Mr. Chair, if one was more uncharitable, they might think this is the government attempting to undermine the work of that commissioner. That's certainly an appearance that could be seen here. And I guess we will see when we get to others who are extremely important, like our Auditor General and others, who are essential in providing value to Alberta taxpayers, in holding the government to
Honourable
account.
member,
Let's be
I'll
clear.
bring you back just to this item, so we want
Yes,
fulsome
Mr.
debate,
Chair,
but let's
absolutely.
stay on one at a time if we may. And the
Of course.
speculation for
So-
motivations are always nudging up against
Understood,
the
Mr.
edge.
Chair, I will
Okay,
not
thank you.
speculate about any other officer. I will speak to the Information and Privacy Commissioner and what we have in front of us.
Thank you, sir.
So again, the member stated that this motion was about providing value to Alberta taxpayers. Well, let's be clear, Mr. Chair. This is coming from a member under a government with one of the largest cabinets our province has seen in years. A lot of Albertans aren't considering what we're seeing from that extremely large cabinet to be value for their taxpayer dollars. Paying nearly $16,000 per bottle for low-grade Turkish Tylenol, a deal brokered by
Member,
I'm
gonna
Mr.
caution you,
Chair.
member, I'm speaking, the chair is speaking.
Yeah.
I'm gonna caution you in your debates to please keep it within, the bounds here. This is not the Legislative Assembly. This is the committee. I would caution you and request that you keep it germane to what's taking place here. And I want you to have fulsome debate, but please, member, otherwise we're gonna get into a bunch of points of order and that will, quite
So,
frankly,
to
not.
clarify, Mr. Chair, if I may ask a point of clarification,
Yep, please go ahead.
am I allowed to make comparisons between decisions and spending of government when they are talking about taxpayer dollars, when the argument from the members in moving this motion is that we must restrict the spending of the Information and Privacy Commissioner for the purpose of saving taxpayer dollars?
So for clarity, speaking to matters other than at hand that have already been debated in the House and brought to question is going to get up against the corners of where I'm allowed this conversation to go. If you're succinct and bringing it specifically with the budget items and making light contrast and comparisons, the member should have, with your experience, know the difference between the two. So with that, please proceed, and please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, don't give me a
appreciate that
promotion. I don't want
clarification.
that job.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that clarification. What I will say is we have numerous examples of this government not showing due care and diligence with Alberta tax dollars, whether it's the Turkish Tylenol, whether it's all these other things, whether it's the fact that government members, the government members who do not live in Edmonton awarded themselves a 14% increase.
Point of order's been
in their
called.
allowance for costs. So we are
Member,
talking
please,
here again
point
about
of
a
order's
mere
been called now
6%.
at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing my point of order. I believe this is a point of order 23B. I believe the chair gave the member opposite a fair warning, which was duly ignored, to immediately go against the clarification he sought, where he raised a couple of issues that no reasonable person could draw a straight line between the motion that we're debating. So I clearly believe this is a point of order 23B. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I will speak to the point of order, Mr. Chair.
Please feel free.
So again, the instruction from the chair was to be succinct. So I finished summarizing the last comment. I added one further and was about to move on to the rest of the argument. So if the member is fine with me moving on to the rest of the argument, I'm happy to do so.
So at this point, I'm not going to call a point of order, but to both members' edification, we're getting into areas where it's going to start having points of order and the chair will start deciding. So MLA Shepherd, I appreciate your fulsome debate as always. You're a fantastic orator. If we can keep this tight to what the points are at hand, specific with budget, because we're starting to fray into those areas where we're having points of debate that have taken place in the House, and that's getting pretty difficult for the chair to try to draw those straight lines. So please proceed, sir, and tighten it up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will keep that in mind for future committees and debates as well. So the long and the short again, Mr. Chair, to summarize, once again, as I said previously, this government keeps dumping more work on other people, keeps giving more work to the officers, then refuses to give them the tools and the resources they need to do it with. So to be absolutely clear, Mr. Chair, the failure of these systems, the failure to serve Albertans and be able to provide that value for the tax dollars will not be the fault of these officers. It will be the fault of this government. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Perfect, thank you. Any other items you want to add to this? Any other members wish to speak? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Online, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All of those opposed, please say no.
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 Motion carried.
Recorded vote, please, Mr. Chair.
And a recorded vote has been requested. We are more than happy to do so. With a show of hands in the room here, please raise your hands if you're in favor of the motion. And clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see Mr. Yao, Mr. Sinclair, Mr. Lenti, and Mr. Dick.
And those opposed in the room, please raise your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see Member Ermenko and Mr. Dack.
And those in favor online, please indicate so.
In favor.
I've recorded Mr. Van Dyken.
And those opposed, please indicate
Against,
so.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I've recorded Mr. Shepherd and Ms. Chapman.
Perfect.
I have 5 votes in favor of the motion and 4 against.
Motion carried. MLA Dick, I recognize you again.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to move a motion that the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices permit the following motion to be moved without prior notice, having been given pursuant to Standing Order 52.041. That the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices amend the proposed 2025-2026 budget estimates for the Office of the Auditor General in the amount of $30,485,000 to a revised amount of $30,212,400 and approve the estimates as amended.
Perfect. So with that, similar to the last two, we're asking for that motion to be brought forward, similar to a bill in the House at first reading. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Online, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed?
No.
No.
Perfect. Please proceed, MLA Dick, with your arguments on the motion as presented.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Sorry, I need to read it back in, correct?
And yeah, correct. You corrected the chair. Well done. You get the gold star for the afternoon.
I
Please
love it.
read the numbers
Thank
in this record as well.
Okay, so here's my motion. That the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices amend the proposed 2025-26 budget estimates for the Office of the Auditor General in the amount of $30,485,000 to a revised amount of $30,212,400 and approve the estimates as amended.
Perfect. With that, I'll open up the floor for debate or conversations. I see MLA Chapman.
Thank you. Can I just have Mr. Dick provide his rationale for the motion?
Certainly. MLA Dick, back to you.
Well, thank you so very much, Chair. Really appreciate the opportunity to speak to this. Mr. Chair, this does represent a 2% increase from his prior approved budget. This is in line with our expected inflationary adjustment. In fact, I believe it's just above. I believe right now it's 1.9. And so we see some expected adjustment there. Now, I believe this 2% increase is a reasonable increase that respects our taxpayer dollars, as well as taxpayers' ideas of what fiscal responsibility is. And so, as part of this, I think that this is a really reasonable increase. It provides the resources to the offices with this 2% increase. And as this government does continually talk about fiscal responsibility and good stewardship of taxpayers' dollars, this is a very important thing. We need to allow the Auditor General to do his work. I believe he's been doing a great job. This 2% does line up with the work that he has been doing, and also allows this to be able to be inflationary. And so I believe I will be voting in favor of this motion, and I hope everyone here does as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I recognize MLA Chapman again. So thank you for allowing the other member to present his arguments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be voting against this motion. I believe that the Auditor General provided a really good case for us for his request, which was a 2.9% increase. Not really sure why we're needing to fuss around with that 0.9%. The Auditor General provided a really good case for changes that he had made in the staffing in his office as a way to reduce costs. If you refer to the business plan, you can see where he speaks about bringing in more students, so people who are paid at a lower salary rate, the additional workload that his office is taking on to increase the capacity. That's not a small thing that he's doing. I know that we were also all here to hear that the Auditor General is forecasting that shortfall for this year, which suggests to me that the budget increase that the UCP allowed last year, I'd call it a cut, because it certainly wasn't matching with inflation. You can call it whatever you want. The result of it was that the office does not have the funds required to perform the financial and performance audits that we Albertans, not just us, but that Albertans should expect to see from the Auditor General's office. I believe that we also heard from the Auditor General that we are not meeting the preferred ratio of financial to performance audits because of the level of financial audits that need to be done for this government. And that means that we are missing out. And this is not an issue. This is a non-partisan issue. I know I have spoken to members of this government about the value of the role that the Auditor General plays with financial, but also with performance audits. These are audits of the workings of the government, and that is of interest to both opposition and government members. I don't agree with this idea of picking an arbitrary number. I believe that the Auditor General provide a well-reasoned budget adjustment, and I will be voting in opposition to this motion. Thank you.
Perfect. MLA Dack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Auditor General, Mr. Wiley, has had a historic reputation as far as presenting meticulous budgets, requesting dollars that are very, very well documented as far as need is concerned. And we know that in budget last year, he suffered a $1.4 million reduction. And this year, as is noted by our colleague, Member Chapman, he's forecasting a $460,000 shortfall for the first time ever in the history of his office. And that shortfall is due to a COLA net increase, which he says will be offset by reductions in costs in staff mix changes. So the Auditor General is making historic reductions and having to adjust his budget, and I could tell in his demeanor how difficult it was for him to come before this committee and suggest that he was going to be falling short, because of all the legislative offices, the Auditor General is the one whose pencil has always been the sharpest, because of course he's biting the purse of all the others government departments and is responsible for watching the finances of the province. So to top that off, he also indicated that he would be coming back in February to ask for supplementary budget requests to address the shortfall. So to have this committee, the government-led members, majority of the committee, suggest that now we should ask the Auditor General to accept an arbitrary reduction that's not based in any way, shape, or form on the needs and requirements of the budget. It doesn't take into consideration the context with which Mr. Wiley said he was operating, where he's historically having a $460,000 shortfall. It's a slap in the face to Mr. Wiley, to his office, and to all the other legislative offices to disregard their individual circumstances and say we're just going to arbitrarily cut 2% or so to match the inflation rate, and somehow this is the flag that the government wishes to wave. And if indeed that's what they think of the public services in this province, then I guess it's their right to go ahead and wave that flag and suggest that they took their scalpel and they arbitrarily cut 2% off of everybody's budget. But tell you what, it's really not helping the services that Albertans receive from these legislative offices, and it's frankly I think it's an indefensible position, and I'm certainly not supporting of it.
Appreciate it, and I recognize MLA Shepherd, but before I do, the last two conversations that we had for arguments are exactly what the chair is looking for, germane, on point to the items. MLA Shepherd, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will be brief in my remarks here. I think my two colleagues have quite ably represented our position here. What I will simply say is in my time on this committee, the Auditor General has consistently been one of the most meticulous, most circumspect officers in terms of considering and presenting his budget. He has consistently worked to keep costs to a minimum and to ensure that he is delivering the best value for every single dollar that his office spends. And I will say, Mr. Chair, that again, in all my time in this committee, I have never had an Auditor General have to come back to our committee to ask for supplemental spending to cover a shortfall. And I want to be absolutely clear that if the Auditor General was not able to meet the budget imposed on him by government members of this committee last year, that is not due to a fault or a failing of the Auditor General. That is due to a failing to understand the nature and complexity and importance of his work by those members. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you with that, and MLA Aramenko, I saw you as well.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief. I just find it deeply ironic that on behalf of taxpayers and the sound stewardship of taxpayer dollars, that we are eroding the ability of the Auditor General to confirm that value is in fact being provided to taxpayers, whether that be through 100+ financial audits or the performance audits, of which there are 30 in the pipeline. We are in fact diminishing the office's ability to report on the value to taxpayers. I think that is a significant blind spot in this motion and does not bode well for truthful, fact-based reporting as objective as accountants need to be, which is exactly what taxpayers deserve, and we have just diminished the capacity in our system to do exactly that.
Thank you, members. With that, I am prepared to call the question. So all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Are you sure? Online, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed?
No.
No.
Yeah,
Recorded vote, please,
and for
Mr. Chair.
the record, it's not without seriousness the chair takes this. For those at home that are seeing this, it's I have to call the question, even though there was definitive arguments one way or the other. So with that, a recorded vote has been requested. Chair acknowledges that. So those in favor, please raise your hands so the clerk can count.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have Mr. Yao, Mr. Sinclair, Mr. Lunty, and Mr. Dick.
And those opposed in the room?
Thank you. I have Member Aramenko and Mr. Dack.
And those online in favor, please indicate so. In favor?
In favor.
I've recorded Mr. Van Dyken.
And those opposed, please indicate so.
Opposed.
Opposed.
I have recorded Mr. Shepherd and Ms. Chapman. I have 5 votes in favor of the motion and 4 against.
Excellent. Motion carried. I recognize MLA Dick again.
Thank you very much. So I would like to move that the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices approve the proposed 2025-2026 budget estimates for the Office of the Ethics Commissioner in the amount of $1,090,500 as distributed.
Just want to make sure that we have that online. So please look at that again and ensure your numbers are accurate, correct, as you've so read.
Yes.
Okay, with that, to have it submitted, all those in favor, please say aye. Oh, sorry, we need to debate. Sorry, I apologize. Debate. Please feel free.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I believe the requested amount is a reasonable amount. Specifically, because it's going to be for additional network security and IT services. In this role, he needs to have strong network security. As the ethics commissioner, it is vital that he has these networks be in a secure spot and also have that security and opportunity to pay for them. And then we also understand that the largest portion of this, I believe the amount is 69,000 in total. So 30,000 of that which is the largest portion of the requested increase, is a contingency amount that will be returned if the office is not required to use it. Which I appreciate the forethought on that. Now, and then also for his conferences, this would be the other line. It's important. He's a new commissioner, Mr. Chair, and it's important that the new commissioner and his office attend conferences that allow him to learn and get better at his job, and also increase awareness of what other jurisdictions and best practices are in the conflict of interest and also the lobbyist sector to fulfill their mandate. So, Mr. Chair, they've also been held at similar rates for, I believe, about 10 years, which is significant. So we need to make sure that in this case, especially in regards to network security and IT services, we give it to them. And technology, Mr. Chair, needs to work. We need to make sure that the technology works for this office and that they continue keeping that security up. So thanks for the opportunity to speak to this motion, Mr. Chair, and I just want to encourage everyone to vote yes on this motion.
Perfect. For those following at home, and the chair missed that as well, so this one didn't require the motion to request to come from the floor, because it in fact is the same amount as what was deliberated here today and presented as per the office. So just want a point of clarity for that for everybody else that's following along, and the chair missed that, so I apologize if I incorrectly introduced what was taking place here in this end for those on the line. With that, I see MLA Chapman, you have your hand up.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I actually agreed with something that Mr. Dick just said about the significant number of years. He's correct. The ethics commissioner's predecessor was able to keep this budget held quite low. She spoke to us at length about the steps that she went to, the sacrifices that she made when she was in the role, reducing her own salary to make sure that she could fit within the constraints that this government-controlled majority committee put on the budget. I am struggling with the inconsistency that we're seeing happen across this morning. So the Auditor General, so just to clarify for folks, the Ethics Commissioner here was asking for a 6.8% increase to their budget. We're able to find that money, but we weren't able to find the 2.9% that the Auditor General needed. Right? Even though these offices require similar levels of technology, IT support, whatever that kind of stuff looks like. I've been in this committee for 2 years now, so I know that last year there were offices that were looking for increases to cover off those kinds of IT products, whatever that technology stuff looks like. And the government wasn't hearing them last year. They denied those requests. So it's not in any way clear to me how we have actually arrived at this decision making. I am surprised to hear this government is supportive of those increases in travel budgets and hosting budgets. That's, again, we've been talking a lot about taxpayer dollars. And so it's not at all clear to me why we're okay with those additional taxpayer dollars for this office and not okay with some additional taxpayer dollars to deal with children in government care, vulnerable children who don't have people to advocate for them. We can't find additional dollars there, but we're able to find them over here. So, Mr. Chair, I will be opposed to this motion, and I'm really opposed to the lack of consistency that I'm seeing from the government in this committee. It's really disappointing.
Any other comments for debate? If not, put it to the question. So all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Online, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. You seem to be the popular guy today. Sure, go ahead, emulate
I'm
it.
jumping in where there's opportunity, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm going to move another motion here. I move that the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices permit the following motion to be moved without prior notice having been given pursuant to Standing Order 52.041. And I move that the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices amend the proposed 2025-2026 budget estimates for the office of the Chief Electoral Officer in the amount of $13,104,000 to a revised amount of $12,607,806 and approve the estimates as amended. So for clarity, Chair, I am moving just the first part, just the motion, to put it on the floor.
Correct. And if we can throw that on the screen to make sure that we have that. Okay, so with that, we'll just call the question, and then we'll turn it back to you for comments on the second part. So with that, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
No.
And online, I got an aye already. Any opposed online? Motion carried. Please feel free to tell us why your motion should be considered.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So this budgeted amount of $12,607,806 is based on the base budget for Elections Alberta from the 2021-2022 budget estimates. So just follow along with this for a quick sec. This would be the second year in the election cycle after the 2019 general election. Now, the approved budget for that year was $11,213,000. Now, this amount received inflation, the amount that I'm proposing would receive an inflation adjustment amount of 12.44%, which is the Bank of Canada's calculation on the inflation since 2021 up until now. So a little bit of math there, but we've been bouncing this budget. They've been requesting up to 30% last year. So it was very challenging to sometimes get that base amount, what is required in a non-election year. And so this amount is, for clarity's sake, $496,194 below the requested amount, but it's also an increase of $1,457,806 over last year's approved budget. So it is significant dollars. It is inflationary. And it gives us also the baseline as well of what they've spent. So I think this is really important to note that, one, it is not an election year this year. Two, we have a baseline amount, and then it adds the inflationary numbers since we've been able to get a baseline amount. So I believe this is a reasonable increase that, one, respects taxpayer dollars. It allows for us to see and give them the resources that this office needs to fulfill their mandate while also building that baseline number. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I see MLA Shepherd with your hand up online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be voting against this motion. What we see here from the government is now a whole other calculation, a whole different approach from anything that they've brought forward on any other office today. So really, it strikes me as numerical trickery. This government is just playing games at this point. There is an utter lack of clarity to what direction they are trying to go, other than they want to arbitrarily cut the budget of every single officer from what it was proposed, and they will use any excuse, any justification to do so. It's incredibly disappointing. What we heard from the Chief Electoral Officer and his staff today is that they are working to ensure we are ready for the next set of elections. And they are doing so with considerably different landscape than existed in 2021, 2022. Because of a number of legislative changes that were made by this government, voted on by some of the very members who are here at this committee today. So they have changed the mandate, they have increased the requirements, they have made the job of the Chief Electoral Officer and his staff, Elections Alberta, harder to do. And what they are saying now is that they are going to cut the amount that that officer and his staff have projected they need to prepare. So now, to be clear, the officer did say that this is about election preparation. So is it all immediate spending that will immediately be used? We don't know, because again, that's at the whim of this government. So again, part of the challenge that we have for the chief electoral officer and his staff in deciding their budget is that they are at the whim of the government. So when it comes to things like by-elections, we had a member that was talking about, while the by-election happened, within 5 months, he had lots of time to come back to the committee. Again, the premier could choose to call a by-election within a month of when somebody chooses to step down. And indeed, we know that the members have been very vocal about wanting to see a by-election happen next year. So the chief electoral officer also talked about buying supplies. And again, members said, well, you can buy that later, you can do it. But again, it was clear that buying those supplies now we're talking about, for example, Mr. Chair, ballot paper. So we've seen the government move towards requiring ballots to be printed, done by hand on paper in municipal elections. If that moves in a provincial direction, having that ballot paper on hand is going to be a cost savings for Alberta because inflation continues. We don't know what's going to be available. So again, unless the government intends to give the CEO and his staff a lot more heads up about their plans and intentions, I think it's reasonable that the CEO is trying to plan for all contingencies. So again, I don't see a clear reason or rhyme in the argument being put forward by Mr. Dick or his decision in this particular amount, particularly given what we just saw with some of the previous officers. So I will not be supporting this motion.
Okay, anyone else wanting to speak? If not, call the question. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. Online, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, please say no.
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 And the famous words of Mr. Speaker, I believe the ayes have it.
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote has been called, absolutely. With that, members in the room, throw your hands up so the clerk can count those in favor of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see Mr. Yao, Mr. Sinclair, Mr. Lunty, and Mr. Dick.
And those opposed.
Thank you. I see Member Eremenko and Mr. Dack.
And online, same drill. Those in favor, please indicate so.
Aye.
I've recorded Mr. Van Dyken.
And those opposed, similar. Please throw your hand up and let the clerk count.
Opposed.
Thank you.
I've recorded Ms. Chapman.
Motion carried.
Sorry, opposed.
Oh.
Yes.
And I've recorded Mr. Shepherd. I have 5 votes in favor and 4 against.
Motion carried. I see MLA Lunty. That's a nice change.
Agreed. Yeah, no. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move a motion that the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices approve the proposed 25-26 budget estimates for the Office of the Ombudsman in the amount of $4,650,600 as distributed.
All right, and would you like to carry forward with your rationale or arguments?
Sure, yeah, happy to do so. I would certainly encourage members to support this motion. It was refreshing to hear from a legislative office able to do great work and request a increase of less than inflation. So I think it's quite clear that can be accomplished. 1.67%. This amount, as I mentioned, is below the inflationary rate, and we believe this is a reasonable increase that respects taxpayer dollars. Mr. Chair, I would add, when we voted on the Ethics Commissioner budget, the opposition kind of gave the game away. I think they abstained, which I thought was interesting.
I'll caution you, as I've done with other members of the committee,
sure,
to be discussing other matters that we've already had. And
sure,
we've already had that argument, so if you could carry on this one, that would be great.
For the members to support this motion for the budget as presented, which they've made numerous arguments about all day. Thank you.
Thank you. MLA Eremenko.
Yeah, we will. I support the motion as presented because it does, I think, in fact, respect the conversation that we had with the Ombudsman today. I think it's a mischaracterization to suggest that that they are somehow doing better work because the increase is below the rate of inflation. I think those two things really are not terribly related. Every single person who stepped into this room today has done very good work under pretty challenging circumstances, and I think that they really are all owed a debt of gratitude on that front. And so 1.7, I worry a little bit about the ability, frankly, of the Ombudsman to stay there with, some of the reported increases that they did report in the annual report, and that there is the potential that those would continue to go up. So I, am certainly optimistic that the Ombudsman will be able to stay within that budget, and look forward to hearing about how it goes next year.
Perfect. Any other comments, questions, discussion? All right, we'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye. Oh.
Online? All those in favor,
Aye.
please say aye.
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 And any opposed? I don't think we have any. This is great. Moving right along. Excellent. Thank you. Motion carried. MLA Lunty, I recognize you again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices permit the following motion to be moved without prior notice having been given pursuant to Standing Order 52.041. And that is moved that the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices amend the proposed 25-26 budget estimates for the Office of the Public Interest Commissioner in the amount of $1,506,300 to a revised amount of $1,468,402 and approve the estimates as amended.
Let me just get that on the screen. And MLA Lunty, please confirm that this is what you are reading into the record.
Yes.
Okay. So with that, we'll ask the question to allow it to come to the floor, and then after that, we'll go back to your rationale why. So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Online, please say aye. Those in favor?
Aye.
And opposed? Any of those, please say no. Okay, motion carried. Please continue with, please read it all into the record again. The clerk's asking me, so it's all formally in the record, and then carry on with your rationale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices amend the proposed 25-26 budget estimates for the Office of the Public Interest Commissioner in the amount of $1,506,300 to a revised amount of $1,468,402 and approve the estimates as amended. Mr. Chair, this is in line with the 2% increase that we've seen for the 2024 approved budget. So this increase is in line with inflationary adjustment and represents a reasonable increase for respect for the taxpayer dollar and would promote good fiscal responsibility and stewardship of taxpayer dollars. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I see MLA Aramenko.
Same officer that got compliments on the budget that was under 2% is now over. I'm curious to hear if perhaps the member opposite has opinions on that to share. Whistleblowers, protection of the people who are looking to make sure that government is doing the job that Albertans deserve it to do. Does that make sense? It's been a long day. I think, again, this is a totally arbitrary application of 2%. We saw with previous votes that the members opposite did not want to hold exclusively to a 2% inflation rate, and that kind of inconsistency, I think, is incredibly unfortunate and does not, in fact, reflect the complexity of these offices, nor the complexity of the changing circumstances in the work that they do. And so I will not be supporting this motion.
Okay. Any other members wanting to speak? Seeing none, I am prepared to call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Online, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, please say no.
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 Motion carried.
Recorded vote, Mr. Chair.
Oh, say again?
Recorded vote.
And a recorded vote has been requested, so at this point, I think we're all familiar with that. By show of hands, those in favor, please indicate so. Show your hands, and the clerk will count for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see Mr. Yao, Mr. Sinclair, Mr. Lunty, and Mr. Dick.
And those opposed in the room, please indicate so by raising your hand.
I have member Aramenko and Mr. Dack.
And those online, please indicate so. Those in favor?
In favor.
I've recorded Mr. Van Dyken.
And those opposed, and also make sure your mute is off if you want to do a voice side. So throw a hand up if you're opposed. There we go.
Opposed, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I've recorded Mr. Shepherd and Ms. Chapman. I have 5 votes in favor of the motion and 4 against.
So that motion is carried. So we're back on to the regularly scheduled program as per the meeting agenda. We've now completed the officers' budget review. Committee has passed the approved amounts for those officers. On to item number 5. Is there any other business to be discussed by the committee today? Seeing none. Next meeting date, we'll poll the committee members. It'll be probably mid-January for our annual review of the Officer and Child Youth Advocate in accordance with the Government Motion 55, and we'll invite the advocate to join us for that meeting. We'll try to schedule it here for in the next week. Please let the chair know through the clerk or through the offices if there's any dates that's a hard no for you in January. We'll try to We'll try to accommodate and rather not complicate anything else. By having a doodle poll or something along those lines, please indicate that to us so we can get that in advance. And then at this point, we're on to everyone's favorite part of the meeting. I'm looking for someone to adjourn. If we're willing. Okay, we have several. Thank you. I'll take MLA Yao. He was the loudest. In favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Online, all those in favor to adjourn, please say aye.
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 There we go. Motion carried. Thanks, folks.